Chapter 1 Cycle or Prophecy. A sharp pain spread from the back of his neck. The energy in his body drained away continuously. Xiaobai didn't even have time to react before he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a brightly lit classroom. On the podium, the teacher was playing a PowerPoint, glancing down at the students from time to time, frowning slightly as his gaze passed over a few slumped figures. Xiaobai felt that sharp look sweep over him and couldn't help but quietly thank himself for waking up early enough. And the intensely real pain just now had been nothing more than a nightmare during his break. He breathed a sigh of relief, flipped 2 board pages of the textbook, and suddenly felt the chair being yanked hard backward, a chill shooting straight up his back. No, to be precise, his neck. The agony hit again. Amid the whole class's screams, Xiaobai looked down and could only see a furry little head resting on his shoulder. The person's narrow eyes, hidden under bangs, were bloodshot, filled with a thirst for killing and a raw, primal savagery. Those weren't human eyes at all, but a beast's. Holy shit. Is Lu Shizhou this idiot rabbit or what? So his earlier bite wasn't a hallucination. Lu Shizhou, you motherfucker. Xiaobai strained to spit out a cultured curse, but before he could heap on any more, his vision went black and he kicked the bucket. Asterisk. Modern doomsayers, to avoid embarrassment, do not set dates for the end of the world. To date, every date set for the end of the world has passed without a sound. But these prophets often find excuses to explain their obvious failures. For example, a mechanical female voice spoke in his ear. The passage being read aloud was the popular science work, The Future of the Universe. Xiaobai suddenly opened his eyes, covered the place on his neck that had been bitten, and exhaled loudly. That suffocating pain still seemed to linger in his mind, yet in reality there was no wound on his neck now. After confirming he was fine, Xiaobai glanced back. The person behind him was lying face down on the table, fast asleep, and looked as if there was nothing unusual. But Xiaobai kept feeling that the person could jump up at any moment and take another bite. No matter whether everything that had happened before was a dream or his imagination, he couldn't stay here any longer. Teacher. I need to go to the bathroom. Xiaobai suddenly stood up from his seat, straightening his back like a spirited little poplar. Li Tingyi, who had been dozing beside him, was roused from his nap by the commotion and, rubbing his sleepy eyes, muttered sarcastically, "What are you trying to make the kid into?" Xiaobai glanced at him, looked at the solid flesh on his body, and resolved that if there was a next time, he'd use him as a human shield. That meat on him should be enough for that lunatic to take a few more bites, right? After getting the teacher's permission, Xiaobai hurried out of the classroom through the back door. He glanced back before leaving. The clock hanging in the center of the classroom read exactly 5:20, only 20 minutes left until school dismissed. The person sitting behind his desk suddenly moved the hand that was resting on the tabletop. Xiaobai didn't hesitate any longer. He quickened his pace toward the boys' restroom, then locked himself inside a stall and bolted the door. Only now did I calm down and carefully sort out what had happened. He, Xiaobai, was an utterly ordinary freshman. Compared to other students, he was just a bit taller, a bit more handsome, and was voted campus heartthrob as soon as he enrolled. But he had always thought of himself as very ordinary. Until today, some seemingly supernatural events that couldn't be explained by science had occurred around him. Or rather, it seemed he had gained the ability to prophesy. Because everything happened so quickly, Xiaobai still couldn't tell whether it was something he personally experienced or something he had foreseen would happen. But one thing was certain, Lu Shizhou had definitely done it on purpose. Because she was jealous that the school belle liked him, she wished she could devour his flesh and blood. At this moment, Xiaobai felt a trace of annoyance about his own excellence. At the same time, he also felt a bit smug. Lu Shizhou was his high school classmate. Since sophomore year he had consistently been first in the grade, pressing the second-place student, him, down until he could hardly breathe. She finally made it to university and thought she had rid herself of the burden that was Lu Shizhou. But it turned out Lu Shizhou had entered the same school and even been placed in the same class, truly helpless. What did it matter how good his grades were? His personality was gloomy and withdrawn, and he wore a poker face like someone everyone owed money to. The girls all avoided him. Even the campus beauty she had a crush on had never had any interaction with him. Xiaobai learned that Lu Shizhou had a secret crush on the campus beauty by accident. When she laughed and chatted with him, when she brought him things, when she confessed to him, that dim, heavy gaze seemed to ignite into flame, full of anger and unwillingness, impossible to ignore. Heh heh. Thinking of this, Xiaobai let out a pleased, soft laugh. Then the next second, he suddenly shut his mouth. Chaotic footsteps came from outside the bathroom. It was class time now, and he couldn't help but think of Lu Shizhou, that crazed guy who bit people. He turned his head, pressing his ear against the door. Hearing those footsteps enter the men's restroom, then the stall next to his heart immediately climbed into his throat. Long go, class is about to end. Okay, I'll hurry. The voices of a boy and a girl echoed in the empty boys' restroom. It hit Xiaobai's mind like a bolt of lightning. No way. Just as Xiaobai had expected, strange noises began next door. Forced to listen to the whole show, Xiaobai. What the hell? Who is it? Skipping class in broad daylight and coming to the men's restroom to cause trouble. He was so rattled he didn't dare make a sound, neither able to go in nor go back out. The problem was, he was a hot-blooded, normal man. Isn't this deliberately targeting him? Xiaobai was utterly helpless, he could only hope the pair of pests would hurry off before school ended. After an unknown amount of time, the commotion next door grew louder and louder. Just as Xiaobai was about to lose his patience and go knock on the door to complain about the disturbance, a series of piercing screams suddenly rang through the entire teaching building. Ah! Brother Long, what's wrong? The girl next door cried out, and the two finally fell silent. Xiaobai had just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard chaotic footsteps rush into the restroom. Help! Xiaobai wanted to open the door to take a look, but before he could move, someone outside screamed again. Help, ah! The screams were accompanied by beast-like roars and the sounds of tearing flesh and gnawing. Now, whoever it was wouldn't dare open the door again. Xiaobai felt a bad premonition, silently tightened his grip on the doorknob, not daring to breathe. But the person next door wasn't so calm. The frightened girl, unable to contain her curiosity, twisted the lock, cracked the door open a little, and peered out. Then a piercing scream, full of penetrating force, rang out through the men's restroom. Ah! It's eating people. Lei Xiao, the new book needs lots of support. I promise it won't disappoint. Starting at 500,000 characters. Dual male leads, straight-leaning playful Yuke x Yandra zombie Seme, the Seme has a crush on the Yuke. If readers don't like dual male leads, you can just focus on the plot. The book splits its focus evenly between plot and romance. Chapter 2 True Red-Eye Effect, Wei. The floor went silent for a moment, replaced immediately by a chaotic rush of footsteps swelling toward them. Xiaobai was simply astounded by this woman's intelligence. He glanced behind him, picked up the mop in the corner and braced it against the door, then climbed onto the stall wall using the cistern. The two next door seemed somewhat panicked and didn't notice him. The girl, still trembling, slammed the door shut, her voice choked with tears. Brother Long, they're eating people out there. What do we do? No sooner had the words fallen than their wooden door was hammered with a clatter. The force was so great, as if unaware of pain or fatigue, that the door was gradually smashed out of shape, bulging to resemble a human figure. But Xiaobai knew that it wasn't a person outside at all, it was corpses. Corpses that could walk, attack humans, bite and devour humans, zombies. He mustered his courage, turned his face slightly and glanced down. Just one look made his stomach churn violently, he was deeply shaken. Those zombies had once been in the bloom of youth, but they looked terrifying, bulging eyes, rotten mouths, twisting and convulsing in grotesque positions no human could assume. The originally white tiled floor was already stained with blood, the boy who had called for help had been bitten and ripped beyond recognition. By rights, he should have been dead through and through. But he suddenly convulsed all over, twisted his neck and crooked his mouth, his hands curling into chicken claws, his eyes rolled back, and his bent spine snapped upright. His dislocated-looking arms hung limply at his sides as he stepped in the inhuman pigeon-toed gate and joined the horde of zombies battering the door. They hissed and roared, the wooden door trembling as if about to collapse. Fuck. The boy in the next stall cursed, then suddenly looked up and glanced around, his eyes inevitably meeting Xiaobai's. Xiaobai recognized him, Long Sanya from Class 3, who acted like a bully at school and had bullied many boys and girls. But they were like two parallel lines, even after a year at the same school, they had no intersections, didn't provoke each other, and lived in peace. So Long Sanya only looked a bit annoyed, muttered a low curse, then nimbly imitated Xiaobai and climbed onto the stall wall, preparing to scoot to the outermost stall and then make a run for it out of the bathroom. The girl who had been messing around with Long Sanmiao, seeing this, also hurriedly stepped onto the cistern. But at that moment, with a boom, the wooden door collapsed. The zombies surged in one after another, reaching out to grab at the girl's calves. The girl screamed in terror, flailing as she scrambled upward. Xiaobai, seeing this, had no time to hesitate and instinctively reached out a helping hand toward the girl. The girl showed him an expression of gratitude, but the next second, the look in her eyes suddenly turned to fear. Xiaobai sensed that something was wrong, a chilling dread rising along his spine. It felt as if he had been locked onto by a cold, sticky gaze. Her body felt as if it were being coiled by a venomous snake, unable to move. In that momentary daze, the girl was grabbed by the zombie and yanked down by the calf. A scream of agony rang out. The scene that followed needed no viewing to imagine how bloody it would be. Xiaobai instinctively shut his eyes, refusing to watch the tragedy unfolding. And the coldness behind him gradually drew closer, enveloping him in an inescapable realm. Then it brushed against his ear, exhaling a chilling breath. "Xiaobai, I'm so hungry." Xiaobai shivered, gooseflesh breaking out all over his body. At this moment, he missed the burly Li Tingyi more than ever. Li Dazhuang's nickname wasn't given for nothing. That mass of muscle would have been enough for this madman to gnaw on for at least half an hour. Not like him, get bitten once and you die instantly. But now with pursuers in front and a fierce tiger behind, he had no way out, he could only stare helplessly as he awaited being bitten to death. So he gave himself up and abruptly turned to look at the madman behind him. "Lu Shijiu, this is a toilet. If you're hungry, eat more shit, if it's not enough I can help you take a dump. Take as much as you want." Aside from his face being as white as death without a trace of color, Lu Shijiu otherwise looked no different from a normal person. But Xiaobai wasn't fooled by that illusion. After speaking, he couldn't help but lean back slightly. Sure enough, Lu Shijiu's expression turned strange, a faint red light flickering in his eyes. Real, red eye, special effect, danger. Xiaobai knew he was about to die, so he gave up resisting and took the chance to curse wildly without restraint. "You damn bastard. Even if I die, shitting still won't like you. If there's a next time, I'll run away with shitting and leave you behind to be a lone zombie." For Lu Shijiu, who had a crush on Gu Shitting, those words were a knife to the heart. Xiaobai was in the middle of cursing happily and hadn't had time to say more when his vision blurred and a pain shot through his neck. By the time he reacted, Lu Shijiu's canine head was already on his shoulder, greedily devouring his blood with a look of total satisfaction. Yu Guangzhong and Long Sanmiao had just climbed onto the outermost partition. He looked back at them once, then resolutely jumped down and, while the zombie's attention was distracted, took the chance to escape from the restroom. After that, Xiaobai's vision became increasingly blurred and his consciousness gradually faded. Third time. Sudden. Finished, not really. Xiaobai woke up again, still in the classroom. On the clock in the center of the classroom, the hands had passed 5:18, the second hand still moving. Xiaobai instinctively covered his neck. There was lingering pain at his throat, but no wounds. Exactly the same as when he woke up last time. He more or less understood what was going on. All of this really happened, it wasn't his imagination. He had already been bitten to death by Lu Shijiu 3 times. Each time he was bitten to death, he would be sent back to this point in time. And soon after, the zombie virus will fully break out. The school is extremely dangerous. Realizing this, Xiaobai suddenly stood up. "Teacher. Li Tingyi has a stomachache. I'll take him to the infirmary." The moment the words left his mouth, Li Tingyi, who was sitting beside him, was instantly wide awake. Shock and bewilderment filled his eyes as he looked at him. The teacher on the podium glanced over. Xiaobai showed no change of expression, lightly kicked Li Tingyi, and winked at him. Li Tingyi came to his senses and played along, clutching his stomach and crying out, "Ouch, ouch." Only after leaving the classroom did he open his eyes and straighten up. "Say it, what bad idea are you hatching now? It's almost the end of school, and you want me to pretend to be sick?" Xiaobai didn't argue, he grabbed his arm and ran downstairs. The classroom was on the 4th floor, and it would take a little over 10 minutes to get out of the school. He had intended to go up to the 5th floor to bring Gu Shitting along, but it was class time now, and the virus outbreak was less than 10 minutes away. Explaining things or forcing someone to leave would only waste time, and then no one would be able to escape. To get off campus, they had to cross the playground. There were many students on the playground now, exercising or taking walks. When the two of them reached the playground, Li Tingyi was still muttering non-stop. Xiaobai was so annoyed by the commotion that he had to offer a brief explanation. I know you won't believe me even if I tell you. In short, the zombie virus is about to break out. Don't ask me how I know. Now, immediately, shut your mouth. Run with me. Sure enough, Li Tingyi didn't believe a single word. Not only did he not shut up, he actually had even more complaints. I get it, you wanted to skip class, but you were afraid of getting caught alone, so you dragged me along to take the fall. He shouted angrily, then suddenly changed his tone. Just say it straight. Am I Li Dezhuang, the kind of person who wouldn't stand by a friend? Heh, not gonna lie, you really played it well. I'm so scared, big brother Xiaobai, you have to protect me. Xiaobai glanced at Li Tingyi, his eyes nearly rolling up to the ceiling. If I weren't busy fleeing for my life, I might have kicked him in his meaty butt a couple times. If there really were zombies, why would you not bring the school beauty and bring me along, a man? Li Tingyi was still shouting when a sudden burst of screams erupted from the direction of the teaching building. He heard a sound, turned his head, and the expression on his face gradually cracked. They are, what are they doing? Chapter 3, Purgatory on Earth. Xiaobai didn't look back, his feet running even faster, but he teased aloud, seems like there really are zombies. I didn't expect my prediction to be so accurate. How about we go back and save Gu Shitting? Li Tingyi, hearing this, hurriedly hustled Xiaobai along, running so fast his feet seemed to kick up smoke, as if afraid Xiaobai would really turn back. Xiaobai said nothing more, just gathered his strength and tried to bolt out of the playground. But at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. While everyone on the playground watched, someone suddenly fell straight to the ground and began convulsing uncontrollably. The students nearby stepped forward to check the situation, and an athlete prepared to carry the person to receive medical attention. Xiaobai was a short distance away and didn't have time to call out a warning before the man was repaid for his kindness. Ah! Madman! The athlete screamed in pain as the flesh on his shoulder was brutally bitten off by the person he was carrying. The others saw this and hurriedly separated the two, only to be grabbed and bitten indiscriminately by the already infected student. On the playground, situations like this were happening in multiple places. The scene gradually descended into chaos. At the same time, the students inside the teaching building were also pouring out, screaming. Besides being chased down and bitten to death by zombies, most others were trampled to death by their own kind. Gradually, throughout the school, students and zombies became indistinguishable, ripping and devouring were everywhere to be seen. The school, once praised as a greenhouse that nurtured flowers, at this moment had become like a purgatory. This place, this is hell. Li Tingyi had already been stunned, so frightened that his limbs went limp and he couldn't run. It was still Xiaobai who forcibly dragged him across the playground. Actually, Xiaobai wasn't feeling well either, his stomach was churning and his face was deathly pale. After all, the scene before them was far more shocking and terrifying than what they'd experienced in the boys' restroom last time. But he had to hold on, leave the school, go home, and wait for rescue. Even if he had the ability to start over, no one would want to keep going through being bitten. In short, do whatever you can to stay alive. Holding on to that belief, Xiaobai dragged Li Tingyi and ran toward the school gate. They ran until their legs went numb and the soles of their feet burned like fire, yet they dared not relax or stop for an instant. The school gate was right ahead, only 100 meters away, but the person beside him suddenly became immovable. Lu Shizhou. Li Tingyi made a doubtful sound. That name struck Xiaobai like a thunderclap. His neck turned slowly with a creak, like an old electric fan. Li Tingyi was grabbed by the arm by someone, it was the Lu Shizhou he had mentioned. But his uncertain tone was because the Lu Shizhou before him seemed a little strange. Clean and tidy, with an expression of indifference and no hint of abnormality, he looked completely out of place in the chaotic campus. That would be acceptable in ordinary times, but it's rather inappropriate at this moment. Not to mention the faint crimson gleam flickering in his eyes, clearly not a trait a human should have. He fixed his gaze on Xiaobai, released Li Tingyi's arm, stepped in front of Xiaobai, and blocked their way. Where are you two going? Why didn't you bring me along? Lu Shizhou's tone was as usual, as casual as if talking about the weather. Only Xiaobai knew what his true face beneath that human mask really was. But now was not the time for a direct confrontation, since he wanted to act, why not play along for a while? Xiaobai smiled and reached out to pat Lu Shijiu on the shoulder. We were planning to go home first. Didn't we not wake you because you were asleep? The two of them had never gotten along, yet they were calmly chatting at a time like this, which was clearly odd. Li Tingyi noticed something was off and didn't dare urge Xiaobai to leave, he only raised his guard and secretly kept an eye on Lu Shijiu. Lu Shijiu was momentarily stunned, the bloodshot in his eyes receded somewhat. Really? Then let's do it together. Together. Xiaobai inwardly resisted strongly, after all, this was a zombie. Although it still seemed somewhat rational now, who knew whether it might take a bite at him at any moment. Maybe sensing Xiaobai's hesitation, Lu Shijiu's expression changed, his demeanor growing increasingly strange. Seeing he was about to turn into a red-eyed monster again, Xiaobai had no choice but to quickly agree. Alright, let's go together. Upon hearing that, Lu Shijiu's expression changed as quickly as flipping a page and returned to normal. Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief. The three of them walked to the school gate and asked the gate guard to hurry and open it to let them out. The gatekeeper uncle was also stunned by this sudden turn of events, but perhaps because of his age and having never seen zombie films, he still didn't understand what was happening. After Xiaobai explained it once, he still looked bewildered and vacant. Zombies? What are zombies? Xiaobai glanced back, the zombies were already spreading toward them, and he couldn't help feeling anxious. Don't worry about what a zombie is, can't you see they're biting people? Hurry and open the door for us. Then run yourself, go home and stay there, don't go out, don't go anywhere. The gate guard uncle glanced at the chaos on the campus, then at the three young kids, realized the seriousness of the situation, and quickly reached out to press the open button. The gate opened, and the taut string inside Xiaobai suddenly loosened. He was just about to rush out of this hell when someone behind him called out. Xiaobai. On the playground, a petite figure dodged left and right, running toward the school gate. Her expression was panicked, tears in her eyes, but when she looked at Xiaobai, a look of delight appeared. It was the school beauty, Gu Shiting. Xiaobai felt a tightness in his chest, and his feet came to a sudden stop. Not leaving? Or do you mean to take her with you? Lu Shijiu bowed his head, his voice dull, his expression unreadable. He looked very off, but this time Xiaobai did not give in. I can't stand by and watch someone die. It was well known that Gu Shiting liked him. She was very good to him in daily life, gentle, attentive, and completely obedient. He was a normal man, faced with such affection from a pretty younger sister, it was inevitable that he felt a little fondness. Of course, it was only fondness. If Gu Shiting hadn't come, he could have run away. But Gu Shiting came, called his name, and pinned her hopes on him, so naturally he couldn't stand by and watch her die. When Lu Shijiu heard that, a chilling cold spread from him. Xiaobai ignored him and turned to run toward Gu Shiting. When Gu Shiting saw him coming, she was moved to tears, then quickly wiped them away and smiled through them, overjoyed. The two ran toward each other, much like the male and female leads in an idol drama. Suddenly, the heroine stopped and looked behind the hero with a terrified expression. Chapter 4, Super A-Level Dangerous Virus. A chill ran up his spine. Xiaobai forced himself to endure the discomfort and insisted on moving forward. The next second, his foot slipped and he was knocked to the ground. Seeing that he was about to suffer the same fate as the previous bites, Xiaobai decided to struggle. I just wanted to save her, nothing more. As long as Lu Shijiu knew he had no interest in the school beauty and wouldn't be his romantic rival, they should still be able to talk it out, right? But he forgot, Lu Shijiu only looks normal on the surface now, he wouldn't reason with anyone. A snort came from behind, and Lu Shijiu's cold body pressed down, snug against his back. I only wanted to eat you, nothing else. Her words trailed off. Amid Gu Shiting's incredulous scream. The skin on Xiaobai's neck was torn, blood gushing out. Fuck your grandfather. Lu Shijiu. Xiaobai opened his mouth, silently screaming. His eyelids felt like they were weighed down by 1,000 jacks, and he could only close them weakly. Fourth time. Sudden. Xiaobai's first reaction upon waking was to mentally curse every ancestor of Lu Shijiu. Recalling the agony that was almost imprinted on his soul, he shivered and abruptly stood up. Teacher. I'm going to the bathroom. What will this do to the child? Li Tingyi, reacting the same as before, muttered a complaint under his breath. Xiaobai glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, then still didn't take him along. He wrote a line in his workbook, tossed it onto his desk, and quickly left the classroom. He wrote, "In a few minutes the zombie virus will break out. Beware of Lu Shizhou. Hurry and leave the school to go home." Whether Li Tingyi believed it or not, he could at least be at peace with his conscience. There was no choice. If he got bitten to death a few more times, he might very well be driven insane. So, he could only abandon his childhood friend Li Tingyi. Xiaobai put away his heavy feelings and strode downstairs. This time he hadn't brought that big guy Li Tingyi. He was exceptionally fast and had already reached the school gate by the time screams rang out in the classroom building. After exchanging a few words with the gatekeeper uncle, the zombie virus on the playground also erupted. He successfully persuaded the gatekeeper to open the gate and escaped from Yangqing University. Everything after that went smoothly. He scanned a shared bike, spent 10 minutes riding back to Hepingjiayuan. Hepingjiayuan is an old residential complex with decades of history, not far from the school, home to many students and parents. Today the complex was very quiet, with few people on the road. Xiaobai didn't think much about it. After spending his living expenses on essentials at the supermarket by the complex gate, he hurried back home. He lived on the 6th floor, and the first thing he did after coming in was lock the doors and windows. After finishing all that, he finally relaxed, lay down on the sofa to catch his breath, and thought about what to do next. His parents had gone on a honeymoon trip this month to celebrate their 25th silver anniversary. The destination was some remote island abroad. Judging by the current situation, even if a zombie virus had broken out worldwide, their place would still be relatively safe, as long as they could secure food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. My parents shouldn't be a worry anymore. He just needs to take care of his own little life. So, am I the only one left? Xiaobai murmured, suddenly stood up, ran to the balcony, and looked out the window. The street showed nothing unusual. It was the same as always, passers-by coming and going, some leisurely, some hurried. A stark contrast to the school, which felt like purgatory. Indeed, human joys and sorrows are not the same. I wonder how the school is, now. Why, even after leaving, does the anxious feeling not lessen in the slightest? Xiaobai exhaled heavily, rummaged through the bedside table for his phone, then returned to the window, watching the time and live news while observing the street below. When the clock reached 5, the quiet city gradually became chaotic and noisy. The clean streets were slowly stained with blood, passers-by losing their composure and running frantically. Behind them, the ones trying to kill them were their former kind. Those who fell to the rear would be captured, torn apart and eaten, and when they lost their humanity, transformed into another kind of creature and joined the ranks hunting humans. Round and round, the cycle repeated. Half an hour. Half an hour after the virus outbreak, the zombies had already spread from the school to the surrounding streets and residential areas. At this rate, it would only take a few days for the entire city to fall. His friends, classmates, people he once knew, would all become walking corpses. By then, he would truly be completely alone. For some reason, Xiaobai suddenly felt a bit terrified by this thought. He dropped his eyes and kept refreshing the web page on his phone. A breaking live report appeared on his screen. Yangqing outbreak of a super-level dangerous virus. The concentrated outbreak location is suspected to be Yangqing University. This virus is highly contagious. Residents of Yangqing, please isolate at home, do not have any contact with infected persons, protect your personal safety, and await rescue. I have to say, after seeing this kind of news statement, Xiaobai felt much more at ease. He finally agreed to sit down. Although he still felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, it was much better than before. They hadn't been sitting like that long when a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Xiaobai sprang up from the sofa, rushed to the door, and looked through the peephole. The person outside the door was standing to the left. He could only see a section of black clothing. The only person at school who knew his home address was Li Tingyi, who had grown up with him and often dropped by. Li Tingyi was also wearing black today. Li Tingyi is fine. Xiaobai was overjoyed, but to be safe, still asked one more question. Li Dazhuang. Is that you? The person outside the door muttered a low, The voice was very low, hard to make out who it was. But Xiaobai had already assumed it was him, and in his subconscious he very much hoped the person outside was Li Tingyi. So he didn't hesitate and opened the door. As soon as a narrow gap appeared, the man's hand reached in and pressed against the doorframe. Chapter 5 The Sixth Loop. Xiaobai's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the man, all his enthusiasm and joy instantly cooled, like a basin of cold water poured over snow in the dead of winter. Cool to the bone, spirits soaring. His heart didn't soar, instead, it suddenly sank to the bottom of a valley. Outside the door stood a tall, thin man who was also quite handsome, completely the opposite of Li Tingyi. "Looks like you're disappointed to see me," Lu Shijiu said in a low voice, red light flickering in his eyes. Xiaobai gave a mock laugh, heh, and asked, "How did you know my family lives here?" Lu Shijiu's eyes flashed, "I found it in the student records in the homeroom teacher's office." Careless. I originally thought zombies wouldn't knock, so I forgot about that not quite normal zombie guy, Lu Shijiu. I originally thought Lu Shijiu didn't know his house, so I forgot that student records exist. Heavens are against me. Now I don't have to worry about Li Tingyi anymore, he'll be joining him soon, sob. Even thinking that, Xiaobai still wanted to struggle a bit. "Do you want to come in and sit?" He said one thing but meant another, shifting his body slightly to the side. Then, as Lu Shijiu loosened his hand from the door frame and was about to step inside, she suddenly reached out to shove him, trying to push him out the door. But, she couldn't budge him. She pushed again, still nothing. God damn it. We're all men, what did Lu Shijiu grow up eating? The situation was a bit awkward now. Xiaobai let out two hee-hee laughs and lightly patted Lu Shijiu's chest. "Nice pecs, where did you train for those?" Lu Shijiu lowered his eyes and stared at him, his expression strange. A crimson glow flickered in his eyes for a long while before gradually fading. He strode into the room with authority and sat down on the sofa. And Xiaobai was like a fish on a chopping board, no matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape being slaughtered. Xiaobai had to choose whether to run away or to go deliver himself. Needless to say, being with Lu Shijiu was like having a time bomb tied to you, always on edge, wondering if you'd die in the next second. Anyone would know what to choose. Either way you'd die, rebelling might be a tiny bit better, but it was almost the same as going to behead yourself. So, Xiaobai ran. He had observed that the neighborhood was relatively quiet and not heavily infected, he just needed to find a place to hide. He hid for a long time, but Lu Shijiu still didn't appear. He sneaked back again, all stealthy. On the 6th floor, his door stood wide open, inside there wasn't the slightest movement, it was very quiet. He entered cautiously, just in case. For ease of escape he didn't close the door, and tiptoed through each room, checking them once. Only after confirming Lu Shijiu wasn't at his place did he finally breathe a sigh of relief and prepared to close the door. He turned, and his whole body froze on the spot. "Are you looking for me?" Lu Shijiu, who had somehow ended up sitting on the living room sofa, had a smile that was neither quite a smile nor not at the corner of his mouth. Xiaobai immediately tried to run again, but this time Lu Shijiu caught up, grabbed his arm and pulled him into his embrace. His damp, cold breath blew against his ear, making the fine hairs on his ear stand up one by one. "Still trying to run? I'm not patient enough to play with you anymore," Lu Shijiu said in a low voice, each word bursting from his throat as if telling a story. Xiaobai trembled all over, understanding what Lu Shijiu meant. He was his food. Xiaobai felt his body being wound tighter and tighter in Lu Shijiu's arms, and that cold breath brushed the back of his ear. This was more unbearable than being bitten to death. It's like when you're getting a shot and the nurse keeps dabbing alcohol on you without ever actually giving it, never letting you get it over with. But you know the injection is going to happen eventually, so it might as well be done quickly and directly. This kind of psychological forewarning doesn't relax people, on the contrary, it makes them progressively more anxious. Therefore, Xiaobai couldn't help but curse out loud. "Are you fucking going to eat or not? If you're going to eat, hurry up. You blabbering mess, what kind of man are you? I curse you to be a zombie and still be a lonely dog. To die alone and old." Having said that, Lu Shijiu finally gave him a decisive answer. And Xiaobai at least managed to be defiant once before dying. The psychological satisfaction masked some of the pain. Xiaobai felt like he had somewhat grown used to the pain of being bitten. He didn't know whether that was a good thing or a bad thing. The 5th time I woke up, I was still in the classroom. The moment I opened my eyes I saw Li Tingyi's simple, honest face, and the unexpected feeling was rather pleasant. To be honest, leaving him behind made me feel a bit guilty. That sense of helplessness and loneliness peaked when I hid alone in my room. Being alone didn't feel so great either. Since he had the ability to come back, why not bring along the important people and find a way to survive together? Shenbai thought this, his mind suddenly clearing, and he slapped Li Tingyi on the back. Holy shit, holy shit. Li Tingyi woke with a start, flailing his arms and legs in fright, making such a racket that everyone in the class turned to look. Shenbai didn't leave him embarrassed, he stood up straight away. Teacher, Li Tingyi has a stomach ache. I'll take him to the infirmary. This time, Shenbai did not take Li Tingyi to flee the school. Because there were too many people on the playground, it would be difficult to get out. And with that madman Lu Shizhou around, running home would be useless. He first went to the teacher's office, checked today's class schedule, memorized it silently, and then took Li Tingyi to the vacant art classroom on the 6th floor. After entering the classroom, they locked the doors and windows, then propped them with desks before finally resting. This series of actions struck Li Tingyi as naturally strange and inexplicable. Fortunately, the two had grown up together and were childhood friends as well as sworn buddies. If it had been anyone else, he would truly have suspected they were planning to do something illegal to him. What have you been doing all this time? Shenbai glanced at him and, showing some foresight, handed him a rag. You'll see soon enough. Hold on to it, it might come in handy. He said that, then leaned back toward the window and lifted the edge of the curtain to look outside. Li Tingyi held the rag, looking baffled. He couldn't help but get curious, edging closer to Shenbai and staring at the perfectly ordinary, quiet corridor outside. Time passed, minute by minute. Just as his curiosity and patience were about to run out, a scream rang through the entire building. Chapter 6 Shen the Prophet by. Today was overcast. The sky, already dim, seemed to grow even darker. In the dim classroom, two students in school uniforms crouched in the corner. The slightly fatter one had a rag stuffed in his mouth, looking as if he wanted to cry but couldn't shed a tear. Li Tingyi stifled the scream that rose to his throat, finally understanding what Shenbai had meant earlier. Screams rose and fell outside the classroom. He stayed calm for a long moment before speaking. How did you know there would be a zombie outbreak? Shenbai was too lazy to explain further and just pretended to be inscrutably profound. I'm not pretending. I'm a prophet, I can know in advance what will happen. Li Tingyi fell silent for a moment, as if he couldn't believe Shenbai would be in the mood to joke at a time like this. Then tell me what my future wife looks like. Shenbai counted on his fingers for a moment, then shook his head heavily. Nope, you'll be single your whole life. Screw you. Li Tingyi laughed and gave Shenbai a thump on the back, his mood considerably lighter and more relaxed. Then tell me, what exactly should we do next? Originally he thought that because Shenbai seemed so calm, he must have a plan. But Shenbai only shook his head, we'll take it one step at a time. After he spoke, Li Tingyi was about to ask something else when the classroom window was heavily struck by a zombie, frightening him into silence. Time passed second by second. The screams and shrieks inside the school gradually turned into beast-like roars. This meant more and more zombies, and fewer living people. A death-like silence in the classroom. Shenbai and Li Tingyi stared at each other, their eyes filled with an indescribable heaviness and gloom. Suddenly, a flurry of quick, chaotic footsteps sounded in the corridor. Then, the classroom door was knocked. Shenbai glanced at Li Tingyi, shook his head, and signaled him not to act rashly. After all, even a guy like Lu Shizhou would knock, that alone couldn't confirm whether whoever was outside the door was human. Soon, the doorknob was turned as well, but Shenbai had locked it, so it couldn't be opened. And the zombies' hissing began to rise through the previously fairly quiet 6th floor. Accompanied by the ever-closer hissing, a panicked female voice rang out. The art room's been locked, what do we do? They're coming. It was Gu Shitting's voice. Shenbai had already wanted to save Gu Shitting, he was just waiting for the right moment. Since Gu Shitting was still alive now, he, as before, wouldn't stand by and let her die. Shenbai did not hesitate and immediately got up to unlock the front door. In the corridor, the few people who had been about to batter the door suddenly rushed into the classroom. Behind them, two grotesque zombies were slowly moving closer. Seeing this, Shenbai hurriedly closed the door again and locked it. She turned around, and a petite body suddenly threw itself into his arms. Woo-woo Shenbai. Thank goodness you're okay. I was so scared. Gu Shitting sobbed softly in his arms, she really did seem to be very frightened. Shenbai stiffened, a little at a loss for how to comfort a girl. It's okay, you, don't be like that. He thought for a moment, lifted his hand, intending to pat the girl's back. But when his hand was halfway up, it hung in midair, and he suddenly felt an intense chill. The chill was emanating from beside him. Xiaobai turned his face and saw the one person he least wanted to see, and those crimson eyes that signaled danger. Lu Shijiu had actually slipped into the group. And he was the one who had personally let him in, he hadn't noticed at all. Judging by everyone's expressions, it seemed none of them had noticed Lu Shijiu's abnormality either. Xiaobai swallowed and wanted to make amends. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. At that moment, Lu Shijiu was already standing behind him, slowly closing in. Xiaobai stopped hesitating and hurriedly turned to Gu Shiting. Men and women shouldn't have physical contact, I don't like you. Don't do this again. It's just a pity he spoke too late. No sooner had the words fallen than the sharp fangs at his neck paused for a moment, then plunged into his skin without hesitation. A soft tongue kept licking the wound while large gulps drew his blood. Blood stained the corners of Lu Shijiu's mouth, his eyes reddened as he wore a look of satisfaction. No one had ever imagined Lu Shijiu could be a zombie, everything fell into disarray at once. But what happened next, Xiaobai no longer knew. He sat in the classroom, looking at the familiar scene before him, feeling somewhat helpless. He had looped again. This time, he once again chose to bring Li Tingyi into the art classroom. He just decided not to open the door for anyone anymore. How did the art classroom get locked? What should we do? They're coming. Hearing Gu Shiting's anxious voice, Xiaobai remained unmoved. Instead, it was Li Tingyi's eunuch who was anxious, not the emperor. Xiaobai, it's the campus bell. Let them in quickly. Xiaobai snorted coldly and didn't move. Then there were sudden bangs on the door outside, each thump was so forceful that the windows trembled with every hit. In the end, it was only because Xiaobai really worried they would break the door and then inevitably be bitten that he got up to open it for them. After opening the door, Xiaobai knew Gu Shiting would pounce, so he moved aside in advance, causing Gu Shiting to miss and almost fall to the ground. Gu Shiting pushed away the hand of the boy beside her who was supporting her, and took 2 steps toward Xiaobai. Xiaobai. Thank God you're okay. I was so scared. Xiaobai saw this and hurriedly stepped back, only to press against a solid wall of flesh. He turned his head and glanced once, it was Lu Shijiu, silently watching him. Xiaobai shivered and quickly reassured, it's fine, just stay away from me. Gu Shiting heard this and her delicate face was full of disbelief. Why, are you worried I'll get bitten? I'm not bitten, really. Seeing Gu Shiting still walking toward him, Xiaobai hurriedly hid behind Lu Shijiu. It's still unclear what's going on right now. In any case, everyone should keep some distance. Everyone nodded in agreement. Gu Shiting could only walk away helplessly with a wan expression. Lu Shijiu glanced back at Xiaobai, who had told him to keep his distance and was standing behind him, felt the warmth coming from him, and tugged at the corner of his mouth. Xiaobai had just relaxed and was turning his gaze to see if Lu Shijiu's eyes were red when he noticed that strange smile. No matter how you look at it, it rivals the weirdness of the red-eye special effect. He hurriedly crawled out from behind him and, with Li Tingyi, found a corner to sit in. Fortunately this time, after half an hour passed, Lu Shijiu still showed no sign of having an episode. It seems the previous calamity has been avoided. So it really is related to Gu Shiting. As long as I keep my distance from Gu Shiting from now on, it should be fine, right? Inside the classroom, everyone was lost in their own thoughts. A bespectacled, refined-looking boy was the first to break the silence. My name is Lin Sen, the class monitor of Class 3. Now that things have come to this, let's talk about how this happened. Chapter 7 Turning Point. Class 3, the same class as Gu Shiting. It was also him who had supported Gu Shiting earlier. Kind of interesting. Xiaobai's gaze swept across Lin Sen and Gu Shiting's faces. Thinking of Gu Shiting's confession to him yesterday, he's glad he said he'd need to think it over first. Otherwise, isn't there a faint green glow starting to appear above his head now? However, he had already planned to put clear distance between himself and Gu Shiting. When the apocalypse arrives, romantic attachments are the least important things. But remembering the kindness she once showed, he would do his best to keep her safe. Have you all watched zombie movies? Seeing everyone looking distraught, Xiaobai had to speak first. His words hit the mark, everyone nodded gravely. Xiaobai continued, this is exactly our situation now, only we don't know what's happening outside. Is it localized, or is it widespread? If it's localized, we can still wait for rescue. If it's widespread, then we're facing the apocalypse and must find our own way out. This topic is heavy, but it is a problem that must be faced. But obviously, no one is willing to think about the worst outcome. Then let's wait here for rescue first, Lin Sen said. Right, what else can we do besides waiting? It's all monsters outside, if we go out we'll be stepping into death, one terrified girl in the group said, her face full of fear. I agree too. Gu Shitting said weakly, then her tone shifted as her bright eyes turned to Xiaobai. But wherever Xiaobai goes, I'll go too, I'll follow him in everything. Caught off guard when named, Xiaobai. Seeing Lu Shijiu suddenly cast a glance from the corner, Xiaobai's heart skipped a beat and he hurried to state his position. There's no use listening to me alone, this kind of thing depends on everyone's opinion. Li Tingyi, what do you think? Li Tingyi scratched his head. This place is relatively safe for now. I think we should stay here for a couple of days and see how things go. After the five had all given their views, everyone turned their gaze to Lu Shijiu, who had not yet spoken. Lu Shijiu said carelessly, aren't you hungry? Those words instantly put Xiaobai on guard. You're hungry? Lu Shijiu stared at him for a moment, until Xiaobai became restless, then slowly shook his head. Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief and said, I'm not hungry for now. I should be able to hold out for another 2 days. Before my strength runs out, we need to think of something else. We have to think of another way. Even if they're not hungry now, what if Lu Shijiu suddenly gets ravenous and goes berserk? We still have to get rid of him. Lu Shijiu withdrew his gaze and suggested, the stock in the supermarket next to the canteen is enough for us to eat for half a year, maybe we can use it as a new base. Of course, when to go is up to you. That's a good suggestion. Only Xiaobai didn't quite understand how Lu Shijiu, a single zombie, could sincerely try to help them find a solution. The sky gradually darkened, moonlight pouring in through the window, hazy, quiet, and mysterious. But everyone's hearts were not calm. That night, no one in the art classroom was asleep. Of course, with the sound of zombies pacing the corridors and the occasional snarl, no one could sleep. Xiaobai lay on the floor, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Irritated, he turned over, only to be startled by the person behind him and nearly cry out. He saw Lu Shijiu, who had somehow lain down behind him, the moonlight fell on his face, pale to the point of lifelessness, as if he were a corpse. Oh no, that's not right, Lu Shijiu was already a dead man. Xiaobai glanced at Lu Shijiu's pale, thin lips and silently edged back a little. What are you doing? Lu Shijiu's gaze flicked between his lips and his throat, the tip of his tongue lightly licking his lips, making Xiaobai's heart race with fear. Fortunately, he quickly withdrew that look and turned his gaze to Xiaobai. What's going on between you and Gu Shitting? A sudden alarm blared in Xiaobai's heart. Here it comes. As expected, Lu Shijiu still couldn't let his guard down around him, afraid he'd steal the campus bell, Xiaobai hurriedly distanced himself, there's nothing between her and me, we're just ordinary classmates. Ordinary classmates. Lu Shijiu lowered his eyes and murmured, then suddenly looked up, so why did you say you'd think about it when she confessed to you yesterday? Isn't that because you have feelings for her? That question left Xiaobai speechless. He almost forgot that Lu Shijiu had also been present when Gu Shitting confessed to him yesterday. At the time he was still quite pleased with himself, even showing off a little in front of Lu Shijiu. But now, he just wanted this madman to quiet down for a while and stay far away from him. Perhaps his expression was too complicated, or perhaps he hesitated too long. Lu Shijiu's face slowly darkened. Is it that hard to answer? Seems I was right, you like her, don't you? Hearing that, Xiaobai suddenly came to his senses. Seeing the faint red glow appear in Lu Shijiu's eyes, he was frightened and kept denying it. No, no. I don't like her. Lu Shijiu snorted lightly, clearly not believing him. Xiaobai was still racking his brains for a way to respond, unaware that Lu Shijiu had already decided he was making excuses. In Lu Shijiu's eyes, his anxiety was nothing but anger at having been hit in a sensitive spot. So, Xiaobai was bitten to death again because he said the wrong thing. In the moonlit classroom, the two boys held each other tightly. Blood spread out beneath them, like the most exquisite roses. What a fucking piece of crap. Xiaobai wanted to cry but had no tears, he was already prepared to start over again. What he didn't expect was that when he opened his eyes it was dim, and the place he saw was not the well-lit classroom. What was beneath him wasn't a desk either, but a cold, hard floor. The time point had changed. This loop, unexpectedly, was a rebirth into the art classroom, and it was even evening. Which meant. Xiaobai cautiously rolled over, and sure enough, Lu Shijiu was staring right at him from behind, eerily unnerving. Just like last time, Lu Shijiu asked him the same question. What's going on between you and Gu Shiding? This time Xiaobai didn't hesitate and directly told Lu Shijiu everything he wanted to hear. We're nothing, just ordinary classmates. Yesterday she confessed to me. I said I'd think about it because she's a girl and I felt awkward rejecting her outright, planning to let her cool off and reject her today. I don't like her at all, really. Xiaobai spoke sincerely, and even raised his voice so he'd be sure Lu Shijiu could hear. Now Lu Shijiu heard it too, and everyone else heard it clearly as well. Before long, soft sobs from the girls and Lin Sen's comforting voice came from the art classroom. Xiaobai felt a bit guilty, but seeing Lu Shijiu watching his expression, he forced an awkward smile and reached out to pat his shoulder. Brother, if you like someone, go after them, don't worry about my feelings. The implication was, go after the school beauty quickly, stop clinging to him. But to Lu Shijiu's ears, these words meant something entirely different. Chapter 8 Moving the Survival Base. Lu Shijiu looked at Xiaobai's increasingly handsome face under the moonlight, his throat involuntarily rolling, his gaze growing even deeper. Want to eat him? No. I can't. His eyes struggled. After a long time, he forced himself to suppress that urge and closed his eyes. Xiaobai saw that Lu Shijiu was ignoring him. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, then turned back over and continued to rest with his eyes closed. Fortunately, the matter had finally been made clear to him, and Gu Shiding had heard it too. She probably wouldn't cause trouble again. Thinking this, Xiaobai slept more soundly. The few of them stayed in the art classroom for 2 days like this. They were safe enough, but all were hungry and thirsty, barely holding on. If things continued like this, they would very likely lose the ability to act from lack of energy. If we can't get to the supermarket by then, we'll just starve to death in the art classroom. Therefore, everyone voted unanimously to set out for the supermarket and make it the new stronghold. But it's one thing to think it and another to actually act. The difficulty was far from trivial. To survive, they dismantled the desks and chairs in the art room and used them as shields to block the zombies' bites. The table legs were made of steel pipe. They found a way to compress them into a sharp shape to use as weapons against the zombies. Just before they left, Xiaobai was still teaching everyone. You've seen how zombies are fought in the movies, right? Stab the head, otherwise they won't die. Everyone nodded solemnly, filed out of the classroom one by one, and walked lightly down the corridor. They had already noticed over the past 2 days that the zombies seemed unable to see, but were particularly sensitive to sound, the scent of blood, and temperature. So they had to stay quiet, keep their distance from the zombies, and try as hard as possible to avoid getting hurt. Otherwise the zombies would swarm over them, and their fate would be nothing but death. The art classroom was on the 6th floor, and they wanted to get down to the 1st floor. The dangers involved went without saying. Fortunately the 6th floor had no classes, so there were very few zombies. The zombies were gathered in places like the corridors, classrooms, and playground, so the stairwells, which hindered zombie movement, were relatively clean. Even if a careless zombie ran into them, they could cooperate to kill it and keep going down. At first everyone was a bit unaccustomed to such bloody scenes, but they quickly got used to them through cooperation, and their descent became faster. They finally made it down to the 2nd floor, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they reached the ground floor, the area would be more open and their chances of escape would be greater. There shouldn't be too many people on the path from the teaching building to the cafeteria. After all, it wasn't dismissal time yet when the zombie outbreak started. So, they had a good chance of making it to the supermarket. Xiaobai stood on tiptoe and quickened his steps as he went downstairs. He and Li Tingyi walked at the front, Lu Shijiu and Lin Sen brought up the rear, the 2 girls protected in the middle. It looked like the 1st floor was flat ahead, only a few steps away, when an accident happened. A series of crisp sounds echoed through the building. That was the sound of the steel pipe hitting the stairs and rolling downward. Xiaobai's heart skipped a beat. He glanced back and saw Gu Shiding standing there, her face ashen and she looked stunned and at a loss. Ever since he saw her this morning, she had been a little absent-minded and unfocused. He had been worried too. he never expected his worry would actually come true. The building fell silent for a moment, then in the next second erupted into frantic commotion. The zombies on the second floor surged toward the stairwell, stumbling clumsily as they went down. Worse still, some of them simply tumbled down the stairs. Xiaobai had a bad feeling, turned to dash out the stairwell, but saw zombies already closing in ahead. He no longer cared whether he could speak. Hurry, charge. As soon as the words fell, he led Li Tingyi and rushed ahead. He held a wooden plank in his left hand like a shield, blocking the zombie's gaping mouth. He picked up the sharp steel pipe with his right hand and drove it hard into the zombie's forehead. With a SPT sound, the steel pipe sank in about half its length. The hard skull burst open like a watermelon, splattering dark red blood. Blood stained Xiaobai's clothes and face, his stomach churned, but he forced it down, finished off another zombie beside Li Tingyi, and ran quickly out of the building. It took the zombies outside some time to gather, but those covering the rear weren't so lucky. The number of zombies on the second floor was large and dense, surging onto the stairs in a terrifying way, and it was almost entirely up to Lu Shijiu alone to hold them back. Lin Sen, who looked weak and delicate, really was frail. He was being shoved backward by the zombies, nearly stumbling on the stairs. As for the two girls, they had already followed Xiaobai down the stairs. Xiaobai could have run off originally, after all, Lu Shijiu was a zombie, so nothing would happen to him. And his original purpose had been to leave Lu Shijiu behind. But when the moment actually came, he hesitated. Lu Shijiu had been helping them, would it be too inhumane to abandon him? In that moment of hesitation, the zombies on the playground were already drawing closer and closer. There was no other choice, so Xiaobai called out, "Lin Sen, Lu Shijiu, hurry and go." After saying that, he led the others and fled first, running toward the supermarket and the cafeteria. Halfway there, Lin Sen caught up, but Lu Shijiu was nowhere to be seen. Xiaobai hesitated for a moment, then quietly asked, "Where's Lu Shijiu?" Lin Sen looked ashamed. He stayed behind alone to hold off those zombies so we could get away safely. Everyone understood what that meant. Lu Shijiu had traded his life for their safety. For a moment, everyone's spirits sank, and the two girls couldn't help choking back sobs. "It's all my fault, it's all my fault." Gu Shiding ran while crying, constantly blaming herself. She looked as if Lu Shijiu were already dead. Only Xiaobai knew Lu Shijiu couldn't die. He was saddened for only an instant before recalling the few times he had been bitten to death, and his heart immediately went cold. Isn't this development exactly to his liking? And it was Lu Shijiu who willingly stayed behind. He had no need to feel guilty. Although the five of them were in low spirits and physically and mentally exhausted, they nonetheless persisted and ran to their destination. The supermarket's glass doors were wide open, and 5 zombies were wandering aimlessly inside. Among them were 2 staff aunties wearing aprons. Behind them, some zombies from the playground and teaching building had chased after them, pursuing relentlessly. After weighing the pros and cons, Xiaobai rushed into the supermarket and plunged his weapon into a zombie's skull. The others, seeing this, couldn't afford to stay down and hurried forward to help. One person handled 1 zombie each. 2 girls naturally weren't enough and were nearly grabbed. Fortunately, after Xiaobai took care of one, he quickly went to help them. The group finished off the 5 zombies in the supermarket before the ones outside caught up, then shut the door and pushed a shelving unit in front of it. After finishing all this, everyone was exhausted and sat on the ground, panting. After resting for a long while, they finally turned their gaze to the food scattered around the room. Chapter 9: The Rabbit That Rose Up to Resist. Having gone 2.5 days without eating or drinking, everyone was starving. They devoured the food and drank greedily, fully absorbed in the meal, completely forgetting that someone was missing from the group. So when Lu Shijiu suddenly appeared, they were all startled. After all, no one thought Lu Shijiu could come out alive from the horde of zombies. But the fact is, that's exactly the situation now. Lu Shijiu stood at the door, his clothes stained with blood, yet his posture was straight and his expression calm as he knocked on the door indifferently. Behind him, the zombies, having heard the noise, were already moving this way, but he did not look back. He just stared straight at Xiaobai through the glass door. Xiaobai's heart skipped a beat, hesitating without making a move. The others were the same, holding back with reservations. "Lu Shijiu, were you bitten? Do you have any wounds? Where did the blood come from? As long as you prove you weren't bitten, we'll let you in." Lu Shijiu listened to everyone's questions and remained silent. Shenbai watched the zombie behind him getting closer and closer, his heart tensing, yet he still didn't speak to help him. Lu Shijiu is a zombie, he'll be fine. As long as everyone sees his true nature, he won't be able to act with them anymore. For Shenbai, that meant one less huge threat. Under a weighing of pros and cons, any sane person would know what to do. But, for some reason Shenbai still felt a bit ashamed and guilty. After all this time, Lu Shijiu hadn't bitten him, and had even helped them. They shut him out, that was too much. The man beside him, Li Tingyi, perhaps feeling a little guilty, spoke up to persuade them, why don't we let him in first? If he's been bitten, we can just tie him up, right? Hesitating, the group watched the zombie about to lunge at Lu Shijiu and hurriedly pulled open the shelves, opened the door, and dragged Lu Shijiu inside. After all that was done, everyone kept their distance from him. Are you okay? At everyone's questioning, Lu Shijiu shook his head and walked slowly toward Shenbai. Shenbai had a bad premonition and couldn't help taking a few steps back. No way, surely you don't mean he'll be bitten even if he didn't speak up for him? Watching Lu Shijiu close in step by step, his eyes flashing red, Shenbai thought quickly and shouted, he was bitten, tie him up quickly. When everyone heard this and saw Lu Shijiu's abnormal appearance, they quickly believed him. Li Tingyi and Lin Sun, the two men, stepped forward and seized Lu Shijiu's hands, one on each side. Lu Shijiu finally tore his gaze away from Shenbai's panicked face and glanced at the two men beside him. Then, with a shake of both hands, a great force hurled Li Tingyi and Lin Sun out. Keep in mind, Li Tingyi weighed 160 jin. This was simply not something an ordinary person could do. Shenbai swallowed and felt that Lu Shijiu was probably some kind of mutated, upgraded zombie. Possessing human consciousness, but also easily losing reason and going mad. At that moment, his agile limbs and sharp fangs were the most dangerous and lethal things. As expected, Shenbai was bitten to death again. Inside the supermarket, the handsome and sunny youth was pinned against the shelf. Another tall man pressed against him, wrapping his arms tightly around his waist, his head resting on his shoulder. From behind, anyone who didn't know would have thought the two were into some gay stuff. Shenbai was furious. So furious his teeth ached. Fortunately I woke up in the supermarket, so I didn't have to fight the zombie again. From these cycles, it seems the rebirth timing keeps shifting, settling on a safe point before death. That actually saves a lot of trouble. Otherwise, reliving the same time and events over and over would drive him insane sooner or later. While Shenbai was lost in thought, Lu Shijiu reappeared. This time, before anyone could ask, he walked over and pushed the shelf aside, letting Lu Shijiu in. At the same time, he casually grabbed a bottle of drink and placed it behind him. You've worked hard, I'll buy you a drink. Having said that, he raised the glass bottle he had been carrying on his back and smashed it hard down onto Lu Shijiu's head. With a clatter, the glass bottle shattered into pieces, shards spraying out and grazing Shenbai's cheek. A stinging pain came across his cheek, but Shenbai didn't care. Watching Lu Shijiu's head burst open, he was very satisfied. That damn dog snaps at people for no reason. Even a cornered rabbit will fight back. He wanted Lu Shijiu to know that he wasn't someone to be messed with. Lu Shijiu felt a bit puzzled. He reached out and wiped the blood from his forehead, frowned slightly, and looked toward Shenbai. When she saw the wound on Shenbai's cheek, her expression faltered and her eyes darkened. While everyone was still shocked that Shenbai had suddenly hit someone and couldn't understand what was happening, they saw Lu Shijiu pounce on Shenbai and pin him to the ground, lowering his head to kiss Shenbai's cheek and neck. The scene was so ambiguous and provocative that no one dared to look. Gu Shiting's little face went instantly pale. It wasn't until Lu Shijiu raised his head, revealing a mouth full of blood, that they realized something was wrong. After fighting with Lu Shijiu, Shenbai felt much more relaxed. One life in exchange for giving Lu Shijiu a good beating, satisfying. Knock knock knock. There was a knock at the door. Shenbai looked over at the sound. Lu Shijiu was standing outside the glass door. Maybe because he was in a pretty good mood, that punchable face didn't seem as annoying. Lu Shijiu, did you get bitten? As before, everyone questioned Lu Shijiu. This time, Shenbai chose to speak up for him. Let him in first, after all, without him we never would have made it this far. Then I'll check him for wounds. If there are wounds, I'll tie him up, you don't need to worry. Shenbai went against everyone's objections and let Lu Shijiu in, then took him to the supermarket storage room. They would all stay in there until they were sure Lu Shijiu was safe. Of course, Xiaobai knew there were no wounds on Lu Shijiu's body. Because he was one of the first mutated zombies, not someone who was infected later. And zombies will not attack other zombies. The only reason Xiaobai suggested that was to put everyone at ease and to save Lu Shijiu's face. Take off your clothes. Xiaobai leaned against the wall and said coolly. Lu Shijiu watched him for a while. He returned the gaze without changing expression. After a long time, Lu Shijiu's eyes flickered, and he finally made a move. It was early spring now, and most people were wearing two-piece outfits. Lu Shijiu was very tall and slim, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, a walking clothes hanger. She wore a loose overcoat outside, which made her look very elegant. After she took off the coat and revealed the white shirt underneath, she looked even more pleasing to the eye. Xiaobai couldn't put a name to that sort of quality, but he felt it was somewhat sexy. Thinking that, Xiaobai appraised Lu Shijiu up and down like he was looking at a pretty girl. Lu Shijiu was momentarily taken aback by the look, and his hands stopped moving. Xiaobai impatiently urged, hurry up. Keep taking it off. Chapter 10 Inspecting the Wound. Lu Shijiu stood motionless, just quietly watching Xiaobai. Xiaobai felt a bit guilty under his gaze, but then he straightened up with resolve. If you don't take it off, I won't be able to explain things to the people outside. We're both men, it's nothing, as long as I confirm you don't have any wounds, that's fine. Lu Shijiu's gaze was deep and distant, he looked at Xiaobai for a long while more before withdrawing his eyes. He raised his long neck, his Adam's apple rolling slightly. His long fingers moved from top to bottom, unbuttoning the shirt one button at a time. Xiaobai inexplicably felt a little thrilled and continued, and the pants. This time, Lu Shijiu didn't listen to him and stood still again. Xiaobai of course knew what Lu Shijiu was thinking. They're both men, it's perfectly normal to look. But as a romantic rival, he certainly didn't want it to be discovered that he was inferior to the other person. He. Xiaobai remembered how he was always steamrolled in his studies, and suddenly a fierce competitive streak flared up. If Lu Shijiu doesn't want him to see it, then he absolutely must see it. Not only will he look, he'll compete too. After the match he comforted her again, actually you're not young anymore either. Just thinking about it felt great. Xiaobai was secretly pleased, but his face remained serious. Aren't you embarrassed? If you are, I can go with you. Lu Shijiu's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. Xiaobai took that as tacit consent and quickly took off his own. Still secretly pleased, he looked at Lu Shijiu with bright, shining eyes. Alright, it's your turn. No need to be embarrassed now, right? Lu Shijiu still didn't speak, just stared at him intently. Under his gaze, Xiaobai inexplicably felt utterly exposed with nowhere to hide. Oh no! He forgot that he was a zombie. That won't whet his appetite, will it? Damn it! Xiaobai felt somewhat uneasy under the stare. Fortunately, Lu Shijiu quickly withdrew that look and made a move. He unhurriedly took off his own, then step by step, walked up to Xiaobai. Xiaobai, who had been bitten before and gotten used to it, instinctively took 2 steps back. Seeing this, Lu Shijiu stopped and raised an eyebrow at him. Aren't you supposed to check the wound? Check then. Xiaobai snapped back to his senses, a little embarrassed that he'd actually chickened out. But it didn't matter, now was the time to show his bravery. Alright, you don't need to be nervous. Xiaobai smiled, with a hint of reassurance. In truth, with ill intent, he appraised Lu Shijiu's body from head to toe. The more he looked, the harder it was for the smile on his face to hold. There was no helping it, Lu Shijiu's figure was too good. Lean but not weak, muscular without being overdone, everything was just right. Jealousy. Xiaobai's face contorted with jealousy for a moment, then quickly recovered. It doesn't matter, a good figure doesn't mean strong ability. Look at Lu Shijiu's previous performance, he must be afraid of being hurt. Thinking this, Xiaobai regained some confidence and then moved deftly. Lu Shijiu was quick to react, holding his hand down, his expression dark and unreadable. What are you doing? Xiaobai wore a forced smile and said matter-of-factly, this needs to be checked too. No. Why not? Are you afraid of something? Xiaobai said with an innuendo. Lu Shijiu lowered his gaze and looked at him, his eyes were dark and deep. He was silent for a moment, the veins on his forehead twitching, then he let go of his hand as if resigned. Of course, in Xiaobai's view, this was nothing more than the last desperate struggle to preserve his dignity. The next second, he was stunned. At that moment, he regretted all his previous ignorance. At that moment, he kept berating himself for why he had humiliated himself. At the same time, he was also deeply crushed. Why, in every aspect he took pride in, could he never measure up to Lu Shijiu? Why? Xiaobai was somewhat dazed, remaining unresponsive for a long while. After a long moment, a voice came from above his head. Have you finished checking or not? Xiaobai nodded, said nothing, stood up with a wooden face, and when he turned and raised one foot, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Misfortunes never come alone. Xiaobai lay on the ground, wanting to cry but with no tears. Lu Shijiu didn't have time to catch him, he was about to squat down and kneel behind him to help him up. Just then, the doorknob was turned. Why aren't you done yet? Voices came from outside the door, and the next second, the door was opened. When everyone saw the scene inside, all four faces were shocked. What are you doing? It wasn't surprising everyone misunderstood, the two of them current positions were simply too easy to give rise to imagination. This is broad daylight. What a show. Li Tingyi's expression changed as he looked at Xiaobai, teasing, Xiaobai, how come I never knew you were into this? The implication was almost explicit, you're really that kind of person. Xiaobai was momentarily bewildered and wanted to scold Li Tingyi, but when he saw everyone else's expressions, he immediately reacted, climbed out from under Lu Shijiu, and quickly put his pants back on. What the hell are you talking about? I just tripped, he tried to help me. Fuck. Li Tingyi seized the point and sneered, help you, my ass. Xiaobai. Xiaobai now wished he could go back to the year Li Tingyi was born, stop his parents from creating the product of their love, and paste him on the wall. What kind of ultimate bad friend is this? How outrageous. Chapter 11 The Cause of the Apocalypse Virus. Xiaobai explained for a long time before he finally got everyone to reluctantly believe that nothing had happened. Li Tingyi still looked rather regretful, why isn't that the case? Xiaobai snapped, what good would me being gay do you? If you're gay, won't that mean no one will compete with me for pretty girls? Who says pretty girls don't all like you? Don't worry, if I were gay, you'd be the first one I'd mess with. Li Tingyi looked disgusted, but teased with his mouth, come on, baby. As soon as the words fell, he felt a viper-like gaze stick to him. Turning his head, he saw Lu Shijiu in the corner staring straight at him, his expression incredibly strange. Li Tingyi suddenly shivered, thinking of a possibility. No way, Xiaobai isn't gay, but Lu Shijiu is, right? Is he attracted to Xiaobai or to him? Looks like I need to stay away from this guy. Li Tingyi thought, silently moving behind Xiaobai to block that terrifying gaze. Xiaobai didn't notice at all, only looking at the several disgusting zombie corpses in the supermarket as he stepped forward. Let's just throw them out, leaving them here isn't a solution. Those dirty, hard jobs naturally were done only by the guys. But the zombies' rotting bodies were truly revolting, apart from the unavoidable contact when lifting them, they tried as much as possible not to touch any other parts. If it hadn't been for a cell phone slipping out of a zombie's pants pocket while they were lifting it, they probably wouldn't have thought of this at all. A phone. Search the others. Xiaobai hadn't brought a phone to school, the others had lost theirs in the chaos. In short, none of them knew what was going on in Yangqing right now. Soon, they had found a total of 5 mobile phones. Unlocking was simple, just sweep it across the zombie's face. The face scan feature was incredibly powerful, it could even recognize that. Xiaobai sighed and began to go online to check the situation outside. The more he read, the grimmer his expression became. 2 days ago. Yangqing has broken out with a superclass dangerous virus. The concentrated outbreak appears to be at Yangqing University. This virus is highly contagious. Residents of Yangqing should isolate at home, avoid any contact with infected individuals, protect your personal safety, and await rescue. 1 day ago. This contagious virus is suspected to be a biochemical pathogen and has spread from Yangqing to surrounding cities. The authorities have decided to use force to suppress it, kill the infected, and enter Yangqing University to investigate the cause. Please wait patiently for rescue. Today. Abnormal situations have appeared in various places, the number of infected has surged dramatically, which will delay the decision to rescue Yangqing. Survivors of Yangqing University are requested to actively contact official authorities and cooperate with them to find the source of the virus and effectively develop an antidote. After reading it, everyone felt a bit anxious. What do we do? The rescue has been postponed, when will they come save us? And infected people have appeared everywhere. Could the end of the world really be coming? Xiaobai frowned, shook his head and said, that's not the point. The point is, our school is the outbreak site. As long as we find the cause, we can assist the authorities in developing an antidote and solve this crisis. Lin Sun said, but, the virus broke out suddenly. There are no traces at all. It's not trace-free, a voice said from the corner. Everyone turned toward the voice and saw Lu Shijiu. Lu Shijiu continued, 2 days ago we were vaccinated against the flu in the morning, and in the afternoon the zombie virus broke out. Isn't that a coincidence? Lin Sun disagreed, everyone was vaccinated. If it were related to the vaccine, why are we fine? As they argued, Xiaobai suddenly remembered something. Maybe it's really related to the vaccine. Are there a lot of people in your class who've been sleeping ever since they got vaccinated? Lin Sun, upon hearing this, thought carefully for a moment and nodded with a sullen expression. Xiaobai pressed his lips together and said heavily, it's the same in our class. I suspect they were the first batch of zombies. As for why we're fine, it's probably because the normal vaccines were contaminated with some other viral agent. The unlucky people who got those fake vaccines mutated and became the so-called zombies. Take someone like Lu Shijiu, he was always sleeping in class, and the first thing he did when he woke up was bite him. At first he didn't think the sleepers were a problem, but now it seems the virus must have been destroying their cellular tissue, turning them into a kind of living dead thing. The others digested this for a while and all accepted that explanation. So what do we do now? Xiaobai stood up, found a new backpack in the supermarket, and started stuffing food into it. What else can we do but go to the infirmary? There should still be leftover vaccines there. Lin Sun said in disbelief, from here, to the infirmary? Not to mention how dangerous the route is, even if we go, what then? What could it possibly change? Xiaobai glanced at him without stopping his movements. Didn't you see the news said they'd need our cooperation? After we find the vaccine, we can send the information to the authorities. The authorities will come to rescue us for the vaccine info. And once we produce an antidote, we can claim we helped save the world. Or are you planning to just wait to die in the supermarket? Lin Sun was clearly persuaded, but still a bit hesitant. But, if there really is no antidote, then this is truly the end of the world. Wouldn't we just be meaninglessly walking to our deaths? Xiaobai was silent for a moment, then said firmly, all the more reason we have to go. We are the only ones who might be able to save the world. Whether it truly is the end of the world, we won't know until we try. When he said this, just thinking about it made everyone start to feel their blood stir. Even the zombies outside the glass doors seemed a little less terrifying. After all, they were only freshmen, still seen by most people as children, at a stage of having little social experience and being fairly innocent. At this stage, they had unlimited courage and energy to accomplish anything that might succeed. I'll do as you say. Li Tingyi was the first to stand up. Imitating Xiaobai, he grabbed a backpack and ate. Someone took the lead, and the others also stood up one after another to prepare food for the coming days. Seeing this, Xiaobai smiled, feeling both moved and gratified. At that moment, they suddenly developed cohesion and a team spirit, becoming more like a group. In the following time, everyone quietly prepared the necessities. Xiaobai went to the living quarters, took a few kitchen knives, and tied them to everyone's steel pipes, upgrading their weapons. That way, killing zombies would become a bit easier. After finishing all that, the group rested for a while, ate something, and, after regaining their strength, prepared to set out. Lu Shijiu, who had been sitting in the corner without moving, finally stood up, picked up a weapon, and followed the others. Chapter 12, Jealous over this too. From the supermarket to the infirmary, we had to go through the swimming pool, the area with the highest concentration of zombies, once again. The distance was enough to make anyone feel hopeless. Those who had just started to regain some confidence fell silent and grew solemn again. They left the supermarket cautiously, then tiptoed forward slowly. Lu Shijiu and Xiaobai led at the front, with Li Tingyi and Lin Sun covering the rear. On this stretch, the number of zombies wasn't large, so it went fairly smoothly. However, the zombies were very densely packed, making it extremely difficult for them to get through. Therefore, Xiaobai suggested, let's take the back path. It's a bit roundabout, but it should be much safer. No one objected, they unconsciously came to regard Xiaobai as the backbone of the group. Lu Shijiu still said nothing, quietly following at Xiaobai's side. The group avoided the wandering zombies and headed for the lawn behind them. There weren't many zombies back there, so it looked relatively safe. And everyone walked on the lawn, barely making any sound. Xiaobai relaxed his guard and couldn't resist starting a conversation with Lu Shijiu beside him. What are your plans next? Although Lu Shijiu was a zombie, as long as he wasn't provoked, he seemed not to go berserk and still appeared normal. In normal condition, he also seemed no different from usual, able to think, rational, and quick-witted in conversation. However, Xiaobai felt that Lu Shijiu must still be aware of his abnormality. Therefore, he was quite curious about what plans Lu Shijiu, who knew he was a zombie, would make next. Would he choose to run rampant in this world that had lost order, or, unable to abandon humans' tendency to live in groups, choose to keep traveling with them? If it were him, he would choose to stay with the important people and protect their safety. Until the world is at peace and he, as an outsider, can no longer fit into human society, then he would choose to leave, alone, disappearing into the mountains and forests. Thinking of it that way, it's almost moving enough to make him feel a little proud. Lu Shijiu glanced at Xiaobai, who seemed lost in thought, withdrew his gaze, looked straight ahead, and wore an expression of calm indifference. Not planning anything. Where you go, I'll go. He said it in a way that, at first listen, sounded like a confession. Xiaobai was stunned for a moment, then automatically grasped the deeper meaning. The campus beauty will most likely follow him, so when Lu Shijiu follows him, it's the same as following the campus beauty. TSK, how sentimental. But why so subtle and indirect? Likes her but doesn't pursue her, what a dull blockhead. He thought that although the two had always been rivals, after so many years they could still be considered old friends, and occasionally there was a mutual respect. Xiaobai couldn't help wanting to give him some advice. I'm telling you, don't keep that stern face all the time. You are pretty good looking, only a little bit worse than me, but if you always act like everyone owes you money, what girl would dare get close to you? You need to smile more, be livelier, like me. Saying that, Xiaobai demonstrated what he considered a cheerful, handsome smile. But Lu Shijiu didn't seem to appreciate it, he kept a sullen face, slightly frowning, watching him with a thoughtful expression. Xiaobai, afraid he'd misinterpret, hurriedly explained. I don't like goose shitting, really, I'm just teaching you how to face a girl you like. After speaking, seeing Lu Shijiu's expression ease a little, he added one more sentence. I really don't like her. I already have someone I like. As soon as the words fell, Lu Shijiu's recently easing expression clouded over again. Xiaobai didn't know why that sentence had hit a nerve, just as he was thinking how to make amends, a sudden knocking on the window interrupted his thoughts. Hey! You lot! A shout drew everyone's attention, and at the same time it stirred the nearby zombies. Xiaobai looked toward the sound and saw someone leaning on a second-floor window, waving at them. This person looked very familiar, he was the male lead from the erotic play Xiaobai had heard in the men's restroom during his second loop. Long Sanmiao. It seems he also managed to escape from the men's restroom this time, and he even survived until now. One person holding out for 3 days at the epicenter of the outbreak, that's nothing if not impressive. It's just that no one knows how many people he used while trying to survive until now, aside from abandoning that girl in the men's restroom. After the men's restroom incident and the rumors he'd heard, Xiaobai had a poor impression of Long Sanmiao, so he didn't want to deal with him. But Long Sanmiao had been alone for so long, now that he finally saw a few living people, how could he let them go so easily? He flipped out the window and nimbly jumped down. Because the lawn was relatively soft, he only had a light fall and wasn't hurt. I was calling you. Where do you think you're going? Long Sanmiao looked at the few people before him, all unharmed, and lowered his voice to ask. Lin Sen hesitated for a moment, then said, we're going to the infirmary. Xiaobai grinned without really smiling and teased, yeah, we're going to save the world. What, young Master Long wants to come with us? Long Sanmiao glanced him up and down, puzzled as to where the hostility came from. Saving the world is one thing, but you can't do that without leaving this place, can you? It looked like they really did want to go with them. But if he came along, who knew when he'd be sold out? He could abandon a girlfriend he had been touching a second ago, let alone a team that joined halfway and with whom he had no real ties. Shenbai thought of the girl who had been bitten to death right under his nose, and his mood inevitably grew heavy. He had been so close, just a little more, and he could have grabbed her hand and saved her life. Suddenly he felt the urge to stand up for that girl. Besides, if you won't even save the person closest to you, how could you ever think of saving the world? Long Sanmiao frowned. What do you mean? Shenbai sneered, a couple days ago you were getting so intense in the men's room, how could you forget so soon? Cold as a butcher, when you need something you call them, baby, but when danger comes you run faster than me. At these words, everyone's expressions changed. Only their interpretations differed. Long Sanmiao was shocked at how Shenbai could know about what happened 2 days ago, and couldn't help but secretly wonder if Shenbai had been in the men's restroom at the time and heard the whole thing. The others misunderstood Shenbai's meaning, thinking Shenbai was saying that while the two were fooling around in the men's restroom, Long Sanmiao had dropped him and run off. Li Tingyi just had a look of, well I'll be, clicking his tongue in admiration, I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. Shenbai. What are you talking about? Shenbai snapped out of his emotions and suddenly felt a chill at his back. Looking at the expressions of the others, he realized what he had said. It's just, that person behind me. What's wrong, what's wrong? Even if he really is gay, what does it have to do with him? There's no need to get jealous again. Chapter 13 Liking someone has nothing to do with gender. No, what I mean is, I was in the bathroom at the time and heard him and his girlfriend doing something, and then the virus broke out. He just threw his girlfriend down and ran away. Huh? Weren't you with me when the virus broke out? Li Tingyi suddenly interrupted him. Shenbai only then realized he had let something slip. That happened during the second loop, he wasn't present that time. He opened his mouth, somewhat at a loss for how to explain it. And that reaction only confirmed something even more for Lu Shijiu. He lowered his head and gave a low laugh, with a hint of self-mockery. So you like men. Then suddenly he raised his head, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes. Those eyes were obsessive, morbid, filled with a mad possessiveness. He asked Shenbai, why him? Why? Shenbai felt a bit baffled, this development was just too absurd. He hadn't even made a move on the person the other guy liked, goo shitting, why get jealous over this too? This time Shenbai didn't indulge him and shot back straight away, if you're sick, go see a doctor. Why do you always fly off the handle at the drop of a hat? And you won't even listen to explanations. The eyes of Lu Shijiu, shadowed by the stray hairs across his brow, grew darker. When he asked that question, he never intended to get an answer. Anyway, no matter what the answer was, the outcome would be the same. She would belong only to him. He will fuse the boy before him with himself. Never to be separated. What followed was a familiar process. Shenbai had no ability to resist. He didn't even have time to spit out curses before he gradually lost his strength. If it happened again, the loop would still reset at the supermarket. Everyone had already prepared food and was recuperating. Lu Shijiu sat in a corner, eyes gently closed, hands empty, having prepared nothing. Shenbai silently stared at him for a while, cursed him countless times in his head until he calmed down, then stood up and walked over. He had just walked over and sat down beside him when Lu Shijiu opened his eyes. His eyes were clear, not like someone who had just woken up. Shenbai stared at him and asked seriously, what are your thoughts on gay people? He thought for a long time. It seems more plausible to say he had issues with gay men. Because he hated gay men, he wanted to bite him to death. In just a moment, Shenbai imagined many things in which Lu Shijiu might have been hurt by gay men in the past. After all, Lu Shijiu was fair and tender-looking, although a bit taller and sturdier, he was clearly a bottom. Maybe he was hurt by something, which is why he's so repulsed by gays. Thinking that way, I actually feel a little sorry for Lu Shijiu. Bah. He was the one bitten so many times, why would he feel sorry for Lu Shijiu, my ass? Shenbai stiffened his heart and locked eyes with Lu Shijiu with determination. Lu Shijiu's rarely seen gaze flickered for a moment, which to Shenbai seemed like an attempt to avoid the topic. This only made Shenbai more certain of his guess. Lu Shijiu, unaware that Shenbai had already directed a melodramatic scene in his mind, fell silent for a moment before speaking. I don't have any particular view. Liking someone isn't about gender. This answer was somewhat ambiguous. It was like saying you neither hate nor like, neither love nor dislike. Xiaobai thought it over seriously for a while and formed his own opinion. So that means Lu Shijiu really was harmed, although he hates gays, he was subtly and imperceptibly having his sexual orientation changed. That sounds like an illness. What's it called again? Right. Stockholm Syndrome. Xiaobai felt his reasoning was quite sound, and couldn't help but feel a slight pang of sympathy. But that was quickly suppressed again. He pretended to agree, nodding and chiming in, I think so too. I'm not gay, but we shouldn't discriminate against gay people, that's what you mean, right? Lu Shijiu stared at him for a moment with that strange look, fortunately this time without red eyes, he simply closed his eyes and nodded. This stage is considered past. As long as I don't blurt it out to Long Sanya from now on, it should be fine. Xiaobai exhaled in relief and sat back down. The following progress was the same as last time, the group went around to the small path behind the teaching building. This time, he didn't chat with Lu Shijiu, just walked quietly until the sound of Long Sanyao knocking on the window rang out. Calling you. Where do you think you're going? After Long Sanyao finished speaking, he jumped onto the grass. Xiaobai snorted coldly, we're going to save the world, you don't need to come with us. Long Sanyao felt very annoyed by Xiaobai's attitude. What do you mean? You decide things here. I don't get to decide, but I don't welcome you. Then let's hear what the others think. A vote? Long Sanyao glared hatefully at Xiaobai, then swept his gaze across the others. Several of them recognized Long Sanyao, he was someone you avoided messing with if you could. After all, his father was a shareholder of the school and had considerable influence there. If the world returned to normal, they would still be studying at Yangqing University, so it was best not to offend him. I agree. The situation is special now, one more person is one more strength. We should unite. Lin Sun was the first to speak up. With someone taking the lead, Gu Shiding hesitated before saying, I agree. She glanced at Xiaobai, let the hint of apology in her eyes fade, and lowered her gaze sadly. Another girl in the team was close to Gu Shiding, and upon hearing this she also cast her vote. By now, 3 votes had already agreed. Fortunately, the remaining 2 didn't disappoint Xiaobai. Li Tingyi, I disagree. Worth being bros, he still backs him. And surprisingly, Lu Shijiu was also on his side. Now, 2 votes against, plus himself, 3 votes. Xiaobai raised an eyebrow and tilted his head toward Long Sanyao, I disagree. With a 3-way tie, let's just go our separate ways. After speaking, he prepared to continue forward. But Long Sanyao sneered and directly followed. Am I not a person? I also have the right to vote, and I vote yes. So, you'll probably have to put up with seeing me along the way. Not very surprising. No wonder he's such a shameless thug. Xiaobai said coldly, then you'd better behave yourself and always put the team first. If you bring trouble and abandon your teammates, I won't let you off easy. Long Sanyao's eyes flickered at the words. He glanced at Xiaobai thoughtfully, snorted, and withdrew his gaze. The group kept walking forward, the atmosphere quiet to the point of awkwardness. Xiaobai calmed down and settled his temper a bit. They outnumbered them, and Long Sanyao couldn't really make any trouble. However, Lu Shijiu was rather pleasing to his eye for a change. Thanks, stand on my side. Xiaobai casually mouthed the words as if indifferent. As a result, when he thanked him for the first time, Lu Shijiu didn't even turn his head, he was even more nonchalant than he was. It has nothing to do with you, I didn't like him either. Xiaobai felt a bit annoyed, thinking his friendly gesture had been ignored. What he didn't know was that Lu Shijiu, walking ahead, very rarely curled the corner of his mouth. It wasn't that sarcastic, gloomy smile. It was the kind of smile that showed pleasure, that meant he was in a good mood. Chapter 14 It's not too late to become friends now, right? Very soon, the group safely passed through the teaching building. They looked back at the dense horde of zombies in front of the building and all breathed a little easier. Next, they only needed to pass through the swimming hall to reach the infirmary. Walking past the swimming pool, Xiaobai heard faint zombie snarls coming from inside. The sounds were quiet, there probably weren't many zombies. The swimming club's doors were tightly shut. It seemed that some members had been practicing when the zombie virus broke out, they were bitten and mutated before they could react, so nobody escaped. Xiaobai thought of the cute, enthusiastic girls who had recruited freshmen into the swimming club when he first enrolled, and couldn't help feeling a bit wistful. What's wrong? Lu Shijiu keenly sensed the person beside him was upset and quietly asked a question. Xiaobai pressed his lips and shook his head, it's nothing. He still looked somewhat heavy-hearted, not at all like someone who was fine. Lu Shijiu fell silent for a moment, then said, we're still alive, and the important people are still by our side, that's enough. I really wouldn't have expected it, Lu Shijiu actually knows how to comfort people. And indeed, it did comfort him. That's right, when disaster comes, death becomes the norm. Being alive, with friends by their side, is already extremely fortunate, lamenting for others only deepens one's own despair. Especially Lu Shijiu, someone he originally thought difficult to deal with, now looked increasingly agreeable. If things could stay normal like this, that would be even better. Thinking that, he smiled at Lu Shijiu. You're right. But, are we considered friends now? Lu Shijiu's voice dropped a little, why ask that, didn't you used to consider me a friend? That question. If she answered yes, wouldn't that be a death sentence? Xiaobai shook her head repeatedly, answering with a strong will to survive, no, we've always been rivals before. Although not friends in the usual sense, we could still be called companions on the road to growing up, right? Besides, it's not too late to become friends now, is it? Heh. A low chuckle sounded. Xiaobai opened his eyes wide in disbelief, making sure he wasn't seeing things. Lu Shijiu finally laughed properly for once he actually looked somewhat cheerful. Perhaps Xiaobai's gaze had been excessive, as if inspecting a curiosity, Lu Shijiu slightly reined in his smile. Not late. Oh my, so that means you agreed, right? Xiaobai seized the moment and said, then as friends, we can take our time talking about anything, discuss things properly, no getting worked up, okay? Lu Shijiu's steps faltered, and there was something inexplicable in his gaze as he looked at Xiaobai. Really, this was very unlike Xiaobai's usual style. When has Xiaobai ever spoken nicely, let alone discussed anything with him? But clearly, he fell for this. Lu Shijiu nodded and gave a faint Although it sounded perfunctory, it was indeed an agreement to Xiaobai's words. Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a little elated inside. Lu Shijiu agreed, not getting angry. He was really afraid of Lu Shijiu, who flew into a rage at the drop of a hat, so now he gave a preventative warning in advance, also to gradually figure out his temper and work out the safest way to get along with him. In the apocalypse, the most powerful tool is still the zombie. With Lu Shijiu around, as long as you don't have to worry about him suddenly turning evil, the teammate's safety is greatly improved. That's right, his desire to befriend Lu Shijiu was only to prevent being bitten and to use Lu Shijiu as a tool. Xiaobai considered this move brilliantly clever and couldn't help but smile smugly. He hadn't even had time to gloat for a few more seconds when someone beside him suddenly pulled him aside. Xiaobai looked up, and what met his eyes was Lu Shijiu's sharply defined jaw. That's right, he was 183 centimeters, already quite tall, but in front of the 190 centimeters Lu Shijiu, he still had to look up. Xiaobai inexplicably felt annoyed again and asked, what's wrong? Lu Shijiu frowned, not answering him, only tilting his ear as if listening to something. Seeing this, Xiaobai listened carefully for a while, but heard nothing. After a long moment, Lu Shijiu finally spoke with a grave expression, it seems something's off. Lu Shijiu is a zombie, so his hearing is definitely more sensitive. Xiaobai didn't ask further and simply believed him, then signaled to everyone not to act rashly. Earlier, when they saw the two of them stop, everyone else had also stopped. At these words, some felt inexplicably puzzled. How is there something abnormal? I didn't hear anything at all. I didn't hear any sound either. Long Sanmiao grew even more impatient and urged, if you're leaving, then hurry up and go, don't waste time standing here. Just then, a few scattered zombies wandered over from not far behind. Long Sanmiao lost his patience and strode ahead first. You won't go, so I will. Do you want to stand here and wait to die? Lin Sen saw this, glanced back at the zombie that had sped up and was heading toward them, hesitated for a moment, then made his choice. Shitting, Lingling, the zombie is coming, we'd better go. The two girls didn't think much and followed immediately. Before leaving, Gu Shitting gave Xiaobai a look full of complicated emotions, part grievance and part self-pity, as if she was doing this just to make a scene with him. Xiaobai avoided her gaze, a little helpless. Seeing the zombies behind them getting closer, Li Tingyi could no longer hold his ground. Xiaobai, how about we go over and see what's going on? Maybe we can hear something. Everyone was heading that way now, so there was no choice but to follow. Xiaobai nodded and grabbed Lu Shijiu's arm. Let's go. We can't just leave them. Lu Shijiu looked at Xiaobai's hand, pressed his lips together, and swallowed the words, "I'll only take care of you," that were on the tip of his tongue. This was the first time Xiaobai had held his hand. Xiaobai didn't notice Lu Shijiu's abnormality. He pulled Lu Shijiu purely because he wanted him to protect him. After all, Lu Shijiu's combat strength was not to be underestimated. The three quickened their pace toward the medical room. Meanwhile, Long Sanmiao and the others had already arrived at the medical room's doorway. Long Sanmiao, remembering what Lu Shijiu had said earlier, dared not act rashly for the moment, and instead patted Lin Sen on the shoulder. "Go open the door and give me the weapon, I'll stand by and cover you." Lin Sen naturally didn't want to be the one to open the door either, but under Long Sanmiao's sharp gaze, he still handed him the steel pipe. Long Sanmiao nodded in satisfaction. "Okay, I'll count to 3, then you open the door." 3. 2. He counted while tightening his grip on the steel pipe, adopting an attacking stance. When the final 1 fell, Lin Sen suddenly yanked the door open. A dark shape lunged out at high speed, pouncing onto Lin Sen and sinking its teeth viciously into his shoulder. Lin Sen screamed sharply, clawing at them with his hands, but no matter what he did he couldn't shake the people off his body. Long Sanmiao, who was beside him, was startled for a moment by the sudden turn of events. He had his weapon ready to strike when 2 more figures leapt out from inside the door. Unlike the zombies they'd seen before, these ones were more agile and sprightly. Chapter 15 Li Tingyi. Wake up for me. Lin Sen. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone present. By now Lin Sen had been chewed beyond recognition, with no hope of being alive. Trying to save him would only be courting death. The other 2 zombies shifted their gaze to the remaining 3 and lunged at them. The 2 girls panicked, scattering and running away in confusion. Long Sanmiao ran toward Xiaobai and the others. One of the zombies followed closely behind him, moving very swiftly. "Damn!" Xiaobai cursed under his breath, tightened his grip on his weapon, and when Long Sanmiao ran up, he suddenly thrust toward the zombie behind him. But this zombie was noticeably more agile than the ones they'd killed before. It dodged the vital spot and only ended up with a few grazes. The others saw this and also picked up their weapons to attack it. Before long, it had many wounds on its body. Just as it was about to be killed, a few more zombies leapt out into the infirmary and joined the fight, instantly making things harder for everyone. At the same time, the zombies behind them were gradually closing in, and even more zombies, having heard the commotion, swarmed over. They couldn't delay any longer. With Lu Shijiu's help, Xiaobai successfully drove the dagger into a zombie's neck. Maybe he hit a major artery. When the blade was pulled out, a geyser of blood shot out. The face that still looked human was smeared with gore, and paired with a set of bloodshot eyes, it looked particularly terrifying. Its expression seemed somewhat unwilling, but it had no choice but to slowly collapse. That at least counted as avenging Lin Sen. Xiaobai was sad for a moment, but quickly pulled himself together. Now was not the time to dwell, he still had others to protect. Fall back. Head to the swimming pool. When they had passed the swimming pool earlier, there hadn't been much noise inside. It should still be relatively safe. They could only hide there for the time being and think about what to do next. Xiaobai was thinking this and was about to retreat when a sudden cry of pain came from beside him. The voice was very familiar. He looked in disbelief, his eyes widening as he froze in place. Li Tingyi was seen with his arm bitten, and Long Sanmiao, who should have helped him, took this moment to run away. Damn it! I shouldn't have had any expectations of him at all. Xiaobai snapped back to his senses and cursed, his voice trembling somewhat. The horde of zombies behind them was closing in, and Li Tingyi looked utterly desperate. Go quickly, don't worry about me. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave either. Hearing that, Xiaobai's eyes instantly rimmed with red. They had grown up together since childhood, how could he watch him die without doing anything? Of course he didn't listen to Li Tingyi, instead he moved forward, intending to pull that zombie away. He had just started to move when a pair of hands stopped him. Xiaobai was in a very bad mood and was about to lose his temper when Lu Shijiu walked over and, with his bare hands, threw the zombie off Li Tingyi onto the ground. Li Tingyi was rescued, and Xiaobai, regardless of whether he was injured, insisted on taking him and retreating. From the infirmary to the swimming hall, they made it only because Lu Shijiu kept blocking the way the whole time, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to fall back at all. They only just made it to the entrance of the swimming pool when Xiaobai opened the door and a few more zombies lunged at them. Fortunately, the group had been mentally prepared, and since they were just ordinary zombies, dispatching them was quick and efficient. After they shut the door, the crisis finally subsided for the time being. But then, a far crueler problem arose. Li Tingyi was injured, mutation was only a matter of time. What remained for them now might be their final moments to say goodbye. How could this happen? Damn, it's all my fault. I should have held on. If only I hadn't let Long Sanyao into the team, if only I had insisted on not letting you go through, none of this would have happened. Xiaobai slumped to the ground, filled with remorse. He actually looked even more desperate than Li Tingyi, who had been bitten. Seeing Xiaobai like this, Li Tingyi still spoke up to comfort him. It's not your fault, you've already done very well. If it weren't for you, I might have been dead long ago. I didn't firmly listen to you and Lu Shijiu. Xiaobai heard that and did feel less self-blaming, but his heart still hurt badly. Being bitten is equivalent to death, unless one can, like Lu Shijiu, retain humanity and rationality. Becoming a zombie is nothing more than becoming a walking corpse, no different from the dead. Just thinking about that fact, about Li Tingyi turning into that, he couldn't accept it at all. I don't want to be like that. Who does? Li Tingyi sighed, then laughed, but what if I'm different? I feel great right now, perfectly fine, maybe I have some immunity. Xiaobai knew he was trying to comfort himself, and it didn't make him feel any better. And Li Tingyi kept on nagging, also, look, I'm already 20, still single since birth. Can you tell me when I'll finally get out of being single and get married? This guy. Still worrying about that even if he dies. Xiaobai remembered a time in a previous loop when he joked to him that he'd be a lifelong bachelor. It had seemed funny then, but now he couldn't bear it. His throat tightened, his eyes reddening as he pretended to count on his fingers. Very soon, there was an outcome. I've calculated it, after you leave the school with me, romantic prospects will come calling soon, and you'll have a sweet love affair. You'll be devoted to each other, grow old together, until the world is at peace. To Xiaobai's low, pleasant voice, Li Tingyi seemed already to have imagined such a wonderful future. He lightly curled his lips, arched his brows, and slowly closed his eyes. Xiaobai couldn't hold it any longer and reached out to shake his rounded arm. Li Tingyi. Li Tingyi. Don't sleep. Wake up for me. Woo woo woo. The over 6-foot man suddenly broke into tears, crying like a 3-year-old. That saying was right, a man's tears don't fall easily, he simply hadn't reached the point of sorrow yet. He didn't know if it was his calling that took effect, but Li Tingyi's body suddenly trembled. Xiaobai's eyes widened in surprise, but he felt the tremors under his hand growing more frequent. Then came the convulsions, the limbs and body twisting into grotesque shapes, emitting a creaking like bones being rearranged. Xiaobai understood something and stood up with a blank expression. Watching that familiar friend gradually turn into something completely strange. Soon, that thing twisted itself up and stood, opening a pair of eyes that showed only the whites, staring at him empty-eyed. Then, grinning and baring sharp teeth, it suddenly lunged at him. Xiaobai stood frozen. He thought that if he were bitten to death by Li Tingyi, he would be able to cycle back again. That way, he'd still have a chance to save him, to turn the fortune-telling he had made up into reality. Right, he had to start over. Thinking this, Xiaobai stared unblinkingly at the gaping, blood-soaked maw in front of him. Just as he thought his plan was about to succeed, a pair of hands suddenly grabbed his wrist and pulled him away. Chapter 16. Can you think about me? I can't live either. What are you doing? Xiaobai shook off the hand that had grabbed him, turned to look at Lu Shijiu, clearly displeased. Lu Shijiu didn't answer him, he simply picked up his weapon and aimed at the unsteadily turning Li Tingyi. Li Tingyi still looked much the same as before, just bobbing his head and grinning, then lunged toward the two of them again. Xiaobai knew he was no longer human, but he still didn't want to see him die in front of him. Seeing Lu Shijiu about to act, he had no choice but to bend down, wrap his arms around Lu Shijiu's waist, and pull him as they fell into the swimming pool. With a plop, the two of them fell into the water, sending up a huge splash. Both of them were instantly drenched, and Xiaobai was still clinging tightly to Lu Shijiu, like an 8-armed bear, hanging onto him so he couldn't leave. It was the first time the two had been so close. Their wet clothes were as thin as nothing, and every contour of the other's body could be clearly felt. Including. Xiaobai's eyes widened, the shock washed away some of his sorrow. He opened his mouth and blew out a stream of bubbles in the water. Goddamn, this, is possible too. The sound was muffled and hazy underwater. But Lu Shijiu could still make out what he was trying to convey. He couldn't help it, he was holding him so tightly, his legs even wrapped around his waist. He wasn't some kind of saint, how could he feel nothing? In fact, what shocked Xiaobai the most wasn't that Lu Shijiu had feelings for him. What he focused on was, do zombies even have this feature? Isn't that a little too humanized? Or could it be that advanced zombies like Lu Shijiu are all like this? Isn't this basically an evolved form where humans and zombies have perfectly fused? A string of questions swirled through Xiaobai's mind. It wasn't until the Li Tingyi, who had followed him into the water, came floundering over that Lu Shijiu brought him to the surface and swam toward the shore. The two made it ashore, while Li Tingyi kept floundering in place, unable to move an inch, oddly comical. Seeing this, Xiaobai actually breathed a sigh of relief. It couldn't threaten them, so Lu Shijiu wouldn't want to kill it. For a moment, aside from the sound of splashing water, the swimming pool was very quiet. After quite a while, a voice finally sounded. I know he means a lot to you. Xiaobai looked toward Lu Shijiu, who had spoken. He hadn't expected him to begin like that. What, was he about to offer consolation next? Xiaobai tugged at the corner of his mouth and said, then you might not know, we grew up sharing the same pants. He was my neighbor, we lived in the same housing complex, have known each other for over 10 years, and are best friends. He said this only to let Lu Shijiu understand how he was feeling right now. What surprised me was that Lu Shijiu was not surprised at all. I know. He said, many things you think I wouldn't know, I do know. About you. Then, before Xiaobai could react in shock and carefully savor the meaning, he spoke again, I know how you feel right now. This feeling is not unfamiliar to me. When you hate me, when you distance yourself from me, when you are with Gu Shitting, when I stand alone watching from afar. This is how it feels. It will not be any less intense than what you feel now. But he's already dead. Can't you consider my feelings? Do you want me to face this apocalypse alone? I won't be able to live either. Luckily the apocalypse came, only then did he have a reason to righteously approach him and stay by his side. So this time he would definitely not let him leave again. Xiaobai's current expression could no longer be described as merely shocked. Lu Shijiu, this zombie, actually wants him to consider things for him. Clearly Lu Shijiu himself could already stride through the apocalypse, okay. One more of him would just be another burden. But from Lu Shijiu's attitude, he was still very earnest. It seems Lu Shijiu still regards himself as human, wanting to live among humans and unwilling to associate with zombies. This indicates Lu Shijiu still retains a great deal of humanity and conscience, and greatly needs the warmth and love that humans provide to obtain emotional and spiritual solace. Thinking this, Xiaobai felt a slight pang of guilt about his upcoming plan. But soon he steeled himself again. Warmth can be given at any time. But if life is missed, what if it can't be saved back? Therefore, he let out a soft sigh. I understand. From now on I'll consider you as well. But that will be in the next cycle. Let's go, let's see what it's like outside. Lu Shijiu had never thought his feelings would ever be affirmed, for a moment his eyes showed some unhidden joy. Okay. He followed behind Xiaobai, watching him open the door. Then. Xiaobai did not, as he had promised, consider him. He had lied to him. The moment the door opened, Xiaobai rushed out and ran toward the area with the densest concentration of zombies. Lu Shijiu felt his heart, which had seemed already stilled, snap tight, and without bothering to maintain the pretense of being human, he unleashed all his strength and gave chase. Then he went berserk, punching every zombie that lunged at Xiaobai clean through with a single blow. Among them were also some familiar faces. They were, to Xiaobai, former comrades. Xiaobai stared blankly at Lu Shijiu's frenzy, then shifted his gaze, sweeping over Gu Shitting, Lin Sen, Ding Lingling and the others in the horde of zombies. They all died, they all turned into zombies. This time, it was total annihilation. It was his idea, to save the world. But not only did he fail to save the world, he couldn't even save them. So, all of this falls on him. He must save them. Xiaobai was carried back to the swimming pool by Lu Shijiu after he went berserk, his movements very rough and rude, but Xiaobai didn't care anymore. After all, he had just lied to him, and next, he was going to provoke him again. You just saw Gu shitting, didn't you? Lu Shijiu froze, set him down on the ground. Xiaobai looked at his already reddened eyes and kept adding fuel to the fire. I lied when I said I didn't like Gu shitting. I like her. Her death hurts me, I don't want to live anymore. I want to go be with her. So, I'm sorry, I can't keep the promise I made to you. Xiaobai pretended to speak calmly. Seeing Lu Shijiu's darkened expression, he couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. But he had no choice, he could only do this. He could only go one step at a time, away from him, and keep moving outward. Sure enough, in the next second, the world turned upside down. Xiaobai was slammed hard against the ground, his back pressed to Lu Shijiu's chest, unbearably heavy. Damn! 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 Why? Xiaobai listened to Lu Shijiu's roar and inexplicably heard a tone of sorrow and despair in it. But the expected familiar pain did not come, instead his body was flipped over, forcing him to lock eyes with that pair of eyes full of all kinds of complicated emotions. The next second, those eyes grew infinitely large before him. Chapter 17, The Miraculous Power Within the Body. Their lips touched. Soft lips rubbed against each other, bringing a faint, pleasant scent. Xiaobai's first reaction was that Lu Shijiu's lips tasted the same as the girl's lips he'd imagined, equally soft, equally sweet. Then he stood there stunned for a long moment before he realized what had happened. He was actually force-kissed by Lu Shijiu. No. Calling it a kiss was understatement, it was more like an outburst. Unlike the previous times when he'd bitten his neck, this time Lu Shijiu bit his mouth. The oral cavity was already full of the metallic tang of blood, yet Lu Shijiu didn't stop, he kept on, continuing his wanton behavior, fiercely biting his lips. From Lu Shijiu's frenzied actions, it was obvious how furious he was this time. Therefore, although Xiaobai was shocked, he didn't jump to conclusions. After all, Lu Shijiu had already lost his reason, his behavior didn't mean anything definitive. At least, from Xiaobai's perspective, he only hated him so much he wanted to bite him to death. This murderous kiss had not yet ended when Xiaobai sensed a powerful force rapidly spreading from his head throughout his body. Where that force passed, all active cells were killed and then quickly transformed into another strange substance. Xiaobai knew what that force was, the zombie virus. But during all the previous cycles, he had never felt this kind of transformation after being bitten. Could it be, there's no loop this time? Is this the last time? Then what about Li Tingyi, what about the others? What about Lu Shijiu? Wasn't his death for nothing? He thought he'd given something great, but it turned out to be in vain. Xiaobai was a bit angry and wanted to tell the person on him, stop biting. Before he could speak, the rampaging force inside his body suddenly halted, and another strange energy burst out to counter it. The two were evenly matched at first, but then the zombie virus fell into the inferior position, gradually being dissolved and devoured. At the very instant the virus vanished completely, Xiaobai plunged into darkness. Asterisk. Why hasn't Xiaobai woken up yet? Should we try calling him? He's probably just exhausted. Let him sleep a bit longer. That's fine, let him recover his strength first. But if we delay any longer, it'll almost be dark and we won't be able to move. How about we sleep a bit more too? Or, go tomorrow. Several familiar voices drifted into his ears. Among those discussing were men and women, half asleep, Xiaobai counted, no more, no less, exactly 5 people. As for why Lu Shijiu wasn't counted. First, Lu Shijiu doesn't like to talk. Second, Lu Shijiu is not human. Thinking of this, Xiaobai suddenly woke up, sprang to a sitting position from the ground, and his delighted expression left the people around him puzzled. Xiaobai, what's wrong with you? Dreaming of getting out of singlehood? My advice is don't daydream. Li Tingyi chuckled, still holding a bag of potato chips and munching. Lu Shijiu was sitting in the corner, he heard the noise and looked in their direction. Xiaobai couldn't bother to get revenge on Lu Shijiu, he hopped up, ran to Li Tingyi, and grabbed his chubby face. Li Tingyi cried out in pain, reflexively reaching up to protect his face, but scattered a whole bag of potato chips across the ground. He couldn't help but cry out in distress, then kept yelling complaints at Xiaobai. Xiaobai, are you crazy? If you pinch me again, I'll tell everyone how you were still wetting the bed at 10. Xiaobai. Xiaobai's mouth twitched as he twisted harder with his hand. Li Dazhuang. You're just using this chance to expose my shame, aren't you? The two of them horsed around for quite a while, but both were laughing. After the fun, Xiaobai patted Li Tingyi on the back and blurted out a nonsensical line. Don't worry, I've got your back this time. Stick close to Brother Bai and you'll never go wrong. Li Tingyi found it inexplicable, assuming Xiaobai was just showing off, and couldn't help but snort. It was still early, it was the middle of the afternoon. The group still prepared to set out according to the original plan. The first part of the journey went very smoothly. Xiaobai kept an eye on his surroundings while thinking about the anomalies that had appeared the last time he died. To him, that madman's forceful kiss from Lu Shijiu was nothing. The mysterious power inside the body was what he cared about. He thought that power had to be related to the cycle. Otherwise, he should have died the first time Lu Shijiu bit him. Doesn't this mean that once that force comes into contact with the zombie virus, it will send him into a loop? But judging from last time, that force isn't infinite either. It will gradually dissipate during the struggle against the virus. So, according to this inference, each time he gets bitten afterward the time before he re-enters the loop will be delayed, and the ordeal of undergoing mutation will also last longer and longer. Isn't that just messing with him? And there's a very important issue. Based on the above reasoning, he has to be bitten by a zombie to enter the loop. What if it was caused by someone? Wouldn't that mean he'd be dead all at once? Looks like, from now on, I can't ignore potential dangers just because I have a golden finger. Xiaobai thought it through all the way and had pretty much figured out what had happened. They and their group passed behind the teaching building. This time, after delaying for a while, they were still called out by Long Sanmiao. Xiaobai recalled the last tragedy. If he didn't beat him up it would be a mercy, so there was no way he'd pay him any attention. Long Sanmiao, displeased, jumped down the stairs, blocked them, and forced everyone to vote. Xiaobai glanced at the hesitant crowd and said coldly, I know you're thinking one more person means one more bit of strength, but you need to understand. Some people don't come to add strength, they come to hold everyone back. You've probably heard about this person's character, right? Think about it, the school has been overrun for 2 days, and he's still completely unscathed and full of energy up on the second floor, with no companions, all alone. Who knows whether his companions sacrificed themselves for him, or he's just that good, escaping from the 5th floor to the 2nd by himself, still having food, comfortably staying in the classroom for 2 days. Xiaobai's words were very pointed, and indeed thought-provoking. For a moment, everyone's gazes toward Long Sanmiao turned hesitant and strange. Xiaobai smiled, cast a sideways glance at Long Sanmiao, and said, weren't we going to vote? Go ahead and vote. This time, the group voted unanimously against it. But they had underestimated Long Sanmiao's shamelessness. Long Sanmiao insisted on trailing behind them, which pushed Xiaobai past endurance. He spun around and started fighting him. Fists landed squarely, with no mercy at all. Xiaobai vented all the despair and anger from the last cycle. To everyone watching, it looked as if he had some deep, mortal hatred toward Long Sanmiao. Long Sanmiao was taken by surprise and suddenly tackled, his face receiving several punches in an instant. But he wasn't defenseless either. Once he reacted he immediately prepared to fight back. Just as his hand moved, another person joined the fray and forcibly restrained him, allowing Xiaobai to beat him even more wantonly. Being beaten for no reason, and unable to retaliate. Long Sanmiao, who had never lost a fight, felt this humiliated for the first time. Chapter 18, The Zombie Big Brother and His Human Little Brother. With Lu Shijiu's help, Xiaobai thoroughly beat up Long Sanmiao. If not for worrying that the commotion would attract zombies, Xiaobai wouldn't have stopped. Just for the sake of the bigger picture, he'd let the kid off for now. Xiaobai stood up panting, rubbing his reddened fist, finally letting out a sigh. Beaten and lying on the ground with no strength to fight back, Long Sanmiao looked up at Xiaobai, then at Lu Shijiu beside him, a look of fear flashing in his eyes. Where did you find a strong man like this? I can't even move an inch. Xiaobai snorted proudly, he's my brother. You better behave, or I'll beat you up again any time. The onlookers watched in shock. They hadn't expected the silent Lu Shijiu to be so formidable. He could easily subdue the school bully famous for fighting. Li Tingyi secretly swallowed and inwardly thanked his luck for not having provoked Lu Shijiu much. Except for teasing him twice with Xiaobai. But judging by how he looked at the time, he didn't seem unhappy. Long Sanmiao got the short end of the stick, but in this situation he had no choice but to back down. Fine, you have to let me come with you. I'll behave. Once we're out of the school and find a suitable, safe place, I won't travel with you anymore. If Xiaobai didn't take him along, he had no way to get back to the previously safe classroom. In this zombie-infested school, it was nearly impossible to get anywhere without a companion, danger lurked everywhere, so he grit his teeth and begged Xiaobai to take him along. Xiaobai thought it over and understood the logic. Refusing to let him join would be tantamount to indirectly causing a person's death. And seeing that the others looked somewhat soft-hearted, Xiaobai made up his mind. You can come with us, but you must obey me in everything. Do not act on your own, or this time I will really kick you into a pile of zombies at any moment. Do you understand? Don't think I'm some do-gooder who helps everyone. Xiaobai spoke sternly, clearly acting like the one in charge of the team. The others had no objections for now, because Xiaobai and Lu Shijiu were by far the strongest fighters in the group, and Lu Shijiu was clearly siding with Xiaobai. The weak instinctively submit to the strong to gain protection, they are no exception. Long Sanmiao had always been someone who resisted authority, but even he could only grit his teeth and nod now. Alright, I promise. Satisfied with the result, Xiaobai led the others onward. He and Lu Shijiu walked at the very front, a little distance ahead of the others. Unlike when facing Long Sanmiao, his face of coldness had now turned into one of smug satisfaction. Glancing at the ever-expressionless person beside him, Xiaobai couldn't help but lean in closer, throwing an arm over his shoulder and bringing his ear near. Hey, you were awesome just now. Thanks for helping me out. I've long been sick of Long Sanmiao's rotten behavior. If you hadn't helped, I really don't think I could have beaten him. This was the second time Xiaobai had thanked Lu Shijiu. He still remembered his last promise, and he wanted to consider things for Lu Shijiu as well. To care for someone, you have to start by treating him as a friend. So Xiaobai truly treated him as a friend now, no ulterior motives, nothing else, pure, friends who would care for and look after each other. But boys' friendships, I suppose, usually start with showing off and bantering. Xiaobai is doing exactly that right now. But obviously Lu Shijiu wasn't very interested. Nothing. He simply couldn't stand anyone touching Xiaobai. He had never bullied him, so how could he allow others to bully him? Xiaobai was completely unaware that Lu Shijiu treated him like a girl who needed protection, he was still proudly showing off. Well. Weren't those punches I threw just now handsome? My hand's a bit sore, but it didn't ruin my image, did it? After praising Lu Shijiu, it was only natural to praise himself. Xiaobai went on and on, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Lu Shijiu, like a dog begging for compliments and praise. Lu Shijiu's lips curved for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. Handsome. Xiaobai, who had been affirmed by Lu Shijiu, at this moment officially brought Lu Shijiu into the category of good brothers. That's right, men's friendship is just that simple. Xiaobai smiled, swelling with pride, the hand that had slung over Lu Shijiu's shoulder loosened and changed to patting his back. Alright, just because of that line, I'll have your back from now on. Lu Shijiu frowned slightly, I'm half a year older than you. Observant Xiaobai immediately snapped back to himself, realized the person beside him was someone he couldn't provoke, and hurriedly corrected himself. Ah. I forgot. I should call you brother. Brother Lu. Brother Shijiu. Brother Jiu. Or. Lu Shijiu's eyes flashed, and he interrupted, just Jiu is fine. Xiaobai. Why did he feel like Lu Shijiu seemed very excited? But looking more closely, Lu Shijiu still seemed to have that usual poker face, nothing different. He'd raised his lips, even if he had to grit his teeth, he had to call it out. Xiaobai obediently called out, ninth brother. Lu Shijiu responded with a his expression very pleased. Xiaobai, however, looked somewhat saddened. If his experiences could be written into a novel, it would probably be titled, The Zombie Big Brother and His Human Little Brother. Like the last cycle, their first half of the route went very smoothly, but they suddenly stopped as they neared the infirmary. Lu Shijiu listened carefully and then said, it sounds a bit unusual. Xiaobai followed up, did you hear zombies? He of course knew what was going on, it was just an excuse to make the others believe him. Lu Shijiu knew his actions weren't very convincing, and only nodded silently. What he didn't expect was that Xiaobai believed him without the slightest hesitation. Alright, then let's head back to the swimming pool, get ourselves sorted out, replenish our strength and think of a plan. What does everyone think? Most people felt that since they'd already come this far, going back would be a bit of a waste of time. Long Sanyao merely wanted to leave the school as quickly as possible, but recalling what Xiaobai had once said, he could only remain silent and not express any opinion. Silence made things easier. Xiaobai had only asked out of respect and politeness. In reality, no matter what, things would be carried out according to his plan. So, with the support of Li Tingyi and Lu Shijiu, he led everyone back to the entrance of the swimming hall. They pushed open the door, expertly dealt with the zombies inside, then shut the door and regrouped. They had been walking for a while, and it had been quite some time since their last meal. They each took food out of their backpacks and began to eat. Xiaobai glanced once at Lu Shijiu, who didn't have a backpack, and following the principle that friends must share, took a chocolate from his own bag and walked over. With a crisp crack, the chocolate split into two. Brother Jiu, want some? Chapter 19 Sharing a Bath, The Legend of Picking Up the Soap. The chocolate was a deep brown, richly colored, glossy, emitting a faint cocoa aroma. Especially when held in Xiaobai's long, fair hands, it looked all the more delicious. Lu Shijiu didn't need to eat, but for some reason he suddenly felt hungry. He reached out and gently picked up the half piece of chocolate, placing it into his mouth. The chocolate melted the moment it touched his tongue, yet he could detect no bitterness or sweetness. Only the faint lingering trace of that person's scent remained, enough to make one turn it over and over, savoring the aftertaste. After slowly finishing the half piece of chocolate, Xiaobai moved closer and sat down beside Lu Shijiu to ask him. How is it, tasty? Lu Shijiu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Xiaobai didn't know whether zombies could eat human food, he was just worried that if Lu Shijiu acted too strangely, it would be conspicuous. You didn't bring anything to eat, I'm afraid you'll be hungry, after all, you haven't eaten for several days, right? People need to eat to stay alive. He pretended to speak with concern, but was actually giving a secret reminder. Tell me what you want to eat, I brought a lot, don't be polite with me. Upon hearing that, Lu Shijiu's gaze lingered on Xiaobai's neck for a long while, his desire utterly undisguised. Xiaobai felt chilled under the stare, afraid that Lu Shijiu might actually take him at his word and bite. Fortunately, under normal circumstances Lu Shijiu still had his senses and remembered to play the part of a proper human. After staring for a moment he withdrew his gaze and made no further move. Seeing this, Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief and shifted his eyes to the others. By now everyone had finished eating and were resting. Each person wore an indescribable fatigue on their face, and their clothes were dusty and not very clean. Xiaobai suggested, everyone hasn't washed up for a few days. How about we go to the locker room for a quick rinse? There should be spare clothes from the swim club in the lockers. The girls hadn't bathed for days and could no longer stand it. At his words they hurried to the locker room. They took nearly half an hour to wash and finally came out in clean clothes. Girls are really troublesome. Li Tingyi muttered quietly, then got up and went to the locker room with Lin Sen. Xiaobai didn't go, he wanted everyone else to wash first. Next it was Long Sanyao's turn to go, no one wanted to go with him, so he went alone. Xiaobai went last. Just as he set off, Lu Shijiu moved too. Xiaobai understood and smiled, true, brothers who haven't bathed together aren't real brothers. Let's go. The two of us are going. Lu Shijiu's eyes flickered, and he followed. In a small locker room. The shower was turned on, water pouring down like a curtain of mist. The pipes here were connected to the school's reserve water supply, so it was still plentiful. Only the power was definitely out, so there was no point hoping for hot water. Fortunately the weather isn't that cold now, washing feels quite refreshing, as if it's rinsed away all my fatigue. And even more pleasantly surprising, there's actually soap available to use. Xiaobai cautiously picked up the soap, thought for a moment, and decided to offer it to Lu Shijiu first. Brother Jiu, do you want to use the soap first? He turned his face to speak to Lu Shijiu, his gaze inevitably falling on Lu Shijiu's body. Then, he lowered his head to look at himself and was struck once again. He sighed and looked up, only to find Lu Shijiu staring at the same spot he had been looking at, his expression somewhat dark and inscrutable. Xiaobai's head buzzed, his face flushing bright red. He immediately closed his legs instinctively and turned slightly to avoid Lu Shijiu's gaze. This sort of thing is normally pretty common between men, but for some reason, he suddenly felt deeply ashamed. Could it be the shame after a blow to his pride? The changing room was hazy with steam, but Xiaobai's blush was so obvious that Lu Shijiu still noticed his embarrassment. He swallowed and said in a hoarse voice, "Very cute, don't feel inferior." Xiaobai's face flushed even more intensely. What a cutie, is that a word to describe a man? Is that a word to describe a man's pride? Besides, he's not insecure at all. Compared to others, he's more than enough. It's just that Lu Shijiu is unusually gifted. Damn! What on earth is he thinking? Xiaobai snapped back to his senses and said stiffly, "No, that's not okay. If you won't wash it, I will." He spoke as he fumbled, hurriedly rubbing foam over his body. But because he was too anxious and the soap was far too slippery, it slipped with a schlup and fell to the floor. Xiaobai sighed, without thinking much, and bent down to pick it up. Only when there was an empty, chilly space behind him did he realize he had exposed his back to Lu Shijiu's eyes. Thinking of all the legends about picking up soap, Xiaobai instantly broke out in a cold sweat and hurried to get up. But he got up too fast, twisted his waist and slipped his foot, tragic. Xiaobai fell to the ground, reenacting the scene from the supermarket storage room. It was even more humiliating, even worse than before. Because this time, he had an opening. And Lu Shijiu, still apparently unaware, came closer like last time, trying to help him up. The result was that Xiaobai shuddered from the heat, a herd of damn words racing through his mind. He shouted, "Calm down. Calm down." Before he finished speaking, he was helped to his feet. It felt like he had overthought things. To save face, Xiaobai forced himself to bow his head and look at the proud Lu Shijiu. "Ahem, Brother Jiu seems pretty energetic, too energetic, not good, you should calm down." Xiaobai thought he'd found a way out, but Lu Shijiu didn't buy it. "What am I going to do, to you?" His voice was low as he took step after step closer to Xiaobai. Xiaobai instinctively stepped back until his back hit the cold wall, with nowhere further to retreat, he had to stop. He forced an awkward smile. No, just joking. You see those kinds of gags often, right? The ones about picking up soap in a bathhouse, I was just copying that, hee. Lu Shijiu said thoughtfully, "Oh, then I want to play a joke on Xiaobai too." Xiaobai doesn't mind, does he? Xiaobai's voice trembled a little. What kind of joke? Chapter 20 Joke. Inside the locker room. Mist hung in the air. Lu Shijiu pressed against Xiaobai's ear. "Xiaobai smells so good." Warm breaths blew onto the back of Xiaobai's ear, making him shiver all over. And Lu Shijiu's words were even more chilling. "This isn't over yet." Lu Shijiu slowly moved downward and stopped at the carotid artery in the neck. "This seems to smell even better here." "Xiaobai, can you smell it?" Xiaobai shivered and quickly replied, "I don't smell anything." Jiuji, don't joke around. I'm a grown man, what could possibly smell good?" After speaking, he hurriedly added one more sentence. "It's not tasty either. The meat is so dry. Damn it." Lu Shijiu being this strange, could he be jealous again? But he didn't provoke him this time. Xiaobai thought this and couldn't help twisting his body, wanting to turn around to see what Lu Shijiu looked like now. "Don't move." Lu Shijiu called sharply, his tone very stern. Xiaobai, wanting to cry but without tears, obediently stood still, not daring to move anymore. But his whole body remained tense, afraid that Lu Shijiu might bite him at any moment, or might actually try to do something to him. But he waited a long time and still didn't see any movement from the person behind him. The atmosphere was tense and strange. After quite a while, Lu Shijiu finally released his hold on him. "Finish washing and then come out." Hearing those words was like a get-out-of-jail-free card to Xiaobai, he greatly relaxed. The body pressed against his back loosened its grip and released him. Regaining his freedom, he quickly pushed the body away and prepared to leave in haste. Before leaving, he glanced at Lu Shijiu out of the corner of his eye. After seeing those restrained, suppressed red eyes, his steps quickened even more. This was the first time Xiaobai had escaped from under red eyes. Only the redness of those eyes was baffling, and Lu Shijiu's decision to let him go was equally strange. Xiaobai still couldn't figure out the reason, he only sat down and began to analyze it slowly. Maybe it was Did his body arouse Lu Shizhou's appetite? But Lu Shizhou, seeing him as a brother, used his remaining reason to send him away. But the atmosphere from just now lingered in Xiaobai's mind, reminding him that this matter wasn't so simple. Xiaobai was lost in thought when Lu Shizhou emerged from the changing room. Lu Shizhou had stayed in there at least 10 more minutes. Xiaobai had no idea what he'd been doing. He came out and walked straight toward him. Xiaobai instinctively became more alert. After Lu Shizhou sat down beside him, he shifted a little farther away. But every time he moved away a bit, Lu Shizhou would subtly edge closer. When Xiaobai moved away once more, Lu Shizhou spoke. "What, did that joke just now scare you?" Xiaobai naturally wouldn't admit it, stubbornly saying, "No." Of course, Xiaobai didn't believe his words. After all, his eyes were bloodshot, how could it possibly be a joke? Now he was probably just looking for an easy way out, so Xiaobai went along with him. For the next while, Lu Shizhou behaved completely normally, which eased Xiaobai's guard a little. By now it was dusk, in less than an hour the sky would grow dark. So, the group who had already rested prepared once more to set off. The infirmary contained the cause of and clues to the apocalypse. This is the only thing they can do for the world, and for themselves. So, this trip is imperative. Given the last time the whole team was wiped out, Xiaobai has already made arrangements. Later Lin Shizhou and I will go open the door. If we encounter zombies, everyone immediately runs back into the swimming hall, understood? Everyone nodded and gradually approached the infirmary. Xiaobai and Lu Shizhou exchanged a glance and stood by the door. Lu Shizhou took the initiative to be the one to open the door, while Xiaobai raised his weapon, ready to strike. With a click, the door opened a crack. Chapter 21 Entering the Infirmary. The door was silent for a moment, then suddenly a strong force pushed and the door was bashed open. A white figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Just as it moved, it was pierced through the shoulder by a blade from Xiaobai, who had been prepared, and pinned at the doorway, unable to advance. And behind it, several more snarls came. They lunged at the door, frantically trying to squeeze out, but were temporarily held back inside by Xiaobai and Lu Shizhou. "Hurry back to the swimming arena," Xiaobai called out in a low voice. The few who were stunned hurriedly retreated. Seeing that everyone had already left some distance behind, and unable to keep backing up any longer, Xiaobai decisively drew his weapon. "We're leaving too." Lu Shizhou didn't listen to him, he stood alone blocking the door for a moment, and only after seeing him step back a bit did he turn and leave. The evolved zombies ran very fast, fortunately the others had retreated beforehand, otherwise being caught would have been hard to deal with. Even though Xiaobai had run ahead for a while, he was still chased down by a zombie. He turned back and drove the zombie off with a stab, then sped up again toward the swimming pool. By then everyone was gathered at the door, ready to shut it at any moment. After Xiaobai entered, he grabbed the doorknob and told everyone to step back. Outside the door, Lu Shizhou was still wrestling with several zombies. If they didn't close the door soon, it was very likely the zombies would be let in as well. This was a test of people's hearts. Naturally, some people's hearts were stirring. Seeing that the zombies were already very close, Long Sanmiao couldn't hold back and no longer paid heed to what he had once promised Xiaobai. "Hurry and close the door. If you don't close it, they'll come in." His words also voiced the feelings of a small number of people. They were just being discreet because of the recent camaraderie. Xiaobai had already suspected this would happen, so he kicked Long Sanmiao, knocking him down, which also put an end to the others' thoughts. "Quick, get into the pool. The zombies are very clumsy in the water." While everyone hesitated, the zombies were only 10 or so steps away, so they had no choice but to follow Xiaobai's words and all jumped into the pool. Xiaobai exhaled and directly let go of the doorknob, stepping back. They were basically letting the zombies into the natatorium. Seeing this, the others swam faster toward the opposite bank. As the zombies broke through the door, Xiaobai also jumped into the water. "Come over here. You bastards." He swam while taunting the zombies. The zombies, of course, couldn't understand language, but they were very sensitive to sound and immediately ran toward the pool. Plop, a few sounds. They tumbled into the swimming pool one after another, floundering and struggling in the water, moving with great difficulty. Xiaobai counted and there were only 5 zombies in the infirmary in total, and now they were all here. He couldn't help but feel relieved and quickly swam toward the opposite shore. After coming ashore, he realized Lu Shijiu hadn't followed him in. Just as he started to worry, Lu Shijiu appeared at the front door and closed it. Seeing this, Xiaobai and the others left through the back door and shut it. With that, the evolved zombies were effectively locked inside the swimming pool and couldn't get out. Let's go. You can go to the infirmary now. When Xiaobai returned to the infirmary with the others, Lu Shijiu was already waiting at the door. They entered the infirmary, closed the door, and after a harrowing ordeal, each sat on the floor panting. Xiaobai walked up to Lu Shijiu and bumped his arm with his shoulder. Hey, how did you know my plan was like that? If you hadn't shut the door for me, I'd have had to go around to the front entrance. Lu Shijiu said calmly, these zombies are clearly different from ordinary ones. If we let them roam the school, it'll be a great danger to us. Of course the best solution is to lock them up, which will also let us get into the infirmary smoothly. Isn't that a very simple idea? Everyone who had misunderstood Xiaobai. They weren't lacking intelligence, in moments of crisis they always thought only about what would benefit themselves. Xiaobai was different. He had long been able to live on his own, and had chosen to do so before. But he still came to the school for the sake of his comrades, and naturally he always thought more about the team. But he also understood everyone's thoughts and feelings, so he didn't explain much to them, as long as the final outcome was good, that would do. Alright, let's see if there are any vaccines left. Xiaobai said and was the first to enter the medical storage. There were several rooms in the medical storage, and the group split up to search. The room Xiaobai searched through had been turned inside out. It shouldn't be here. Xiaobai muttered, turned to leave, but accidentally scraped himself on the sharp metal prong at the edge of a shelf. He looked down to check and found a long wound on his lower leg. The wound wasn't deep, only seeping a little blood. Xiaobai cursed under his breath, bad luck, and helplessly lifted his eyes, his gaze freezing. On the shelf that had scratched his calf, in the back of the bottommost layer, there was one more box he had overlooked. He hurriedly crouched down and took the box out. The date on the box matches. Xiaobai was somewhat surprised and just about to call everyone over when the door suddenly swung open. A tall figure appeared at the doorway. You're injured. Chapter 22 The wound needs disinfecting. You're injured. Lu Shijiu stood at the door, frowning. Her gaze flicked to the bleeding wound on his calf, and her eyes suddenly darkened. Xiaobai had forgotten that zombies are extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. Before, in the locker room, Lu Shijiu had even sniffed at his neck until his eyes were red. Now that he smelled blood, wouldn't he go even more feral? I'm fine, just a minor wound. There was no change on Xiaobai's face, but he became alert, instinctively taking a step or two back while holding the box. When Lu Shijiu saw his small movement, his eyes flickered. He stepped into the room and turned to close the door. Then he walked toward Xiaobai step by step. This move was clearly meant to do something bad. Xiaobai, of course, wouldn't sit back and do nothing. He turned and ran backward. But he hadn't taken more than a few steps when a gust of wind came from behind. What are you running for? A low voice from Lu Shijiu came to his ear. Listening to that tone, Xiaobai couldn't help shivering, and he struggled out of his arms, trying to crawl forward. He had only crawled a short distance when the person behind grabbed his ankle and pulled him back. Knowing he couldn't escape, Xiaobai gave up struggling and waited for Lu Shijiu's next move. After waiting a long time and feeling no pain in his neck, instead his ankle was lifted and a cold touch suddenly fell upon it. Xiaobai shuddered all over and turned his head to look. He saw Lu Shijiu licking the blood seeping from the wound. What are you doing? The wound needs to be disinfected. Lu Shijiu glanced up at him, his eyes were dark and deep, showing no sign of jealousy. After saying that, he lowered his head again. He grandly called it, disinfection. Although Lu Shijiu wasn't envious, he still looked clearly very abnormal. Xiaobai naturally did not believe such an absurd excuse. He guessed that Lu Shijiu was just using disinfection as an excuse. In reality he only wanted to drink his blood. Before long, the blood on his leg was licked clean. Xiaobai's face inexplicably flushed, and he hurriedly pulled his pant leg down. Alright, the poison's been treated. Is that enough? Lu Shijiu stood up and turned his gaze to the box in Xiaobai's hand. Did you find the item? Right. Mentioning the main matter, Xiaobai couldn't care about the awkwardness anymore. He picked up the case, stood, and went to gather the others. In the infirmary ward. Everyone sat on the beds, cautiously watching the small vial in Xiaobai's hand. This must be the batch from before the outbreak, Xiaobai said as he checked the other related information. At the bottom of the box, he finally found the place of origin. Yangqing Biological Products Research Institute Company, Limited. Hearing this, everyone shook their heads in puzzlement. I've never heard of it. When did Yangqing get a biological research institute? Maybe it's newly established and not very well known. Xiaobai listened to the others talking, suddenly remembered something, took out the phone he had found earlier in the supermarket from his pocket, and made a call. The line was busy for a long time, no one answered. What's wrong, who did you call? It's normal that it won't go through, I couldn't reach my family when I called this morning either. Me too. No responses on social apps either. The crowd spoke, their spirits somewhat low. They had clearly anticipated the worst. A bad feeling also rose in Xiaobai's heart. I called the number left on this morning's news, theoretically, it shouldn't be unreachable. Maybe we could try leaving a message on the related online accounts, Lu Shijiu suddenly suggested. Xiaobai thought it was feasible, logged into social platforms, and sent private messages to various official accounts one by one. I just hope that whoever manages them will see this and quickly notify the person in charge. After finishing all of this, Xiaobai paced back and forth several times, but his mind still wasn't at ease. I've already left them a message, I don't know when they'll see it. But if they do see it, they'll definitely send people to the Biological Research Institute. So. Xiaobai glanced at the exhausted group and continued speaking. So, I think we should first go wait at the Biological Research Institute. Then leave Yang City with the team and go to a safe place. What do you all think? Lu Shijiu said casually, I don't mind. The others looked a bit troubled, but we've been on the move all day without rest and we're very tired. Even the well-fed Li Tingyi said he was starting to feel a bit overwhelmed. Considering everyone's stamina, Xiaobai nodded in understanding. Fine, anyway it's getting dark and moving around is inconvenient and dangerous. Let's set out first thing tomorrow morning. Dusk. They lay two to a bed on the hospital beds, imagining what life would be like after being rescued. They sighed that this should be the most unforgettable experience of their lives. Long Sanmiao also joined the conversation, saying that after going through this, he would definitely learn to enjoy life more. The others were speechless when a voice sounded. You didn't say that once we left school we'd each go our separate ways. What, are you still coming with us to the Biological Research Institute? Xiaobai said it on purpose, mocking Long Sanmiao. Long Sanmiao no longer had his former toughness, muttering, who would stay in Yang City if they could leave. Xiaobai snorted and smirked, then ignored him. Everyone continued to daydream about a peaceful life. Xiaobai listened, feeling half reassured and half uneasy. Maybe his emotions were too complicated, and he managed to attract the attention of those nearby. Well? Any other reservations? Lu Shijiu was lying on his back, turning his head slightly to look at him as he spoke. Don't ask why he didn't sleep in the same bed as Li Tingyi. Li Tingyi was too big, so he had to sleep alone, there simply wasn't room for anyone else. So aside from Li Tingyi, he naturally could only sleep with this newly acknowledged buddy. At this moment Xiaobai heard him, turned his body and looked at this guy. In the moonlight, his eyes were full of deep worry. Do you think we'll really be rescued tomorrow? Can the world really be at peace? Chapter 23, Then Can I Be Your Savior? I will. I believe you. In the moonlight, Lu Shijiu's face was deathly pale. But his tone was so firm, just like before, always unhesitatingly supporting any decision he made. More importantly, those words came from a zombie's mouth. Xiaobai chuckled softly, finding it a bit ridiculous. But such a ridiculous thing was happening in reality. He, a human, called a zombie his brother and even lay in the same bed with it, talking about peace and hope. As if on cue, the zombie earnestly said it believed in him, as though he were some kind of savior. Xiaobai smiled and shook his head, what good does it do to believe in me? I'm not a savior. I can only do what useful things I can, and then wait for the real savior to come and save me. After hearing him, Lu Shijiu pondered for a moment and looked at him seriously. Then can I? The first time, Xiaobai didn't understand, and let out a bewildered, huh? Until Lu Shijiu repeated it. Then can I be your savior? Xiaobai. Is this guy crazy? He didn't bite him, he was already chanting, Amitbao. Who gave you the confidence to call yourself his savior? Xiaobai thought of the times he had inexplicably died before, and anger made his whole body tremble. Seeing this expression, Lu Shijiu thought he had been moved by him. He continued, even if no rescue comes tomorrow, even if the world cannot find peace, I will still protect you. Xiaobai shivered for a moment, then finally calmed down. Well then, thank you. A fake smile lifted his face. After thanking him insincerely, he immediately turned over and faced away from Lu Shijiu. Lu Shijiu felt somewhat puzzled, and thought that perhaps Xiaobai didn't want him to see his inner fragility, which softened his heart a bit. The 6-foot-plus big guy was now curled up on the bed, unusually looking somewhat delicate, as if in need of comfort. With that in mind, he turned onto his side and leaned in, wrapping his arms around Xiaobai from behind. Xiaobai's body trembled, growing even colder with anger and fear. Lu Shijiu felt his abnormality and couldn't help but reach out to smooth his back. Sleep. After a long while, the person in his arms reluctantly muttered a muffled Night slowly grew darker. The moonlight grew increasingly dim. On the sickbed, a tall youth was holding another youth from behind. That youth was also tall, yet in his arms he appeared very delicate. The two, like twins, clung tightly to each other, sleeping soundly and peacefully. As if born that way. The next day, early in the morning, everyone woke up one after another. After eating they packed their things and prepared to set off. Just before leaving, Xiaobai spoke very seriously. This trip will definitely be difficult. But for the hope of survival, we have to go. Leaving directly through the main gate is impossible. Most of the zombies in the school have gathered on the playground, we simply can't get out that way. So the only option is to pick the most remote corner with the fewest zombies and climb the wall to leave. After we get out, we'll figure out how to find a vehicle and drive to Fuxing Road. Gu Shitting meekly said, but the wall is at least 3 meters high. How are we supposed to climb it? Lin Sen suggested, then don't we need to find a ladder first? Lu Shijiu flatly vetoed, no need, I'll boost you up. The ignorant Li Tingyi asked, then how are you going to get up there? Very soon, Li Tingyi realized how Lu Shijiu planned to climb the wall. After leaving the infirmary, the group of 7 headed straight toward the school's perimeter wall. Along the way they mostly went wherever was more secluded, without any clear destination. But after about 10 minutes, they found a spot with few zombies that was convenient for scaling the wall. Girls first. The 2 girls were lifted up onto the wall by Lu Shijiu. Xiaobai warned, there might be danger down below. Sit up there and don't come down yet. The girls nodded, and next were Lin Sen and Long Sanmiao. Then came Li Tingyi. Li Tingyi looked at Lu Shijiu's frail frame with some concern. Can you carry me? I'm very heavy, don't let me crush you. He was genuinely and sincerely considering Lu Shijiu. As a result, Xiaobai snapped back, then why don't you stay here instead, let me go first. Hearing that, Li Tingyi hurriedly shook his head. Never mind, I think Lu Shijiu's body is still very strong, he should be able to do it. I'll go first after all. The expressionless tool man Lu Shijiu. The moment Li Tingyi stepped onto his shoulder, he barely perceptibly frowned. That must be the weight life cannot bear. Of course, Lu Shijiu is a real man, there's nothing he can't endure. He only frowned slightly, then lifted Li Tingyi up onto the top of the wall. Finally, it was Xiaobai's turn. He carefully stepped onto Lu Shijiu's shoulder, his hands clinging to the wall as much as possible to lighten his weight. Heavy? No. Lu Shijiu stood very steady, not wobbling in the least, allowing Xiaobai to climb up smoothly. Now, he was the only one who hadn't made it up. Everyone's eyes turned to Lu Shijiu. He planted a hand on the wall, pushed off with his foot, and casually vaulted up as if it were nothing. Compared to Lu Shijiu, the rest of them were practically useless. Especially Li Tingyi, who had questioned him earlier, he immediately shut up and pretended he had never said anything. By now, some time had passed since everyone had climbed over the wall. On the street outside the school, small groups of zombies had sniffed out the movement and shuffled over, gathering beneath the wall, futilely reaching up and clawing at it. Xiaobai pulled out the homemade spear he always carried and stabbed down at them one by one. It was just the upgraded weapon he had made earlier, a steel pipe with a blade tied to the end, very much like an ancient spear. I have to say, this positioning and the length of the weapon made dealing with the zombies quite easy. It was almost like stabbing watermelons, one poke and it burst, soon there was a pile of corpses collapsed against the wall. The two girls, seeing this and smelling it, nearly vomited. After these few days, Xiaobai had grown much more accustomed and focused his attention only on the vehicles parked along the sides of the street. Most of the vehicles here are small cars, and small cars are more dangerous. If a zombie clings to one, you basically can't move it, and it will trap you instead. So our target is medium to large vehicles. The bigger the better, ideally a large truck. Even if you run over a pile of zombies, it won't block you. In short, the vehicle we're looking for must meet two conditions. 1. Medium to large size. 2. It has the keys. The second condition is a bit strict, but in the current situation it should be possible to find, just take some time. For example, those who got into their cars after being infected, once turned into zombies they can't get out and are stuck inside the vehicle. The keys were, of course, on them. Chapter 24, Truck Killer Lu Shizhou. Alright, the girls stay here. The boys split into two teams to search, each team checks shared bicycles. If you find one that fits the criteria, drive it back here immediately. Xiaobai said this and was the first to jump down the wall. Lu Shizhou followed closely behind. The two tacitly became a team. The remaining three automatically formed the other team. Li Tingyi watched the two already riding away on their bicycles and sighed softly. That's Xiaobai, once he has a new love he forgets his old one. But thinking about it, if he had to go with Lu Shizhou all the way, he couldn't handle it. After all, Lu Shizhou seemed to be gay, it was better for Xiaobai to digest that internally. The three of them swept three shared bikes from the roadside and rode in the opposite direction from where Xiaobai and the others had gone. On the other side, Xiaobai pedaled his bicycle, his gaze constantly scanning the vehicles along both sides of the road. When he saw a vehicle that met the first condition, he would stop to scrutinize it, after making sure there were no keys, he would ride on. Lu Shizhou quietly followed behind him the whole time, occasionally using his weapon to kill a few zombies that heard the noise and tried to tail them. This is a street near the school, so large vehicles are naturally few. Large trucks are always hauling goods, how would they ever park near a school? Xiaobai thought for a moment, took out his phone and checked the nearby map. I've heard of that residential complex, it's still under construction. It's 2 kilometers from here, let's ride in that direction. On the construction site, trucks hauling cement or materials were a daily occurrence. Logically speaking, there should be vehicles there that met the criteria. At worst, they could narrow the search for the keys, confining it to within the construction site. Okay. Lu Shizhou, of course, had no objection and rode his bicycle beside him. 2 kilometers away, they arrived after 6 minutes of riding. Sure enough, several large trucks were parked beside the construction site. They stopped their bicycles and got off to examine closely. Finally, they fixed their gaze on a truck from which a howling sound was coming. The truck doors were closed and couldn't be opened, and the zombies inside couldn't get out. Xiaobai thought for a moment, then had no choice but to bend down, casually pick up a stone from the roadside, and hurl it at the car window. There's no other way, it has to be like this. Damaging one side window wasn't a big deal. Clang. The entire pane of glass was shattered. The quiet construction site suddenly erupted into commotion. Meanwhile, the two zombies inside the truck clawed and flailed at the window hole. Xiaobai, expression unchanged, jabbed at the two big foreheads, imagining them as large watermelons, which made him feel much better. After dealing with the zombies inside the truck, the ones on the construction site also followed the sound and came over. Xiaobai hurriedly clung to the vehicle, slipped his hand through the window, and turned the door handle. The car door opened. He dragged the two zombies out, and looking at the blood they left inside the car, he felt a bit disgusted. Because he really couldn't sit there, Xiaobai spent a bit more time stripping the zombies' clothes off and used them as rags to roughly wipe the blood stains on the seats. Only then, before other zombies could gather, did he and Lu Shizhou get into the car. Now here's the problem, Xiaobai doesn't know how to drive a truck. Brother Joe, can you? Lu Shizhou said calmly, I have a driver's license. Seeing him so nonchalant, Xiaobai assumed he had IB2 license and let him take the driver's seat. The result was a journey full of bumps and scrapes. Luckily there aren't many living people left in Yangqing now, otherwise who knows how many accidents would have happened. Until he really couldn't help it, Xiaobai asked again, Joji, what kind of driver's license do you have? Lu Shizhou glanced at him inexplicably, a regular driver's license. Xiaobai. I have a regular driver's license too. Enough, enough. Just make do and let Lu Shizhou drive. As long as he can drive it back, that's fine. While the two were driving the truck back, the three others searching for a vehicle ran into trouble. The mission wasn't completed, but at least they had stirred up a bloody mess. 7 or 8 zombies hung onto their heels, hot on their trail. Other zombies that heard the commotion followed from a distance, forming an eye-catching sight on the street. Li Tingyi complained bitterly, "It's all your fault. You two kept saying find a car, find a car, find a car, and you insisted on stopping to grab some food. Now look, these guys have their eyes on us." Lin Sen complained, "Didn't you say you'd take more and bring it to me?" Li Tingyi, "How was I supposed to know it would cause a commotion and attract zombies?" "Ah, whatever, let's just hurry back." The three had no choice and rode their bicycles back outside the wall, then swung up and climbed onto the wall by standing on the seats. When Xiaobai and the other person returned, this was the scene they saw. A circle of zombies crowded at the base of the wall, bearing teeth and claws, reaching up to grab. 5 humans sat atop the wall, expressionless, prodding down with their weapons. Only when they heard the rumble of the truck did they finally show expressions of surprise and liveliness, and when they saw Xiaobai's face leaning out of the window, those looks became even more pronounced. But Xiaobai wasn't in a very good mood. Looking at that pile of zombies, he felt a headache coming on. "I'll go to the back and see how to get them to jump right on." At Xiaobai's words, Lu Shizhou stepped on the brakes. Xiaobai hurriedly got out of the vehicle, went around to the rear, studied how to lower the tailgate fence, and then climbed onto the truck bed. The bed had no roof and the side railings were openwork, which made it easy for them to observe the surroundings and use weapons against zombies. The downside was that it didn't block wind or rain, so comfort was poor. After sizing it up, Xiaobai walked to the area nearer the front of the car and shouted toward the window. "Back the car up so it's sideways on the sidewalk, with the rear against the wall, so they can jump down easily." Lu Shizhou understood his meaning instantly and began to reverse the truck as it approached the group. With a rumble. His driving wasn't very skilled, the rear of the vehicle hit the wall, jolting Xiaobai so hard he nearly lost his footing. But it wasn't a big problem. He shouted to the people on the wall not far away. "Be careful and move over a bit." As the crowd shifted, the zombies at the base of the wall surged toward the direction of the truck. Xiaobai held his weapon and jabbed it out through the fence. Although not as precise as facing them directly, it was safer and still managed to injure the zombies. Very soon, everyone jumped into the truck one by one. The truck started again, bumping and jolting as it drove out of the school's area, heading toward Fuxing Road. Fuxing Road is on the outskirts of Yangqing, the farthest periphery, quite a distance from Yangqing University. When the truck reached a relatively secluded stretch of road, Lin Sen suddenly volunteered. "Let me drive. I've driven my family's truck before." When he said that, everyone turned to him with excited looks. Especially the 2 girls, who were so dizzy they were about to throw up at any moment. If someone could drive the truck, Xiaobai of course raised both hands in agreement, and he also guessed some of Lin Sen's little motives. He directly helped Lin Sen lift him up. "All right, then you go drive." Gu Shitting sits in the front passenger seat. How does everyone feel about that? No one objected, and the matter was settled. When Lu Shizhou sat in the back compartment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 25 Sweet Sweet Romance. Once Lu Shizhou got on the bus, he sat down right next to Xiaobai. Seeing this, Li Tingyi, who had originally been sitting beside Xiaobai, tactfully moved a bit farther away. That shift brought him closer to another girl, Ding Lingling. The two of them didn't know each other before, they were only acquaintances from having met once. They'd been very busy these past few days and hadn't really gotten to know each other. Now the two of them sat together in a rare moment of peace. After a few words, their conversation became unstoppable. Xiaobai listened to their laughter nearby, looked at Li Tingyi's face that seemed to have welcomed spring, clicked his tongue twice in disapproval, and withdrew his gaze. Could it be that the fortune-telling he used to placate Li Tingyi earlier had actually come true? This kid can really start attracting romance after leaving school and have a sweet love affair. But they'd only been out of school for half the time. Did it work already? That accurate, huh? Then why doesn't he just have his fortune told for when he'll finally get married? Xiaobai thought, his fingers itching to move. He hadn't had time to do the math when the truck braked suddenly and flung him out. "Are you alright?" A low, pleasant voice came from above. Xiaobai came to his senses and realized he had fallen into Lu Shizhou's arms. Right. How could I forget that bastard Lu Shizhou? With that guy around, he'll probably have a hard time getting married. Let alone getting married, even dating, meeting girls would be difficult. Lu Shizhou probably had a quirky habit. I don't know whether it's jealousy or some sort of competitive mindset. Just couldn't stand him having a sweet romance. Because after observing for a while, he realized that Lu Shizhou seemed to have absolutely no interest in gu-shitting. Maybe it's just that they've known each other for so many years and can't stand him getting into a relationship before them. This is a revenge from a lonely dog. This also explains why every time anyone mentioned being single, Lu Shizhou would fly into a rage. Xiaobai felt his guess made sense, couldn't help sighing heavily, and wriggled out of Lu Shizhou's embrace. It's fine, not a big deal. It's a very big deal. If even Li Tingyi has found someone, and he still hasn't, that would be extremely embarrassing. Could Lu Shizhou be thinking the same thing? Probably. Thinking about how blissful love seems so far out of his reach, Xiaobai grew even more gloomy. Lu Shizhou didn't know what Xiaobai was thinking, seeing his ever-changing expression, he simply thought he was still worried about what would come next. He couldn't help moving a little closer to him, leaning forward slightly to shield him from the oncoming cold wind. The journey had been fairly smooth so far, though there had been a few minor incidents. Because the truck was so loud, it attracted some relentless zombies. But with everyone's cooperation, they easily broke free from their entanglement. Another issue was that the virus erupted suddenly, causing some traffic congestion on the roads. They got off a few times, cleared the road conditions, and were able to continue driving. It wasn't until they reached the sparsely populated outskirts of Yangcheng that the situation improved considerably and the vehicles could travel smoothly. Soon, they reached Fuxing Road where the Biological Research Institute was located. The journey had been a little too smooth, so smooth that Xiaobai felt it was somewhat unreal. In typical zombie movies, something unexpected always happens on the way to a critical location. It wasn't zombies, but human-made disaster. To show the cruel human nature in the apocalypse and the genuine emotions felt at partings between life and death. They, however, chatted and laughed all the way and arrived in no time. The car kept driving forward, heading toward the Biological Research Institute marked on the map. Suddenly, Lu Shizhou, who was beside him, stood up, walked to the front of the carriage, and knocked on the top of the engine. Stop the car. The car continued coasting forward for 2 seconds before gradually coming to a stop. Lin Sen stuck his head out the window and looked back, his expression somewhat puzzled. What's wrong? Weren't we going to the research institute? Lu Shizhou shook his head. Not going for now. Let's just stop here. He didn't give a reason, and sat back down beside Xiaobai. Xiaobai naturally didn't think Lu Shizhou was making a fuss, he must have noticed something, which was why he told Lin Sen to stop. Xiaobai thought for a moment, then asked Lu Shizhou. Why, did you sense something dangerous at the research institute? Lu Shizhou looked at him for a moment and replied with a question, we're still some distance from the institute. You think I could sense anything from here? Xiaobai knew he was trying not to reveal his abnormality, but the situation was unusual and the team had to come first, to avoid being caught off guard by danger. But he couldn't say it outright, saying so would make Lu Shizhou suspicious, so he had to put it another way. I'll believe whatever you say. After all, you seem to have extraordinary talent, obviously the protagonist. And you already helped everyone avoid danger in the infirmary before, so why wouldn't I trust you? Besides, even an inaccurate sixth sense or hearing is better to believe than not. In the apocalypse, being extra careful never hurts. After Xiaobai offered countless stepping stones, Lu Shizhou was finally persuaded and followed them down. I do have a bad feeling, the same as I had in front of the infirmary. And, the noises we heard this time were even more concentrated. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai immediately put on a serious expression. What does that mean? There are 5 evolved zombies in the infirmary. How much more dangerous would the more densely packed biological research facility be? It seems they absolutely cannot go in. It's best to wait outside for the rescue. After all, the rescue team has more professional weapons and experience. If they want to enter the research facility to search for information, they'll be much more efficient than us. Of course, the chance of survival would be much higher. They've already provided clues, which is the greatest help, we just need to wait for extraction. Showing off and entering the research facility without permission was nothing but courting death. Between the two sentences he exchanged with Lu Shijiu, Xiaobai sorted out the cause and effect and made the decision that was best for them. The research facility may hold unknown dangers. Since we've already come this far, there's no need to take any more risks. We'll wait here for rescue. If a rescue team comes, we'll definitely be visible. When they heard there might be danger, no one asked further and they agreed to the decision. After all, whether they went in or not didn't make much difference to them. Their goal was simply to wait for rescue. When Xiaobai and his group set out from the school, it was just dawn. At that moment the sun slowly rose, hanging directly in the center of the sky. An hour had passed since they had been waiting here. During that hour, they had looked up and around countless times. At the slightest sound they would prick up their ears and listen closely, afraid of missing the arrival of the rescue team. Finally, to everyone's eager anticipation, a helicopter's roaring flight sounded in the distant sky. Mini sketch. Xiaobai, I want to have a sweet, sweet romance, boo-hoo. Lu Shijiu, am I not sweet? Xiaobai, shocked face brother Jiu, are you joking? Lu Shijiu, serious face I can be sweet too. Chapter 26, The Rescue Team's Unusual Crash. It's the rescue team. The rescue team is here. The crowd murmured in surprise, pointing at the sky, all stirred with excitement. Even Xiaobai couldn't help but stand up, his gaze following the helicopter as it moved. Under the watchful eyes of several people, the helicopter flew straight toward their direction. This made everyone even more certain that this was the team sent to rescue them. Great! We're saved! We can finally leave Yangqing and return to a normal life. The girls began to sob softly, revealing their inner excitement. I've had enough of living like this, always on edge and fearing for my life. Can this finally be the end? This sentence was also the sentiment of everyone. A few people, without batting an eye, looked up toward the direction of the helicopter, their eyes flickering with a light called hope. But in the next moment, that light was shattered. As the light in everyone's eyes went out, the newly arisen hope vanished as well. A single tremendous boom resounded. The helicopter plunged straight down before their eyes. Dust and smoke billowed in the distance, obscuring the exact situation. The massive commotion also alerted the surrounding zombies, they howled and swarmed in from all directions, converging toward the crash site. On the truck, the people stunned by the sudden turn of events came to their senses, their faces full of disbelief. No, no. How could this happen? What on earth happened? How did the plane suddenly crash? What do we do now? Is there no way to leave? At this time, everyone's primary concern was their own safety and how to survive going forward. Xiaobai had imagined many scenarios, but he never expected such an abrupt and absurd outcome. So he couldn't accept it for the moment, nor could he accept such an ending. Go check it out. What on earth happened? Lin Sen stuck his head out the window to look at him, his expression, like everyone else's, was very grim. What's the point of going to look? Falling from such a great height, there's no way anyone could survive. Never mind people, even a helicopter would be torn apart on impact. Xiaobai still insisted, drive. I know they can't be alive, but I have to know why. Only by knowing the reason can it be stopped. But Lin Sen didn't understand his stubbornness and was puzzled. The zombies are all coming out, are we going over there to die? Xiaobai was too lazy to argue further, he only tugged on Lu Shijiu's arm. Brother Jiu, it's up to you. Lu Shijiu looked up at him but said nothing. He flipped down from the truck, walked to the cab, reached for the door and pulled Lin Sen out. Then he tossed Lin Sen into the truck bed, the whole movement flowing in one go, looking very effortless. Before Lin Sen had recovered, the truck suddenly started up and sped off toward the smoke-filled area. Everyone was thrown around and dizzy the whole way. After about 10 minutes, the car finally came to a stop. They had only just stopped when zombies swarmed around both sides of the truck, sliding their hands into the gaps in the railing, snarling and grabbing wildly. Everyone could only shift toward the center to avoid being grabbed by the zombies. Xiaobai, what on earth do you want to do? The rescue had already gone badly enough, on top of that, they now found themselves in this predicament. Long Sanyao had been holding back, but seeing Lu Shijiu in the driver's seat, he finally snapped at Xiaobai. Unexpectedly, Xiaobai didn't look at him once, nor did he acknowledge him, he just stood up and stared intently out the window. What are you looking at? You put everyone in danger just to get a glimpse. Facing Long Sanmiao's interrogation, Shenbai chose to ignore it. He only stared intently at where the helicopter had crashed. There were a few fully armed zombies there. Normally, if a helicopter crashes, the people would certainly be dead. And the dead cannot be infected by the zombie virus, much less become zombies. Unless these few people had been infected with the zombie virus on the plane. And it was a sudden emergency that caused the helicopter to crash only after reaching its destination. But they came this time to investigate the virus. How could they have come into contact with it? Shenbai was baffled, his gaze sweeping around the helicopter. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Which school's uniform is that? In Yangqing, from elementary to high school and vocational schools, none of them have uniforms like that, right? Although Li Tingyi also didn't understand what Shenbai wanted to do, he still looked in the direction Shenbai had pointed when he heard that. It was a little boy whose arms and legs all seemed broken, limping and hobbling beside the helicopter. And the school uniform he was wearing looked very unfamiliar, not like the uniforms from their area. Li Tingyi recalled the schools his relatives' children attended, checked them off one by one in his mind, and after going through them all, shook his head in puzzlement. Never seen it before, definitely not a Yangqing uniform. The others also glanced at the little boy Shenbai had mentioned and all shook their heads in denial. One person denying it could still be a memory issue, but if everyone denies it, that means Shenbai remembered correctly. So, that boy was wearing an out-of-town school uniform. He must have just come from elsewhere. But Yangqing has been overrun for days, so. Li Tingyi picked up the thread and said with certainty, so that little boy came with the rescue team. Shenbai nodded, then pointed to a woman standing beside the little boy. That woman fell hard, she was probably on the helicopter too. Judging by her attire and bearing she seems very capable, maybe some important figure, which could be why the rescue team took them along when they came to investigate. So the crash was very likely caused by them. One of them must have been infected with the zombie virus before boarding, which only manifested just now. They attacked the rescue team on the helicopter, causing it to lose control and crash. This was, so far, the most logical reason Shenbai could come up with. According to this supposition, what he needed to do was prevent those two people from boarding that helicopter. Although there were far too many uncontrollable factors, it was the only solution he could think of right now. Otherwise, there might not be a next rescue. How long will it take for the next rescue to arrive? Having already made up his mind, Shenbai walked to the edge of the fence and looked down at the piles of terrifying-faced zombies, swallowing hard. For a long time, he still couldn't bring himself to jump. Being bitten to death by Lu Shijiu and being torn apart by zombies are completely different ways to die. If he jumped down from here, he wouldn't be eaten to the bones before the cycle took effect, would he? After all, there are so many zombies below, one bite from this one, another from that. Just thinking about it made Shenbai shiver involuntarily. He did want to save the world, true, but he hadn't reached the magnanimous level of volunteering himself to be torn apart. Shenbai thought for a moment, then called out ahead. Lu Shijiu. I need you to help me with something. Chapter 27 Massage Parlor. The truck reversed slowly. As the wheels rolled, they swept up a few lunging zombies. If it had been a medium or small vehicle, the wheels would probably already be jammed and immobile. Fortunately Shenbai had the foresight to find a large vehicle. After running over dozens of zombies, the truck finally left the zombie-infested area, sped up, and came to a slightly secluded spot. Wait in the truck for a bit. Lu Shijiu and I are going to take care of something, we'll be back soon. Saying that, Shenbai jumped out of the vehicle. Lu Shijiu quickly opened the door as well and climbed down from the driver's seat. Shenbai led him into a beauty salon on the street with its door open. Once inside he immediately shut the door and drew the curtain so people outside couldn't see what was happening inside. Everyone in the car found the two of them acting so secretive and felt inexplicably puzzled. What are they going to do? Li Tingyi, do you know? Li Tingyi shook his head. He was my closest friend, but I'm not a worm in his stomach. How am I supposed to know what he intends to do? Everyone listened and grew even more puzzled and curious. At the same time, inside the beauty salon. After Shenbai and Lu Shijiu had dealt with the few zombies inside, they sat on the beauty beds, their eyes meeting, silently looking at each other. Finally, it was still Lu Shijiu who spoke first. Speak. What do you want me to help with? Earlier there were too many people and distractions, so he hadn't asked anything. Now that it was quiet, he finally wanted to know Shenbai's intentions. Xiaobai didn't even know how to properly ask Lu Shijiu to bite him. Under normal circumstances, Lu Shijiu wasn't a madman who bit people indiscriminately. Xiaobai hesitated for a moment, his gaze swept over the neatly arranged items on the cabinet, and an idea formed in his mind. It's like this, I used to have a chronic problem and had to go to the massage parlor regularly. These past few days I haven't had any massages, and I even strained some muscles and bones. I feel like it's gotten worse, I'm very uncomfortable and would like you to help me press on the sore spots. Xiaobai made up the story offhand, not even blinking when he lied. Looking at Lu Shijiu's gaze, he really did seem sincere. Lu Shijiu hadn't expected Xiaobai's mysterious reason to be this. He was stunned for a moment before coming to his senses. Where do you feel uncomfortable? Xiaobai coughed and cleared his throat when Lu Shijiu actually believed him. Just a bit of soreness in my lower back and back. Oh right. And my neck, it hurts a lot whenever I turn it. As he spoke, he even demonstrated it for Lu Shijiu to see. He twisted his neck a couple of times, then frowned and made a muffled grunt. Lu Shijiu frowned and looked at him for a while, as if trying to discern the truth in his words. It wasn't until Xiaobai looked a little guilty that he finally relented and said, "So what do you want me to do?" Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief, his tone brightening. It's simple. Just have me lie face down on the bed, you use that essential oil to rub me, then clear the blocked meridians and that'll do. Alright then, I'll teach you the specifics in a bit. Lu Shijiu. Before Lu Shijiu could say anything, Xiaobai obediently flopped onto the bed in no time. Seeing that he still didn't move, she urged him once more. I'm ready, come on. Oh right, take the essential oil from the top of the cabinet. Because the power was out, there were no lights in the room and it was very dim. Only a faint halo of light filtered through the window, shining on the boy's back. The boy straightened his spine, tilting his long neck back like a proud swan. Lu Shijiu withdrew his gaze, lowered his eyes, and turned the bottle of essential oil over, watching the fragrant oil drip drop by drop into his palm. When enough oil had gathered, he pressed his hands together, letting the oil soak his entire palms. Then, a broad palm slowly descended. Lu Shijiu's palm was very warm, although he was a zombie, he had the warmth of a human. Or perhaps Lu Shijiu couldn't really be called a full zombie, but rather a half-dead, half-human being. If all zombies were like that, maybe everyone could coexist peacefully. It's just that I don't know what caused this phenomenon. Xiaobai had originally intended to seek death wholeheartedly, but at this moment he felt so comfortable that he changed his mind. Since he was going to die anyway, why not enjoy himself a little before it happened? On your shoulder, press it and see. Oh yes, right there. Lower a little. You can press on the waist too. My lower back has been aching a lot lately, I don't know why. Lu Shijiu hadn't spoken, just listened and followed Xiaobai's requests. But now he interjected, maybe you're a bit deficient. Xiaobai. Deficient where? Lu Shijiu, kidney deficiency. Xiaobai. Xiaobai wanted to curse that he was talking nonsense, but sometimes he did feel somewhat weak and incapable, maybe. In short, he lost all interest in any kind of massage. Forget it, don't rub my waist anymore, just massage my neck. Xiaobai said, turning slightly and stretching his neck out, exposing the location of his major artery right under Lu Shijiu's nose. On the slender neck, a bluish translucent vein pulsed lightly, looking incredibly fragile. Of course, in the zombie's eyes, it was an irresistible temptation of delicious food. What are you doing? Stop dawdling. At Xiaobai's urging, Lu Shijiu finally made a move. Those broad palms easily encircled Xiaobai's neck with one hand. If he wanted, with just a slight exertion he could strangle that slender neck. Of course, he would never do such a thing. But rather a gentle kneading, careful not to hurt Xiaobai. However, this was not what Xiaobai wanted. Lu Shijiu still hadn't moved, perhaps restrained by human reason and fear of revealing his identity as a zombie. So, what if he fell asleep? When a living human exposes a vulnerable neck and sleeps defenselessly in front of a zombie, allowing the zombie to do as it pleases. Any zombie would know what to do, right? Take a small, gentle taste, not too much. Xiaobai curled the corner of his mouth and closed his eyes, pretending to have fallen into a deep sleep. Chapter 28. Are you hungry? Warm yellow sunlight hit the window, illuminating the tiny particles softly drifting through the room. The room was very quiet, in Lu Shizhou's ears, the boy's gradually steadying breathing kept getting louder, occupying all his hearing, reminding him constantly that the delicious prey before him was completely unguarded. If he did something, it would go unnoticed. Such a thought circled in his mind, took root, sprouted, and grew vigorously. In less than 5 minutes, it had grown into a towering tree. Its endless branches and leaves lightly brushed his heart, making him feel a little ticklish inside. Xiaobai tried hard to control himself, keep his breathing steady, and not show any expression. The person behind him stopped moving, and there was no sound for a long time. He didn't know how long had passed when a warm breath slowly pressed against his ear. He continued to breathe steadily, hoping the person behind would bare their fangs and take a bite so he could quickly fall into the cycle. In the end, the familiar pain never came. Xiaobai almost held his breath, not knowing exactly what Lu Shizhou intended to do. Lu Shizhou watched Xiaobai's body tense in an instant and curled the corner of his mouth. "If you're awake, get up." His voice was somewhat low. Xiaobai thought he was being tricked, so he refused to move and kept his eyes shut, pretending to sleep. The room was quiet for a moment, then a low chuckle came. "If you won't wake up, then I'll continue." "Continue? Continue what?" Xiaobai had a bad feeling, but he still forced himself to keep silent. In the end, Lu Shizhou actually reached out and grabbed his clothes. Xiaobai was startled, quickly pressed down Lu Shizhou's hand, then pretended to have just woken up. He turned his head, half asleep and annoyed, accusing, "Lu Shizhou, what are you doing?" Lu Shizhou retorted, "Can't you tell?" Xiaobai. "I can tell, but he must be joking, right?" Xiaobai thought, rolled over and sat up, and looked at Lu Shizhou carefully. His eyes were red. Zombies have appetites beyond just hunger. No, no, no. The point is, why him? He's a guy. Xiaobai suddenly remembered something that might have happened when Lu Shizhou was a child, and understood a little. Although he still didn't understand why it would be directed at him. In any case, the process was somewhat strange, but it achieved the final result. When Lu Shizhou is in a red-eyed state, his reason is harder to control. At this point, add a little more provocation, and hasn't the goal been achieved? "Lu Shizhou, are you hungry?" Xiaobai deliberately ignored what Lu Shizhou had said earlier and suddenly asked. Lu Shizhou's gaze lingered on him, at the words his throat instinctively rolled, leaving him even more parched. Besides the desire to taste fresh blood, it stemmed more from an emotional longing in his heart. He stared fixedly at Xiaobai. "Hungry." As he spoke, he bent down and moved closer to Xiaobai. Xiaobai instinctively shifted back a little and settled against the wall. Then he watched Lu Shizhou reach out a hand to brace against the wall, gradually drawing nearer to him. He held himself still and didn't flee, only closing his eyes and waiting for the feeding to begin. Only this time, unexpectedly. Lu Shizhou didn't bite him, instead his lips lightly met his. Xiaobai's eyes suddenly widened. Staring at Lu Shizhou's face so close, feeling the soft contact, he hurriedly reached out and pushed him away. "What are you doing? Aren't you hungry? If you're hungry, eat something. Anything is okay. Biting the neck is fine too." The two of them were completely out of sync in their conversation, which also successfully made Lu Shizhou misunderstand. Today Xiaobai's series of actions were all very abnormal. If the person he likes is this proactive, if he were to back down, wouldn't people think he's not up to it? "Fine, this is what you asked for." After speaking, he tried to kiss Xiaobai again. "Xiaobai." Xiaobai hurriedly stopped him. Why does something feel off? He only just realized now that the two of them were completely talking past each other. So. Help. The new roommate is a perverted zombie, he actually wants to eat him. Xiaobai would rather die than submit, but to achieve his goal, he decided to be direct. If he were any more tactful, his dignity would be gone. "Fine. I'll be blunt. I want you to bite me. Otherwise, I'll tell everyone that you're a zombie. And also, I like women, like goo shitting. I'm going to get married someday, and I advise you not to foolishly try to stop me, or don't blame me for ignoring our brotherhood. Sorry, brother, I didn't mean to stab you in the heart." As the words fell, the temperature around Lu Shizhou plummeted. If before it had been spring, now it was deep winter. And Xiaobai finally got what he had wished for. This time Xiaobai used Lu Shizhou and spoke insults again. Even though he was the one who had been bitten, he still felt a bit of guilt. Watching Lu Shijiu, who had fallen into a mad frenzy, Xiaobai sighed lightly and reached out to pat his back. Sorry. Lu Shijiu froze and released his grip. Seeing Xiaobai gradually lose color, he finally realized what he had done. His mouth was full of blood, his eyes a strange crimson, yet his expression showed a trace of fragility. Why did this happen? Is this what you wanted? Xiaobai felt a touch of pity, but he had no strength left to speak to him. He gradually lost consciousness. Chapter 29 Another cycle. Moonlight poured into the pale room, falling on the two youths nestled together on the sickbed. Xiaobai listened to the voices around him filled with hopes for the future, feeling the warmth emitted by the person behind him, and suddenly opened his eyes. He freed his trapped body and sat up from the bed. The movement made a bit of a commotion, and Lu Shijiu opened his eyes, looking over with a puzzled expression. Xiaobai ignored him and instead fished out his phone, dialing the rescue number again. As before, there was still a busy signal, no response at all. With no other option, he resorted to the old method, the clumsiest one, sending private messages and comments en masse to every relevant account. This time, he even added a few more lines. Hello, we are surviving students from Yangqing University. After seeing the news this morning we went to the school infirmary and obtained information related to this virus. As we understand it, the virus was disguised as a kind of medicine and mixed into normal doses given to students. So, everyone please be extremely careful, do not under any circumstances take medication from the Yangqing Biological Research Institute, it may cause even more severe virus spread. We will go to the Yangqing Biological Research Institute tomorrow morning. When the rescue team comes to retrieve relevant materials, please take us with you when you leave. Also, I have an immodest request. Please do not bring anyone else along on the rescue team's way here. Right now obtaining data to develop the antidote is the top priority, under no circumstances should complications arise because of other people. Please take this seriously. After sending several messages in quick succession, Xiaobai finally exhaled in relief. As long as the relevant people in charge received this information, they would surely be more cautious. This is a matter of grave importance, it wouldn't be ignored. Lu Shijiu, standing beside him, found Xiaobai's series of actions somewhat puzzling. You already sent a message before, didn't you? Why did you suddenly think to send it again? Xiaobai smiled and gave a perfunctory explanation, just in case, sending it again and adding a bit more. Lu Shijiu nodded, still thinking Xiaobai was a little strange, but he didn't ask any more. But instead reached out, pulled him by the shoulder, and laid him down on the bed. Then sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow. Xiaobai had been planning to check the internet for any new developments, but at those words he could only obediently lie still. He then quietly slid his shoulder out from under Lu Shijiu's hand, shifted his body to the corner against the wall, moved far away from Lu Shijiu, and only then fell asleep at ease. There was no choice, from the last loop he already knew about Lu Shijiu's perverse tendencies, so he had to be on guard. Although everything was his own fault and done deliberately, if Lu Shijiu hadn't had those thoughts, he couldn't have put on a one-man show alone. In short, he couldn't let Lu Shijiu misunderstand and develop any ideas that weren't brotherly. Lu Shijiu frowned as he looked at Xiaobai, who was practically plastered against the wall. Could it be that Xiaobai saw through something? No, he wouldn't. Someone so dull and straightforward in matters of the heart, if he never says anything, he might never realize it his whole life, so how could he possibly notice? Maybe he's worrying about tomorrow's matters. Lu Shijiu withdrew his gaze, stopped overthinking, and closed his eyes to feign sleep. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Lanhai City, a significant change was quietly unfolding. That night, countless people fell into slumber from fever. Few took notice, and those who went to the hospital were only assigned to the routine fever clinic. More people, however, were unconcerned, staying at home and casually taking some cold medicine to get by. The same situation was playing out in a wealthy residential area. A middle-aged woman in a sharp suit fed her son fever medicine, tucked him in, then left the room and went to the living room. The television in the living room was broadcasting the news. Recently, a new virus originating from Yangqing has been spreading. The source of the virus is still under investigation. Parts of the local infections have been brought under control, and next we will provide rescue and containment to the cities surrounding Yangqing, gradually minimizing casualties to the lowest possible level. Additionally, it is reported that when a healthy person is infected by an infected individual, they may experience a short period of fever or fall into a deep sleep. Citizens are urged to pay close attention. Starting tomorrow, local authorities will issue relevant handling plans, and citizens are expected to strictly comply. The woman listened to the voice coming from the television and, recalling her son's symptoms, couldn't help but frown. But she kept watch by the bed for a long time. Aside from a persistent high fever, the boy showed no other abnormalities. Exhausted, she breathed a sigh of relief and was about to rest when she suddenly received a phone call. Bad news. The Blue Sea virus has broken out. Blue Sea is extremely dangerous right now. We must request an evacuation. She hung up the phone and went back into the bedroom, silently watching the boy's peaceful sleeping face for a while. After a long time, having made up her mind, she stood up and dialed several numbers. I've contributed so much to Blue Sea, I don't ask for anything else. Tomorrow morning, I must relocate to a safe place with my son. I hope you won't let the meritorious official who has devoted himself to you downcast. The next day, at dawn, a helicopter descended and hovered into the small garden of the mansion district. The woman held the still sleeping boy, preparing to board. A fully armed man reached out and stopped her. Sorry, ma'am, may I ask what's wrong with your son? The woman tightened her grip on the boy's hand, but her face remained composed. He got frightened and slept through the night. It's still early, we can let him sleep a bit longer. The man's gaze swept over the boy's slightly pale face. Finding nothing unusual, he nodded and sat back inside the helicopter. The woman also took the boy and sat in the last row. She touched the boy's slightly cold cheek, her expression full of pity. Soon, the helicopter circled and rose. It headed off toward an unknown direction. Yangqing University's medical office. As before, early in the morning everyone packed up and got ready to set out. Xiaobai had the prior experience, so this time the operation was even quicker. After leaving the school, he went with Lu Shijiu directly to the nearby construction site and drove back that large truck. When they returned to the school wall, Li Tingyi and the others had not yet come back. They first hitched a ride with two girls sitting on the wall and went to another street, rescuing the three people with Li Tingyi who were being tailed by zombies. This operation went very smoothly. The freight truck, following the original plan, headed toward Fuxing Road where the Biological Research Institute is located. Only this time it was different, the truck did not stop near the institute as it had before. Over there the view is wider, let's go there and wait for the rescue team. Xiaobai pointed toward the direction where the rescue team crashed last time and said seriously. The others didn't notice anything unusual about Xiaobai, and Lin Sun simply drove the truck over as Xiaobai had instructed. Time passed second by second. Amid everyone's eager anticipation, the helicopter appeared again. Chapter 30, Prevention Failed, crashed again. In the distant sky, a helicopter was racing rapidly toward them. Xiaobai stared at the helicopter without blinking, watching it draw nearer and nearer, his heart tightened more and more. Meanwhile, inside the helicopter, the boy and the middle-aged woman's arms suddenly trembled. The woman was overjoyed and gently stroked the boy's cheek with her slender hand. Baby, you're awake. You slept for so long. Do you feel any better now? Oh right, you didn't eat anything all night. Are you hungry? Mommy brought you your favorite chocolate. The woman spoke as she reached into her bag for a chocolate, unwrapped it, and held it to the boy's lips. The boy shuddered violently, his small waist arching once before he collapsed back onto the woman's lap. Hun, Gry, Hun, Gry. Along with his strange behavior, an incredibly hoarse voice came from deep in his throat. But the woman didn't care, she hurriedly brought the chocolate closer and shoved half of it into the boy's mouth. Just as she was about to let go, the boy, as if he had found some supreme delicacy, bit down hard on her finger. The sound of flesh and bone being chewed rang out. Bright red blood and flesh mixed with the dark chocolate, something that would look horribly disgusting to others, yet the boy ate it as if it were exceptionally delicious. This abnormality caught everyone's attention. What is wrong with him? Only the infected bite people. Is he infected? The woman who had lost half a finger, even though she howled in pain, still straightened her arms as much as possible to shield the boy. No. He didn't. He's just sick. When will we get to our destination? I need to take my son to get treatment. No sooner had she finished speaking than her face twisted into an indescribable snarl. Because he bit the neck of the son she loved most, the person she had tried her hardest to protect. Perhaps he hit a major artery, a jet of blood suddenly spurted out, splattering inside the cabin. The others, seeing this, hurriedly drew their weapons, intending to kill the boy. But they were tackled by the crazed woman, who blocked their actions. This gave the boy a favorable opportunity, and he lunged forward, tearing into the rescue worker. The helicopter erupted into chaos in an instant. After the pilot was also infected, the helicopter's flight path became extremely unstable. There is a brief transitional phase during mutation, during which they can still retain a portion of their sanity. When reason completely vanished, it became impossible to properly control the helicopter anymore. So, what Xiaobai and the others saw was that after the helicopter lurched along for a while, it suddenly began to fall. Although he had prepared himself mentally, seeing the scene again made Xiaobai feel an indescribable pain in his heart. How could this happen? Could his earlier guesses all have been wrong? A thunderous crash. The helicopter slammed down barely 100 meters from them. Everyone instinctively covered their heads and crouched. When the commotion that had spread past, they stood up and looked toward the smoke-filled area. The dust gradually dissipated, and several figures struggled out from the broken fuselage. Besides the fully equipped rescue team, there was also a woman in a suit and a boy among them. This confirmed that Xiaobai's guess had been right. Then why is that? Why? Xiaobai shouted softly, unwilling to accept it. He couldn't understand. He had left such precise information. The other party had definitely seen it, which was why they came to rescue him, so why wouldn't they listen to everything he said? Why bring along these two unnecessary extras? Could it be to flaunt one's benevolence while abandoning the greater cause? Xiaobai repeatedly asked himself inside, naturally receiving no answers. It took him a long time before he could slowly calm down. Actually, there was nothing wrong with saving people. But these two in particular were beyond saving. The two of them looked clearly like mother and son. Xiaobai also had parents, so he naturally understood how great familial love could be. But in the face of the survival of more people, he could not soften toward these two. Let's go take a look and see what their situation really is. Perhaps, if he phrased it a bit more clearly, he could make the other party fully believe him and thereby change such an outcome. Xiaobai said this, then was the first to jump out of the vehicle and ran toward the helicopter. He held his weapon and showed no mercy to the lunging zombie, even though a moment ago it had still been their hope. While he was dealing with that zombie, another one also lunged at him. Before he could draw his weapon, a long spear drove straight into that zombie's head. It was Lu Shizhou. He had followed them. The others, who had been hesitating, saw this and also leapt out of the vehicle with their weapons. Strength in numbers, they quickly killed the rescue team who had mutated into zombies. Unexpectedly, it turned out that the little boy was the most powerful among them. Xiaobai guessed this should be related to the method of infection. As far as he knew, the first batch of zombies infected by the drug would be somewhat stronger. Whereas zombies who turned after being bitten would be much weaker. Holding that hypothesis, Xiaobai focused on checking the boy's identity. Finally, his student ID was found in the boy's school uniform pocket. Name, Li Kexing Class, Grade 6, Class 1. At the very top is the school badge bearing the characters, Blue Sea Primary School. Lu Shizhou had made a discovery there as well. This woman is an important figure in Lanhai City and has connections upstairs. That should be the reason she and her son appeared on that helicopter. Xiaobai nodded, roughly guessing the cause and effect. At that moment, zombies from all directions were coming toward them, following the noise. Everyone was preparing to leave when a zzz sound from an electric current made Xiaobai stop in his tracks. Hello. What happened? Please, respond, as soon as possible. Xiaobai listened to the voice and pulled a walkie-talkie out of the helicopter wreckage. He took the radio and followed the others back to the car, then pressed the talk button. Hello, we are survivors from Yangqing University. The helicopter you sent has just crashed. The entire rescue team was infected, which should be related to 2 other rescued passengers. And I want to know the current situation outside, and whether you'll attempt another rescue. With limited battery, Xiaobai picked out the key points and finished speaking, not a word wasted. After another burst of static, the walkie-talkie seemed to be briefly repaired, and the voice on the other end became clear and fluent. Sorry, I made a wrong decision and didn't take your message seriously. I deeply regret that. The situation outside is also grim. Last night there was a sudden surge in the number of people with fevers across various places, and mutations occurred in the middle of the night and early morning. Just now, I have already received more infection reports. So. Chapter 31 Too weak, let me teach you. So, sorry, I'm afraid the rescue will have to be delayed again. Please take good care of yourselves. Once the emergency is handled, we will come to rescue you at the first opportunity. After the person on the other end finished speaking, the walkie-talkie suddenly picked up the sound of hurried footsteps. Bad news, infection detected inside, they're coming this way. Xiaobai and the others didn't know what was happening, they simply listened intently. Static from the walkie-talkie cut in again, interrupting the conversation. Damn it! Of all times to have a problem. Xiaobai cursed under his breath and tried to fix the walkie-talkie. But after some tinkering, not only was it not repaired, it had drained the battery completely. He simply tossed the walkie-talkie aside and hung his head to process his emotions. Like him, everyone's mood was very heavy at this moment. Although the other side said they would come to rescue them again, who knew when the next rescue would be, and whether they would still be alive by then? Could they really hold on until the next rescue? More importantly, hearing the situation over the radio just now was also grim. If problems are occurring even in tightly secured internal locations, then they won't be able to wait for rescue, will they? By then, not only they, but the whole world would be unable to save itself. Once they began thinking about the deeper implications, everyone sank helplessly into fear of the unknown. The truck, after driving for a while, stopped in a secluded spot. Lin Sen and Gu Shitting went to the rear compartment and discussed plans with the others. What do we do now? How about we find a safe place and wait for rescue? Yes, there's nothing else we can do now. Everyone's opinions were roughly the same. Just as Lin Sen was about to return to the driver's seat to drive, Li Tingyi suddenly asked Xiaobai a question. Xiaobai, what do you think? After talking with the walkie-talkie, Xiaobai had been silent until now. It wasn't until he heard Li Tin call him that he finally looked up, revealing a face with little expression. He stood up, didn't answer Li Tin, but climbed down from the car. Lu Shijiu, come with me for a moment. He shouted very suddenly, and inexplicably. But Lu Shijiu didn't ask anything, he just followed him, leaving behind a car full of puzzled faces. Li Tingyi glanced at the others looking over and scratched his head. Xiaobai might be in a bad mood and needs to talk with Lu Shijiu. Let's wait for him a bit. On the other side. Xiaobai, having gotten out of the car, walked straight into the small patch of uncultivated woods beside the road. Lu Shijiu followed closely behind, matching his pace step for step, and only stopped when they reached a spot not visible from the road. What's the matter? This was the first time Xiaobai had taken the initiative to invite him to be alone together, which was truly surprising. He was also very curious about what Xiaobai wanted from him. Xiaobai looked at Lu Shijiu, who was completely unguarded, hesitated over and over in his heart, and finally mustered the courage to pounce. After Lu Shijiu was knocked to the ground by him, he offered no resistance and simply watched him quietly. Xiaobai's courage quickly ebbed, just as he was about to give up, he steeled himself, forced his resolve, pressed down on Lu Shijiu's head and kissed him. Their lips met, Lu Shijiu's eyelashes trembled, and a look of disbelief and deeply hidden joy flickered in his eyes. Xiaobai kissed clumsily and without any method, feeling hollow inside, he didn't dare look into his eyes and therefore didn't notice that emotion. After forcing himself through that chaotic kiss and thinking it was enough, Xiaobai finally lifted his head, breathed a long sigh of relief, and went to study Lu Shijiu's expression. Lu Shijiu lowered his gaze and watched him intently, his eyes were dark, their gloom carrying an inexplicable meaning. However, one thing is certain, he showed no signs of turning into a red-eyed zombie. Could it be that it wasn't intense enough? Based on previous experiences, any kind of emotional fluctuation could cause Lu Shijiu to mutate. He just wasn't willing to say those insincere, hurtful things to Lu Shijiu anymore. Every time he finished speaking, he himself felt pretty bad. If he could switch to a different method to get himself into the loop, that would be all the better. Even if it meant sacrificing a bit of appearance, it wasn't impossible. After all, judging by Lu Shijiu's reaction last time, it didn't look like disgust. Just as expected, Lu Shijiu stared at him in silence for a long time, then suddenly asked. Do you know what you're doing? Xiaobai looked at his serious expression and swallowed guiltily. Later he thought to himself that he was doing something proper, and promptly nodded affirmatively. Receiving Xiaobai's affirmative answer, Lu Shijiu's pitch-black pupils gradually changed. Then, to Xiaobai's surprised expression, he lowered his head and kissed him. With his eyes completely flushed red, his kiss grew increasingly intense. The kiss over, Xiaobai, nearly out of breath, took large gasps and taunted as he spoke. Just this? Too weak. Let me teach you. Saying that, he leaned in of his own accord and started furiously nibbling at Lu Shizhou's lips. Lu Shizhou frowned slightly but did not stop. His gaze fell on Xiaobai's vividly lustrous lips, the restlessness in his heart constantly urging him to respond in the same rough manner. But he held back. The remnants of his sanity told him he couldn't do that. But how could Xiaobai allow him to be rational? Why so listless? Is that not allowed? Men can't stand hearing the words, no. Not wanting Xiaobai to look down on him, Lu Shizhou ignored his reservations and kissed back more passionately. Once reason is lost, careless mistakes are bound to happen. Sure enough, with Xiaobai deliberately guiding him, Lu Shizhou accidentally bit him. The scent of blood mixed with sweet saliva, making Lu Shizhou's breathing grow heavier. His eyes were bloodshot as he continuously drew in that delicious blood, his mind blank, all other thoughts cast aside. It wasn't until the person in his arms gradually lost the warmth that humans should have that he suddenly snapped back to clarity, staring in disbelief at everything he had caused. From heaven to hell, all in a single instant. The blood that had boiled when Xiaobai took the initiative to kiss him cooled in an instant, the joy and excitement turned into full-blown remorse and despair. What could be more painful than just learning that the person you love returns your feelings, only to accidentally kill them? This is nothing more than a human purgatory. But the already sleeping Xiaobai knew nothing of all this. He never thought about what would happen to Lu Shizhou. He only wanted that when he faced Lu Shizhou wouldn't be in pain. That way, using Lu Shizhou like this, he wouldn't feel so guilty. As for what would happen after he lost consciousness, he didn't think about it. He had already tried his best not to be selfish. He could only come up with a plan that seemed reasonably thorough, he couldn't afford to consider too much. After all, he had more important things to do. Chapter 32. If you don't mind that I'm old, you can call me brother. This cycle's timing was different. Slightly later than last time. Everyone had already fallen asleep. Xiaobai gently moved the hand off his shoulder, pulled out his phone, and fiddled with it for a while. This time, he focused on reminding them about that mother and child. What I am about to say may cause you some confusion, but for the safety of the rescue team and the whole world, please be sure to pass this on to the person in charge. Tomorrow, a mother and son will board a helicopter. The boy carries a virus that will erupt on the helicopter, infecting the rescue team and causing the aircraft to crash. The boy is a student at Lanhai City Primary School, and his mother is an important figure in Lanhai City. Please do not let them board the plane under any circumstances. This will not only sacrifice the rescue team but also make it impossible to obtain viral samples, hindering the progress of antidote development. Consider the relative weights and treat this with importance. Also, a virus outbreak will occur across the regions in the early hours of tomorrow. After you see my message, immediately conduct an emergency investigation of everyone who received injections of the Yangqing Biolab serum, to prevent the virus from spreading and causing irreparable harm. Don't worry about how I know. After my classmates and I are rescued, I will tell everything I know. For now, the big picture must come first. After sending those lines, Xiaobai let out a heavy breath. By now the serum should already have been administered in various places. He could not turn back time, he could only minimize the damage. He hoped the other party would see his message quickly, take it seriously, and deal with it in time, then the kind of situation he'd heard over the walkie-talkie last time shouldn't happen. Xiaobai was lost in thought when suddenly a voice sounded from behind him. What did you write? Xiaobai was startled and turned his head to look at the person behind him. In the darkness, Lu Shizhou kept his eyes open, not knowing how long he'd been staring at him. Xiaobai felt a bit guilty, unsure whether he had seen anything. After all, the messages he sent were a bit ridiculous and far-fetched whether interpreted as a loop or a prophecy, and it was hard to explain exactly what was going on. So he didn't answer Lu Shizhou, but tried tentatively, "It's nothing, I was just worried they wouldn't see the message, so I added a few more lines." Lu Shizhou nodded slightly, said nothing more. It seemed he hadn't seen any useful information. Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief, pocketed his phone, then turned and drew close to Lu Shizhou, giving him a gentle hug. "Did I wake you? Go back to sleep." Sure enough, Lu Shizhou was distracted by his movement and stopped bringing up the phone, obediently closing his eyes. Shenbai felt like he was getting better and better at handling Lu Shizhou. Lu Shizhou was the sort who yields to gentle treatment but resists force. As long as you go along with him, he becomes especially docile and obedient. He doesn't seem like a very hard person to deal with. The next day. Just like the last cycle, nothing unexpected happened, and everyone smoothly arrived near Fuxing Road. This time we arrived at Fuxing Road around the same time as last time, but the helicopter came even earlier than before. This change eased Shenbai's tense heart a little. This meant the helicopter probably hadn't been delayed on the way. For example, first go to a certain place with a mother and child carrying the virus. Shenbai raised his head, staring fixedly at the helicopter in the distant sky as it drew nearer, his palms slick with sweat. After the helicopter passed the original crash site, his clenched fists relaxed a little. But he still didn't dare to let his guard down, continuing to watch the helicopter until it safely landed not far away, when he finally let out a heavy sigh and his anxious heart settled back into place. It's the rescue team. The rescue team is here. The crowd cried out with joyful relief. The women were even moved to tears of joy. Lin Sen lost his usual composure, drove the truck over and stopped in front of the helicopter. Everyone excitedly jumped out of the vehicle and gathered around the helicopter. Soon, the helicopter door opened. 5 fully equipped rescue team members stepped out. The leader nodded to them and introduced himself. Hello, I am He Ying, the captain of this light-chasing project. The pursuit of light project, sounds like the pursuit of brightness. Indeed, the few of them could be said to be carrying the mission of saving all humanity. Naming it that was quite fitting. Shenbai and the others briefly introduced themselves, then spoke about the key points of the plan. Captain He, that's the Biological Research Institute. The information you want should all be inside. Okay, you wait in the car for a moment. We'll go in, get the materials, and then take you away. He Ying said that and was about to leave with his team. Shenbai hurriedly stopped them and, under He Ying's puzzled gaze, spoke the explanation he'd planned earlier. Captain He, ever since the apocalypse began, I've had a strong intuition and sixth sense about danger. When I arrived here, I felt that research facility wasn't ordinary, it's probably very dangerous inside. You must not let your guard down. If you run into trouble, you can come back out first. We'll help you get through the crisis together. Shenbai didn't want to wade into this mess at first, after all, if they went in, they might only make things worse. But he still put it that way, because the rescue team could be facing dangers beyond imagination. Even a small effort, however slight, is still strength. He paused at the words, perhaps not expecting a student without professional training to offer help. He smiled and, with a look of genuine approval, patted Shenbai on the shoulder. You're very brave, a real man. But you're still young, leave matters like this to us elders who have been trained. When I get out, if you don't mind me being old, you can call me brother. Shenbai felt a surge of admiration and immediately called out, Brother He. He Ying nodded with a smile, said nothing more, and turned to leave with his team. They entered the laboratory cautiously, then closed its doors, blocking outside sight and eliminating any danger the lab might pose to Shenbai and the others. Shenbai silently watched all of this and got back into the car with the others to wait. They waited like that from dawn until dusk. Watching the sun sink in the west, the glow of dusk was about to fade. A layer of gloom settled over everyone's hearts as night approached. Someone whispered, Captain He and the others, will they be okay? Those words voiced the speculation everyone buried deep in their hearts and least wanted to hear. No one dared think it, no one dared say it. But once mentioned, it planted a seed in the heart that could not be uprooted. They kept guessing about what was happening inside the research institute. Had prepared for the worst. Yet no matter what, I still couldn't accept it. Shenbai stared silently in the direction of the research institute's gate, even though it was getting dark and his sight was failing, he did not avert his gaze. Under the anxious weight of the others. Night fell. Chapter 33 Is this what a friend should do? In the dim research institute. In an archive room, the members of the tracking team kept rifling through various files, their expressions growing increasingly gloomy. Captain, nothing. I don't have it either. He returned the last file in front of him to its place and stood up. The materials we're looking for might not be here. After all, this is only the second floor, the important laboratories are probably on the floors above. Don't be discouraged. He spoke, his gaze sweeping over the three figures in the room, his brow furrowing. "Where's Wang Yi?" Hearing this, the others realized someone was missing. Could Wang Yi have not come in? "No, I saw him come in. Look around and see where he is." Everyone spread out, searching everywhere. Before long, they found Wang Yi sitting in the corner. "Wang Yi is here." A few of them gathered around. Seeing Wang Yi, who looked so exhausted he had fallen asleep, they breathed a sigh of relief. He Ying's expression grew even more solemn. He crouched down and slapped Wang Yi hard on the shoulder. Wang Yi didn't respond at all, his body fell forward from inertia and he collapsed onto the floor. The team members were startled. "Wang Yi, what's wrong with him?" He Ying said nothing, only reached out to check Wang Yi's breathing. The breath was very faint, almost fading away. He frowned deeply and began checking Wang Yi's condition again. After searching for a while, he finally found a bleeding bite mark on the arm that had been covered by Wang Yi's sleeve. The bite wasn't deep, but it had broken the skin and bled, which meant he was already infected with the zombie virus. He Ying's spirit sank to the bottom in an instant. He was hesitating about how to deal with this teammate he'd spent every day with, when unexpectedly the person who had been motionless suddenly moved. The already mutated Wang Yi lunged forward and viciously bit the person in front of him. Everything happened so suddenly that He Ying was caught off guard and bitten. After the virus spread into the person in front of him, Wang Yi sprang at the other several people who were frozen on the spot and hadn't had time to react. Gunshots rang out inside the archives. After a while of bustle, everything fell silent. After a long time, only roars remained, more like those of monsters than of humans. Outside the archives, the zombie that had been thrashing continually also seemed to have instantly lost its target. He began to wander around aimlessly. Outside Yangqing Biological Research Institute. By this time it was already very dark. But nobody on the cargo truck felt sleepy yet, they were still anxiously waiting. Xiaobai took out his phone, which still had 30% battery left, and checked it. It was already 2 a.m. It had been exactly 16 hours since the rescue team entered the research facility. This was very different from the few hours they had expected at most. So, what exactly happened inside the research institute? Xiaobai felt very heavy-hearted, but he still spoke up to comfort everyone. Everyone should sleep first, it's only the first day. It might really be too dangerous in there, making the mission difficult. Give it another 2 days, maybe they'll come out. Everyone nodded, though they knew it was comforting talk, it still made them feel a bit more at ease. It wasn't long before everyone finally fell asleep from exhaustion. Only Xiaobai remained awake, his eyes still open, glancing at the research institute from time to time. "Why don't you sleep too? If anything happens, I'll wake you up right away." A voice suddenly came from beside him. Xiaobai's eyelashes trembled, but he made no move. The next second, however, Lu Shijiu knocked him down onto his legs and forcibly covered his eyes. "Sleep. Everything will be fine when dawn comes." Comforting others, Xiaobai also received some consolation. "Okay." Lu Shijiu felt the dense, curled lashes in his palm finally settle in close, then released them and focused on the sleeping face of the youth lying across his legs. The youth's eyelashes were long and many, fanning across his eyelids like a little fan. "It's really beautiful. So beautiful." Lu Shijiu felt as if that fan had swept across his palm again. Ticklish, scratching at his heart. They waited, and waited for 2 days. If hungry, take out the food you carry with you and eat a little to fill your stomach. If sleepy, just lie down on a carriage and take a nap to get some energy. At other times, they all basically stared in the direction of the research institute. There was no movement at all. The crowd's emotions shifted from anticipation and anxiety to numbness and despair, and one by one their hearts sank. After 48 hours of waiting, they had already reached a conclusion in their minds. What do we do now? No one answered the question. Everyone now felt confused. The world was vast, but zombies were everywhere, there was no place for them to live. Where could they go? Xiaobai no longer held any hope that the rescue team was still alive. Waiting any longer would be nothing but self-deception. He remembered He Ying, who was very kind to others and full of spirit. "When I get out, if you don't mind that I'm old, you can call me brother." Those words were still vivid in his ears. It was just that he no longer had the chance to call him brother again. "Forget it, I won't wait." Shenbai took a deep breath and suddenly stood up. I'm going in. When he said that, everyone looked at him as if he were mad, staring at him in disbelief. Shenbai continued, you don't need to come with me. After saying that, he jumped out of the car and walked toward the institute. He had hardly taken 2 steps when footsteps followed behind him. Shenbai turned back and saw Lu Shijiu and Li Tingyi trailing not far behind him. He guessed Lu Shijiu would follow, but he didn't expect Li Tingyi to have such courage. No wonder he's his childhood friend and sworn brother, he still cares about him. However, Li Tingyi, you go back. If you come along you'll only be a drag, and I still have to look after your safety. Li Tingyi bristled at the remark, very displeased, who says I'm holding everyone back? I can be of a lot of help, you know. Shenbai snorted lightly, yeah, you big lug, you can definitely give the zombies a few more bites, buying us some time to escape. Li Tingyi. This was probably the greatest insult to him. Stay in the car and behave. Lu Shijiu and I will go in, Shenbai said in a low voice, then looked at Lu Shijiu, let's go. After speaking, he didn't glance at Li Tingyi again. They left together with Lu Shijiu, gradually moving away. After they were gone, Li Tingyi watched them for a long while, then returned to the truck with reddened eyes. He knew that Shenbai was unwilling to let him take risks. Shenbai was always like this. On the other side, the two of them had already reached the institute's front door. Shenbai reached out and placed his hand on the doorknob. But he didn't pull it open at once, instead he looked at Lu Shijiu beside him. You clearly knew how dangerous it would be, why did you help me? And it wasn't just once. Every time he did that, asked nothing, just silently followed. Lu Shijiu was stunned by the question for a moment. Then he looked at Shenbai and answered earnestly. You told me we were friends, didn't you? I only did what friends are supposed to do. Is this, what friends are supposed to do? Chapter 34 I won't be knocked down. Yangqing Biological Research Institute. A place containing the origin of the zombie virus. Both sin and hope are fused here. This was Shenbai's first time entering here. As soon as the door opened, a spacious hall came into view. Even with the dim lighting and many zombie corpses scattered haphazardly across the floor, one could still make out the former splendor of the place. Those zombies had almost all been killed by shots to the head, dark bullet holes pocked their foreheads, clearly the work of a rescue team. So Captain He and the others probably weren't here, they must have gone upstairs. There are 2 elevators on the right side of the lobby, the lowest floor is 1 and the highest is 5. Because of the power outage, the elevators can't be used. They can only take the stairs up to the 2nd floor. Luckily the zombies in the 1st floor lobby had all been cleared out, which saved them some trouble. The 2nd floor had an electronic door, which under normal circumstances couldn't be opened without a password or a fingerprint, but the lock had been tampered with and could be opened easily. It was probably the rescue team's doing. Shenbai didn't hesitate and reached out to open the door, but the person beside him was quicker. Stay here and protect yourself. Lu Shijiu stopped him, pushed the door open on his own, and walked into the hallway filled with wandering zombies. Shenbai knew he would be fine, but still instinctively reached out to grab him. Lu Shijiu turned back, looked at the wrist he was holding, smiled, and then snapped each of Shenbai's fingers off one by one. Be obedient, shut the door tight and don't move. After speaking, he withdrew his gaze and walked forward again. Shenbai knew that Lu Shijiu didn't want him to know about his zombie identity. Since Lu Shijiu had already decided to do this, all he could do was pretend not to know any of it. Thinking this, Shenbai stopped trying to stop Lu Shijiu, closed the door, and stood outside it to prevent any zombies from rushing out. Growls from the zombies and the sound of knives plunging into flesh kept coming from inside the door. After who knows how long, it gradually died down. Light footsteps sounded, the door opened, revealing a tall youth stained with blood. The boy usually looked clean and tidy, you could tell he was somewhat fastidious. This time he had carefully cleaned himself before extending his hand toward Shenbai outside the door. Let's go. Lu Shijiu was the one who dirted his hands for him, how could he possibly despise him? Shenbai took his hand without the slightest hesitation and followed him into the corridor. The corridor was littered with zombie corpses on both sides, about 10 or so. The 2nd floor was much quieter than before, though faint snarls could still be heard from time to time. The two of them followed the sound and arrived at the door of the room at the far end of the corridor. A sign reading, "Archives," hung on the door, and the snarling came from inside. Judging by the number of voices, there weren't many. Because of the room's soundproofing, the noise wasn't very loud. But a bad feeling had already risen in Xiaobai's heart. Do you think it could be them? Whether it's them or not, you wouldn't let it knock you down, would you? Lu Shijiu didn't answer and instead asked back. Xiaobai listened, and the burden in his heart actually eased somewhat. Right, I won't be knocked down. If I fail this time, then next time. If I fail next time, then the time after that. One of these times he'll succeed, he won't give up. Lu Shijiu saw Xiaobai regain his usual confidence and pursed his lips into a faint curve. Then his hand went to the doorknob. He slowly turned it. In the archives room, 5 figures who had heard the noise all turned their heads toward the door, their movements eerily identical. Time seemed to pause for an instant, allowing Xiaobai to clearly make out their appearances. Soon, the reset button was pressed again. The 5 figures moved swiftly, lunging toward the 2 by the door. Xiaobai stood dumbfounded, frozen without making a move. It was still Lu Shijiu who protected him, kicking the zombies away one by one. Xiaobai was very familiar with those zombies, among them was even the one who had once patted his shoulder and praised him. But in just 2 short days, everything had changed. Xiaobai let out a deep sigh, grabbed Lu Shijiu, and exited the records room, closing the door behind them. Then, no matter how the zombies inside howled and battered the door, there was no response. Even though I already guessed it, I'm still a little sad. What should I do? He leaned against the door, his gaze wandering idly to a spot. Lu Shijiu stood beside him. Hearing that, he gently wrapped his arms around his head, letting him rest against his shoulder. If you're sad, you can use my shoulder to lean on. Xiaobai. Always felt like this was the treatment given to a girl. But I have to say, it still feels pretty good. It makes one calm down faster, no longer so lost. So, it's time to run the cycle again. Well, besides your shoulder, could I borrow other places too? Lu Shijiu looked puzzled, not quite understanding what Xiaobai meant by that. Xiaobai felt a little embarrassed. After mentally preparing himself countless times, he stood on tiptoe and kissed him. This time he once again used the method that had ended the previous cycle. After all, last time went fairly smoothly, and there were no disputes. From his perspective, it was not a bad idea. Sure enough, after the initial moment of surprise, Lu Shijiu began responding more enthusiastically and intensely. 10 minutes later, Xiaobai successfully entered the loop. Xiaobai opened his eyes, it was very dim, and he could vaguely make out the outline of a person. A breeze from the night passed by, stirring the stray hairs on his forehead and bringing a chill. You're awake again? The person leaned down and asked him, a pair of eyes in the dark night held a small glint of light. Xiaobai was startled, suddenly sat up, and took out his phone to check the time. A little past 2:10 a.m. Damn! This time was just way too late. I don't even know if it's still possible to get there in time. Xiaobai didn't hesitate and was about to climb out of the car. Lu Shijiu stopped him just in time. Where are you going? Xiaobai said firmly, go to the research institute, help the rescue team. From the last loop, there were only the 5 people from the rescue team in the archives, and no other zombies. This indicates someone in the rescue team was injured and only turned after entering the archives. So, as long as he gets there before that person turns, he can save the other members of the rescue team. Xiaobai insisted on leaving, the commotion drew the attention of the others, and they all woke up one after another. If you go alone, isn't that a suicide mission? If you're going, I'm going too. Li Tingyi didn't hesitate to stand by his side. Lu Shijiu didn't say anything, but his attitude was clear. The others had already felt very uneasy that day. Once they imagined the consequences if the rescue team had an accident, they simply could not calm down. It wasn't too late yet, if going in could help the rescue team, it would at least help themselves. Otherwise, continuing to wait would only be psychological torment and the gradual erosion of all hope. While they deliberated, the group had already made their decision. I'll go too. I'll go with you. Chapter 35 Entering the Biological Research Institute. After waiting 16 hours for the rescue team, everyone decided to all enter the research institute to help the rescue team and to fight for their last chance of survival. First floor of Yangqing Biological Research Institute. The main door was open, and two beams of light shone into the dark hall. Gu Shitting and Ding Lingling held phones with the flashlight mode turned on, sweeping every corner of the hall. It's very safe, there are no living zombies. The group's taut nerves eased somewhat as they stepped into the research facility one by one. After closing the door, they advanced inside cautiously. The lobby was very quiet, aside from the faint sound of footsteps, you could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, a scream rang out, putting everyone instantly on alert as they looked in that direction. Gu Shitting was patting her chest, hard, after kicking the object at her feet away. It's just a corpse. Watch your step when you walk. Xiaobai said lightly, which brought some of Gu Shitting's reason back. She looked at the dead zombie at her feet and still felt a bit shaken. Sorry, I was too scared. In the past, Xiaobai might have offered some comforting words. But now is the apocalypse, there's no room for carelessness or mistakes. Any single error could make everyone pay the price for her. Actually, Xiaobai hadn't wanted the girls to come in on this trip, but thinking they'd feel unsafe outside and wouldn't be able to handle anything if something happened, he figured bringing them along would at least help light the way. It's too dark now, with no lights in the research lab, it's hard to take a single step. So Xiaobai didn't stop the girls from accompanying them. But now, he's kind of regretting it. Zombies have always had very keen hearing. The noise they made here carried upstairs and successfully stirred up a commotion on the second floor. Hearing the disturbance, they knew it wasn't a small number. Let's go, head to the second floor. Xiaobai spoke and led the way up the stairs. Seeing that Xiaobai was completely ignoring her, Gu Shitting's face involuntarily paled somewhat. The group arrived at the landing outside the second floor doors. They watched the two large doors, their protective locks gone, tremble under the impact of the zombies. Li Tingyi, you hold the left door, Lin San and Long Sanmiao hold the right door. When opening, control the force, release the zombies one by one. I and Lu Shizhou will attack the zombies as they're released. Gu Shitting and Ding Lingling stand behind us to provide lighting. This was the plan Xiaobai had thought of before going upstairs. No one objected, it was considered foolproof, a very thoroughly thought-out method. Li Tingyi and the other two stood as arranged, hands on the doorknobs, ready. Just before opening the door, Xiaobai gave a worried reminder aimed at Long Sanmiao. You'd better take this seriously, and don't think about running if something unexpected happens. Remember, if anything goes wrong with us, you won't be able to survive here on your own. The lecturing tone made Long Sanmiao very displeased. He clenched his knuckles a little, looking at the person who seemed to never be selfish, feeling conflicted. Have you already decided that I'm someone who would abandon others and run away in your eyes? Of course. Although in Long Sanmiao's memory, he hadn't betrayed them yet. But in Xiaobai's view, that was purely because he was stopped in time. Otherwise, giving up a girlfriend, abandoning the team, these were things Long Sanmiao had already done. Xiaobai nodded as a matter of course, then added, then do it properly, and prove it to me. Long Sanmiao, nearly choking with anger, finally got a word of affirmation and managed to steady himself without blowing up. He gripped the door handle even harder. Seeing that everyone had gotten into position, Xiaobai also raised his weapon. Then she exchanged a look with Lu Shizhou. Open the door. The door was opened a crack. The zombies inside frantically shoved themselves into the gap. Li Tingyi and Long Sanmiao pushed with all their strength against the door, then slowly widened the gap. A zombie managed to squeeze through. It probably thought it was the victor and, baring its teeth and claws, lunged at Xiaobai and Lu Shizhou who were facing it head-on. But is there another possibility? It was actually a soft-shelled turtle. A turtle caught in a jar. Lu Shizhou casually stabbed it in the head, then tossed it down the stairs like garbage. It kept tumbling on the stairs and finally smashed onto the first-floor landing, sprawled out on its limbs with no movement. Soon, the second zombie was released. The result was, it lay flat. After that, zombies poured out one after another. With Xiaobai and Lu Shizhou stationed there, no zombie could get past them. They took about 10 minutes to finish off the zombies in the second-floor corridor. Xiaobai shouted, after no more zombies rushed out, they entered the second-floor corridor and closed the door. After doing all that, Xiaobai didn't hesitate and headed straight for the records room at the far end of the corridor. The others were somewhat puzzled but still followed behind him, watching him knock on the archive room door. Captain He. Captain He, are you in there? Xiaobai shouted, his heart very anxious. hoping everything was still salvageable. Must be in time. Inside the records room. The rescue team members who were searching for documents all stopped what they were doing. He Ying had heard the commotion outside earlier, but didn't know why the zombies had suddenly become aggressive. Hearing Xiaobai's voice at that moment, he understood the reason instantly and opened the door without a shred of hesitation. The expression of the people outside changed from nervousness to joy. They looked at him as if they were looking at someone risen from the dead. He Ying didn't understand why he felt that way and hurriedly ushered the others into the room. "You came. Didn't I tell you to wait outside for us? How are you all? Are you injured?" He Ying asked several questions in a row. It was clear he was very concerned about them. But Xiaobai only smiled and shook his head, his gaze searching over the team members in the room. "Brother He, why are there only 4 of you? Where's the 5th person?" He Ying was suddenly distracted. After scanning the area, he frowned. "Where's Wang Yi? Why is Wang Yi missing?" The other team members had just noticed it too and started discussing. "Maybe Wang Yi didn't come in." "No, I saw him come in. Look around for where he is." Xiaobai also joined the search party. It wasn't until someone said they'd found Wang Yi that he immediately grabbed his spear and hurried over. In a corner, a young man who looked no more than in his 20s was leaning against the wall. When He Ying arrived, he immediately went to crouch down and check, but before he could move he was stopped by a pair of hands. He turned his head and saw the youth he had only recently met shake his head at him. Before an infected person mutates, they may have a fever or fall into a deep sleep. "We shouldn't act rashly, let's wait and see," Xiaobai explained, but quietly tightened his spear in his hand. Chapter 36. Come on, test your marksmanship. In the archives. Everyone gathered around Wang Yi, all wearing grave expressions. Especially the teammates who were with him day and night looked even more grim. The room was very quiet, no one spoke. Everyone's attention was back on Wang Yi, so any small movement from him would be noticed immediately. Did his hand move? It's real. I saw it too. Wang Yi. Wake up. Wang Yi's finger joints twitched, and that small sign made the 3 team members very happy. Xiaobai didn't speak, he only slightly lifted the spear. Sure enough, in the next second, Wang Yi's body twisted even more frequently. It looked like cramps, like convulsions, and even more like the body's joints were being reorganized, utterly bizarre. Seeing this, the others all instinctively stepped back a little. Xiaobai stood still, the spear raised, aimed at Wang Yi. "Brother he's mutated. If you can't bring yourself to do it, I'll do it." He Ying remained silent until he saw Wang Yi's familiar face twist, only then did he finally speak. "Okay." As the words fell, the now mutated Wang Yi suddenly lunged at him. Xiaobai had been prepared, he drove a blade straight through its skull, pinning it to the wall. Only after it made no movement did he pull out the spear and tuck it back over his shoulder. The remaining members of the rescue team were all in very low spirits. Seeing a comrade die in front of him, Xiaobai knew how awful that felt. So he would be the one to play the villain. "Sorry," Xiaobai said to the rescue team members. They ignored him, all with their heads bowed, lost in sorrow. After a long while, He Ying spoke to break the atmosphere. "Wang Yi is someone I brought out and who has always followed me. He volunteered for this event because he saw I was coming. It's my fault, really. If I had firmly stopped him from coming, maybe things wouldn't have ended up like this." Xiaobai knew he was blaming himself, and couldn't help but sigh. How could this possibly be your fault? No one was to blame, the fault lay with this apocalypse, with those who developed that virus. That is the gravest of evils, deserving of death 1,000 times over. Their souls and bodies should be sealed forever, locked in purgatory, forced to repent for their sins one by one. Xiaobai grew increasingly angry the more he thought about it, when suddenly He Ying asked him. "Do you know why I volunteered to lead this mission?" Xiaobai guessed, "Because you care for the country, want to do your part to make a contribution, and save more people." He Ying gave a bitter laugh and shook his head. "Not entirely. This is only part of the reason. The greater reason stems from my selfishness." Xiaobai was taken aback for a moment, he hadn't expected that answer. He Ying sighed and continued, "My lover is from Yang City and is 8 months pregnant. When I left on my last mission, I said I would be back in a few days, but I broke my promise and delayed for a whole month, and even now I haven't been able to make it back. Later I heard something happened in Yang City and I kept wanting to return, but all the roads had been sealed and there was no way in or out. So when I heard about this mission, I volunteered to come, largely because I could try to bring my lover with me when I left. So, about Wang Yi, I bear a large part of the responsibility. He died because of my selfishness. After hearing that, Xiaobai was a bit silent. He didn't think having selfish motives was something to be ashamed of. On the contrary, Yang City being so dangerous, being still willing to risk his life to come back and save his wife and children was very moving. Xiaobai thought for a moment and comforted him. He didn't die for any one person. If you must say he died for someone, then it was certainly for the country and for the people. Pull yourself together. Isn't your loved one still waiting for you? Besides your loved one, there's us, and tens of thousands of ordinary people like us. The words jolted He Ying. This was no time for sorrow. He closed his eyes and drew a deep breath. When he opened them again, his expression had returned to the resolute look he had when they first met. Yes, the mission is not over yet. Let's continue. If we can bring the data back sooner, we can prevent more people from dying. Cheer up, get fired up. The other 3 team members were originally feeling dejected. Buoyed by He Ying's encouragement, morale finally recovered a bit. There isn't the information we want here. The more confidential documents should be on the top floor. But to be safe, we still need to search the archive on every floor. So our next target is the 3rd floor archives. Little brothers, can you manage? This trip is dangerous, you'd better wait here for us. Xiaobai had earlier heeded He Ying and waited for them outside the institute, and as a result they were wiped out. He would still have to go to great lengths to do it all over again, to come rescue them. So, to avoid that situation happening again, Xiaobai decided it was best to act together with them. He Gu, you're really underestimating us. Those 10+ zombies in the corridor. We killed them all. Don't think our weapons are crude. When dealing with these things, besides relying on blades, you've also got to rely on this. Xiaobai said as he pointed to his own head. He Ying Lang laughed out loud at his confident expression. Alright, then let's do it together. But your weapon really is no good. He Ying said as he crouched down and took off Wang Yi's armor and weapons, handing them to Xiaobai. How is it, can you do it? Every boy inevitably likes 3 things when he's young. Cars, guns, Ultraman. Xiaobai, of course, was no exception. Although he had never used a real gun, he knew quite a bit about guns. Never eaten pork, never seen a pig run. You'll get the hang of it with practice. Xiaobai didn't say another word and took it. He Ying nodded approvingly. With that on top of your clever brain, that would be impressive. Xiaobai coughed twice, unusually a bit embarrassed. No one tarried any longer, they prepared to set off. Xiaobai and Lu Shijiu, who had originally been at the very front, now walked in the middle and became the ones being protected. Hey, how is it, jealous? Xiaobai was still obsessing over his gun. Unable to resist, she moved closer to Lu Shijiu and flaunted the gun holstered at her waist. He finally has one thing he's better at than Lu Shijiu. Comparing real guns was a lot more interesting than last time when we compared fake ones. Lu Shijiu glanced at the excited Xiaobai, not wanting to dampen his spirits, he could only helplessly nod. Xiaobai paid no heed to Lu Shijiu's envy or willingness, and went on speaking as if to himself. It's all right. If there's a chance later, I'll lend it to you to play with. Okay. While the two talked, the others had already gone up the stairs and arrived at the door on the 3rd floor. Like on the 2nd floor, there were a password and a fingerprint lock. He Ying turned his head and looked at Xiaobai. Come on, try your shooting. Chapter 37 The Mission of a Gun. Xiaobai's marksmanship, of course, was non-existent. The first shot went wide, the bullet struck the metal door, leaving a deep dent and producing a sharp ringing sound. The noise made the already restless 3rd floor erupt instantaneously. Zombies kept battering against the metal door, producing a deafening noise. Xiaobai clearly felt he had aimed properly, but the result was unsatisfactory. He felt a bit embarrassed, he had just been bragging to Lu Shijiu, and now he turned around and lost face like this. Really smug, aren't you? However, He Ying was not surprised by this situation. Never practiced before, that's perfectly normal. Watch my posture, and how I aim. He Ying said as he raised the submachine gun, pressing the stock firmly against his shoulder. Then he fixed his eyes on the target, aligning the muzzle and slightly angling it downward. Bang! After the shot, the lock was destroyed with precise accuracy. He signaled with his eyes to the team members, who, with great tacit understanding, pressed close to the door. Just as Xiaobai had thought before, they opened the door a gap that only one person could pass through. The zombies surged forward frantically. Li Tingyi and the others, afraid the door wouldn't hold, hurriedly went up to help brace it. He held his rifle, staring straight ahead without looking away. Watch closely. Guns, how to use them. A gun only kills those who have been judged, only kills those guilty of great evil, only kills those who bring disaster upon the nation and its people. Its mission is to maintain peace, not to start a war. Remember this, a gun in your hand is the most powerful weapon for eliminating evil and protecting the good. He fired while speaking in a low voice. Xiaobai inexplicably felt as if he were being handed down a legacy. To be honest, before the virus outbreak, he had always thought of himself as just an ordinary person. He had never once contemplated such profound matters as saving the world or maintaining peace. He had always thought that something like this could never possibly have anything to do with him. But the virus broke out, and the city fell. From choosing to survive alone to deciding to lead classmates and friends to escape together, he suddenly developed a sense of mission. And the power to loop gave him the illusion that he was the protagonist who needed to save the world. But outside the research facility, he still flinched. He only wanted to save himself and his friends, thinking that saving the world was the rescue team's job. But he forgot that the rescue team were also human, also very fragile creatures. Only he, who possessed the loop, had the ability to start over. He should have given himself greater responsibility and a mission, in repeated loops, to temper himself, to become stronger, and to become the person who could truly protect many more. And the gun in his hand was his most powerful weapon. Xiaobai listened, blood boiling, and once again raised the assault rifle in his hands. Mimicking He Ying's posture, he shouldered the gun, kept his eyes on the front, the muzzle angled slightly downward. Then, the knuckle of his index finger gently pulled the trigger. Bang! The second shot, the bullet grazed past the zombie's ear. Xiaobai adjusted his stance and angle once again. Bang! The third shot struck the zombie's head with pinpoint accuracy, and it fell dead. Firing 2 shots in quick succession, the strong recoil threw Xiaobai off balance and he staggered back 2 steps. Luckily, Lu Shizhou beside him grabbed him in time, preventing another embarrassing incident. Are you alright? Xiaobai shook his head and stared only at the gun in his hand, looking very excited and proud. A total of 3 shots. From completely missing the target to hitting it precisely, he used only 3 bullets in total. This kind of talent would make him a standout even in the special forces. He spoke with full admiration and satisfaction, not bad. If Wang Yi knew his old comrades had found owners who could make use of them, he could die in peace. Then rest assured, they will continue to carry out their mission. Xiaobai smiled, steadied himself with Lu Shizhou's support, raised the gun in his hand again, and resumed using the zombies to practice headshot accuracy. Behind him, the other boys were all envious of the scene. Firearms, the unattainable white moonlight and cinnabar mole that boys long for. Now it was held so close to them, yet in someone else's hand. Li Tingyi was drooling with envy, shouting from behind, Xiaobai, once it's safe, you have to lend it to me to practice. Xiaobai didn't even look back, teasing, then forget it. I'm afraid if you practice you might accidentally discharge the gun. It'd be one thing if you only hurt yourself, but what if you accidentally kill someone else? That attitude was completely different from when he'd earlier offered to let Lu Shizhou play with it. Li Tingyi deeply felt what it meant to be treated differently. Like him, Long Sanmiao was also very envious of Xiaobai, who had a gun. But he knew Xiaobai had a strange hostility toward him, so he didn't rush to seek him out and make things awkward. He quietly made up his mind that someday in the future he would have a gun of his own. With the combined attack of Xiaobai, He Ying, and another teammate, the zombies that had rushed up were quickly wiped out, then all thrown down the stairs so they wouldn't pile up in the corridor and get in the way. The third-floor doors were thrown wide open, and a group of 11 people entered. Laboratories lined both sides of the corridor, some doors were open, some were closed. Looking through the glass windows, the closed laboratories still had a few scattered zombies wandering inside. It seems the zombies in the corridor all escaped from the laboratory. I don't know what caused the infection. After all, this entire building seems to have no living people left. Their doors were locked tight and each floor had a keypad lock, so the chance of infection from the outside is pretty small. That only leaves an internal cause. Xiaobai's gaze swept across the glass window. Just as he pulled his eyes back, he heard the person beside him speak. They're just ordinary zombies, secondarily infected. Secondary infection refers to zombies that have mutated after being bitten by an infected person. They move a bit sluggishly and aren't very strong in attack. Primary infection, on the other hand, refers to the first batch of zombies injected with the viral agent. They move quickly and exhibit a certain way of thinking when attacking, making them much harder to deal with. So everyone in this entire building only became infected after being bitten. So where did the zombie that caused all this go? Upstairs. And when he first arrived outside the research institute, where did Lu Shijiu say he sensed the evolved zombies were? In short, the calmer and more relaxed things seem now, the less they can afford to let their guard down. Because danger can strike at any moment. Xiaobai thought heavily as he followed the others into the third-floor archives. The archives room was very quiet. There were no people or zombies. The rescue team members spread out and began searching through the experimental and pharmaceutical records. Li Tingyi and his group were not idle either, they joined the search party. While searching, Xiaobai deliberately led Lu Shijiu to a corner. Can you hear anything? Like, the kind you'd hear outside a school's infirmary? Chapter 38 Envying Other People's Love. Lu Shijiu frowned, slightly shaking his head. It seemed like I heard some noise when I was approaching the lab, but now it seems to be getting farther away. Getting farther away? Could those evolved zombies not be inside this building? No, that's not right. There are definitely some of the very first infected zombies hidden in this building, and they've infected everyone in the whole building. Xiaobai guessed they should be on the 5th floor. After all, this building has only 5 floors. They must have crawled up from the 1st floor without encountering evolved zombies, which can only mean those evolved ones are higher up. As for why Lu Shijiu said it was getting farther away, perhaps it was because they weren't close to begin with, so the sensing grew unclear. It seems one must be especially cautious when reaching the 5th floor. Xiaobai felt reassured, and when he came back to himself, he realized he was very close to Lu Shijiu. Because they had been whispering, he was almost pressed up against Lu Shijiu's ear. At this moment, when she lowered her gaze, what met her eyes were Lu Shijiu's nearly translucent, cold white ears. Below that were Xiaobai's soft, thin lips that had been tasted a few times before and, like a girl's, were rather pleasant. I guess that doesn't really count as tasting. He just nibbled randomly, no enjoyment at all. Xiaobai's thoughts wandered incoherently, his gaze still blankly fixed on Lu Shijiu's mouth. It wasn't until that mouth suddenly opened and closed, accompanied by a low male voice, that he realized his own behavior was a bit abnormal. What's wrong? Is there something special about my mouth? Xiaobai came to his senses and hurriedly shook his head. Lu Shijiu didn't remember what had happened in the previous loops, so how could he possibly help him recall it? To him, it was also rather a shameful memory. It's nothing. Let's hurry and go help. After Xiaobai finished speaking, he nearly fled in panic. Lu Shijiu watched his retreating back, licked his lips with the tip of his tongue, and seemed deep in thought. With everyone's cooperation, the archive room on the 3rd floor was quickly searched. As expected, nothing was found, no materials related to the virus. By now nearly 2 hours had passed since Xiaobai and the others entered the research institute. The girls' phone batteries were almost drained and could no longer sustain flashlight mode. The rescue team's flashlight still had some power left, but not much. It was 4 a.m., and the sky was still very dark. No light penetrated the research institute. Without flashlights, they could barely take a step. The rescue team members hadn't rested in 18 hours, and Xiaobai and the others looked exhausted as well. He Ying, seeing everyone listless, decided to make camp and rest for a few hours, then set out again at dawn. With energy restored and the environment clearer, their operational efficiency would improve greatly. If we force our way upstairs again, it would probably do more harm than good. There's no use rushing now. In the records room, everyone sat on the floor. Although he was very, very tired, he still couldn't fall asleep for a short time. Their nerves had been taut for so long that they developed a kind of inertia and couldn't relax all at once. Xiaobai had originally been sitting with Li Tingyi, chatting about this and that. Seeing that Li Tingyi had been talked to sleep by him, and feeling no sleepiness himself, he shifted his gaze to the other people in the room. As usual, Lu Shijiu was sitting in the corner. Sitting opposite him was He Ying, who wasn't sleeping either, he was holding a pocket watch and studying it intently. Xiaobai thought for a moment, got up and walked over, sitting down next to Lu Shijiu. "He go, what are you looking at?" He Ying, upon hearing this, finally lifted his bowed head. It had been hanging for so long that his neck felt a little sore. Yet his expression was unusually gentle, filled with a deep sense of happiness. He said nostalgically, "I'm looking at the wedding photo of me and my beloved. Because I'm often sent on missions and can't be with her much, so to keep each other in mind, we had our wedding photo made into a pocket watch to carry close to us. Whenever we miss the other, we can take it out and look. She has the same one on her, too. I wonder, if right now she is like me, looking at the pocket watch and thinking of someone. Of course, there's another possibility. She has already been infected and lost all consciousness. But until he had definitive results, he would firmly believe she was still alive. Like Schrödinger's cat, when the result is unknown, people are free to define a beautiful ending." Xiaobai pressed his lips together. Of course he was willing to believe the outcome would be good. "Your sister-in-law must be just like you, constantly thinking about and worrying over you. But, it's so dark, can you see clearly?" "I can see clearly." He Ying lightly rubbed his pocket watch with his thumb, full of infinite longing. "She's always in my heart, in my mind. I don't need my eyes to see her, her face and every strand of hair appear vividly before me." Those words were more moving and heartfelt than any other declaration of love. Xiaobai suddenly felt a bit envious of such a beautiful love. He sighed, "How nice. I wonder if I'll ever get to experience that, if anyone would treat me like that." He Ying smiled and said, "Of course you will. You're still young, you have plenty of time." Xiaobai sighed, not comforted. In the dim room, what he didn't notice was that Lu Shijiu, at his side, had been glancing at him the whole time upon hearing those words. Sometimes, what a person longs for night after night may already have been obtained unknowingly. Only he never knew it. After resting for 2 hours, everyone finally fell asleep. The room was very quiet, you could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, a faint click sounded. It was the sound of a door lock being turned. In the darkness, Lu Shijiu opened his eyes and looked toward the door. The archive room door was being pulled open bit by bit from the outside, yet no figure could be seen. The rescuer nearest the doorway was still slumped against the wall, fast asleep. Lu Shijiu frowned, stood up, and walked over. His footsteps were light, not disturbing anyone. Suddenly, a pitch-black figure appeared at the doorway, stumbling inward in a daze. Lu Shijiu didn't hesitate, he raised his knife and swung it at the figure. Ugh ah, ha ah. The figure was knocked off balance, but only let out a roar, then continued to lurch forward as if nothing had happened. Lu Shijiu showed no mercy this time, he drove the dagger straight into its skull, and only then did it collapse, motionless. But this was only the beginning. After it fell, waves of snarls surged in. The tremendous commotion successfully woke the sleeping people, they all startled awake and stood up, picking up their weapons. What's going on? How did the door open? How did these zombies get out? Countless questions swirled in everyone's minds. Chapter 39, The Reason You Must Come First in the Exam. At 5 in the morning, it was already starting to get light. After dealing with the suddenly appearing zombies, everyone had lost any desire to sleep. They stood inside the archives room, their expressions all solemn. Hey kid, how did you notice the door was open? He Ying looked at Lu Shijiu and asked. The incident happened suddenly before, they had been busy killing zombies and only now had time to stop and sort out the details. And this matter was originally discovered by Lu Shijiu. Everyone fell silent and turned their gazes toward Lu Shijiu. Under everyone's scrutiny, Lu Shijiu's expression didn't change, he remained calm. I wasn't asleep. I heard the door open. When I walked over, I found zombies had broken in. After that, you all know what happened. He Ying frowned and pressed on, did you see who opened the door? Lu Shijiu shook his head, no, the door was open from the outside. When he said that, the room fell silent for a moment. As everyone knew, zombies don't have the behavior or intelligence to open doors. Doesn't that mean there are other people on the 3rd floor? But if there were people, how did they avoid so many zombies? He opened the door and let the zombies out, what was the purpose of that? So if we assume there was no one, then what made all of this happen? Once you think it through, it's enough to make your skin crawl. Xiaobai, however, thought of another possibility. Could there be high-level zombies in this building similar to Lu Shijiu, those half-human, half-dead kinds? They still retain reason and intelligence but have lost their humanity, which is why they commit atrocities against people. It's not impossible. Of course, Xiaobai was just thinking it, he didn't bring it up. In any case, after this incident, everyone couldn't relax and rest anymore. Fortunately it was getting lighter, so they could see their surroundings clearly. They decided not to delay and set off early. As everyone walked out of the archives, Xiaobai took note of the other rooms along the corridor. Without exception, doors that had been partially closed yesterday were now open. Today's episode was clearly the work of someone acting deliberately. It seems that from now on, besides dealing with zombies, they'll also have to watch out for other traps. Compared to mindless zombies, creatures with intelligence capable of thinking are the most dangerous existence. Fourth floor, outside the password-locked door. This time Xiaobai was the one holding the gun. Last time his first shot went wide and didn't even hit the lock. This time, of course, he intended to reclaim some standing in safe face. Bang! The shrill sound of a bullet striking metal rang out. A single shot, dead center. Xiaobai smiled and raised his eyebrows at Lu Shijiu, clearly very pleased with himself. Lu Shijiu also gave a thumbs up in agreement, showing his praise. Xiaobai felt refreshed, she lightly bumped his arm with her elbow, and the two of them kept making little gestures. The door lock had been broken, but no one hurried to enter. As on the third floor, 3 people carefully opened the door while the others stayed ready to attack at a moment's notice. As it turned out, after holding the gun up for a long time, there wasn't so much as a sound in the corridor, let alone a zombie rushing out. Seeing this, he held his gun and walked in slowly, only after he was sure there was no danger did he wave to the people behind him. Xiaobai and the others followed the rescue team and walked into the 4th floor corridor. The layout of the 4th floor was much the same as the 3rd, with laboratories lining both sides of the corridor. The only difference was that the experiments in the 4th floor lab seemed to be quite different from those on the lower floors. Various biological specimens of all kinds were displayed throughout the laboratory. Some are animals, and some are humans. There were even corpses on the dissection table that had already decayed, bitten beyond recognition. Next to the corpse, a few zombies wearing white lab coats wandered about, and from time to time would remember and take another bite of the body. Really, beggars can't be choosers, they'll even eat the dead. Perhaps it was because the experimental content was more profound and more confidential. There were far fewer researchers on the 4th floor, and the mutated zombies were greatly reduced in number compared to the lower floors. This put He Ying and his companions somewhat more at ease. Clear out the zombies on this floor, and check the lab too, see if there's any useful information. Experiments involving human bodies inevitably make people think of the zombie virus. Because there weren't many zombies, they were cleared out separately. Xiaobai, Lu Shijiu, and Li Tingyi moved together and entered a laboratory. This time Lu Shijiu hadn't had a chance to act before Xiaobai fired his gun and took down several zombies. What kind of experiment are they running here? Xiaobai holstered his gun at his waist and looked around, examining the various test subjects. All the electronic devices in the lab had lost power and couldn't be used to check information, only the notebook on the table recorded some data. Xiaobai opened it and looked it over but couldn't understand any of it. His knowledge of biology was limited to various basic names and functions. People who aren't biology majors probably can't understand these technical terms either. As a result, just as he was thinking that, the next second he was slapped in the face. This is biological experimentation for developing anti-cancer drugs. It's very common in most biological research institutes and nothing special. Lu Shijiu said indifferently, then glanced at the other notebooks. Nothing abnormal, unrelated to the virus. Xiaobai. Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, incredulous. You, a finance student, actually understand this? Lu Shijiu replied calmly, it's nothing, I've skimmed through some books on biology. Heh, pure reading. I don't buy that for a second. Xiaobai thought that Lu Shijiu was exactly the kind of person who worked extremely hard behind the scenes at his studies, yet outwardly acted as if it were nothing at all. After coming in first, he even made a point of swaggering around in front of the guy who also publicly worked hard. It was as if he was saying, see? I hardly studied, yet I still beat you again. So, well, no wonder he treated Lu Shijiu as an enemy for the past few years, he had no fondness for him at all. Because thinking about it from another angle makes it even more terrifying the more you dwell on it. If Lu Shijiu really didn't try, if it really was just effortless reading, if it really was innate talent, then wouldn't his effort be an even bigger joke? Some people's hard work and diligence will never beat the casual learning of someone born with talent. That really was too demoralizing. Of course, Xiaobai was a bit shaken now too. This is, really too much. Li Tingyi nodded in strong agreement, his face full of grievance. Lu Shijiu felt somewhat puzzled, like a genius who didn't understand human troubles. After a while, he finally realized why. He shook his head and let out a soft, low laugh. I was very serious in high school, all to surpass you. To get his name listed above Xiaobai's, while not exceeding by too many points. Every time he did problems he carefully estimated scores, afraid of hurting Xiaobai too much. But he had to be number one. So that every time Xiaobai looks at the grade report, he'll see him first and be unbearably concerned about him. Even, if it's hostility, that's fine. Chapter 40, The Mysterious Person Who Comes and Goes as He Pleases. Taking someone seriously is the greatest respect you can give an opponent. Hearing that, Xiaobai felt that the days and nights of hard study past had not been in vain. At the very least, he had made Lu Shijiu feel some pressure, right? Still, he couldn't lose face. If I work a bit harder, maybe I'll beat you next time. Lu Shijiu agreed, definitely can. Xiaobai was in a great mood, feeling that his past efforts had been validated. And since this affirmation came from an opponent he'd been entangled with for 3 years and couldn't defeat, it made him even happier. But mentioning the past suddenly reminded him of something. By the way, didn't you score over 700 on the Gaokao? Why stay in Yangqing to study? What a waste. After they were admitted to the same university, their relationship still didn't improve. Therefore Xiaobai never asked the reason. Now it's different, they are friends, and he had always been curious about it, so he decided to ask. Unexpectedly, Lu Shijiu actually asked him back. And you? Why are you staying here? Xiaobai replied naturally, my home is here, Yangqing University is pretty good too, why would I go elsewhere? Yeah, that's what I think too. Lu Shijiu lowered his eyes and looked at him, his brows and eyes gentle. Xiaobai felt he'd asked a question into the void, then suddenly realized. You're living in Yang City too. Where's your home? He pinged Jiayuan. Xiaobai. If Xiaobai could look in a mirror right now, he would see a face that looked like he'd seen a ghost. He couldn't believe it and repeated it word for word. Ichi, Pace, Homi. Lu Shijiu looked at him and nodded firmly. Xiaobai took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. But he couldn't stay calm and lunged straight at Lu Shijiu. You say you live in Peaceful Garden. I live there too, how come I've never run into you before? Lu Shijiu staggered from the shove, quickly steadied himself, and wrapped his arms around Xiaobai's waist. He hadn't expected this sudden embrace, and was momentarily stunned before he spoke. I get up later and return later, so I probably never ran into you, he said. This explanation still didn't dispel Xiaobai's doubts. How could that be? After so many years, what are the odds? Lu Shijiu's eyes flickered. That's exactly how it is. All right then. Xiaobai sneered lightly and stopped dwelling on the matter. Then his gaze casually glanced over and suddenly landed on Li Tingyi standing to the side, whose expression was extremely odd. It was a kind of look, somewhere between gossip and ill intent. In short, very much like a busybody. Only then did Xiaobai realize he was currently draped over Lu Shijiu, in a somewhat indecent position. This was an instinctive gesture toward a good buddy. Anyway, he felt completely at ease in his heart. It was Li Tingyi who had a corrupt eye and judged people wrongly. What are you staring at? Xiaobai snapped at Li Tingyi, then calmly jumped off Lu Shijiu. After learning they lived in the same neighborhood, he felt increasingly fond of Lu Shijiu and wanted to talk with him about the past. For example, what did Lu Shijiu think of him before? During the 3 years of high school, why didn't you be friends with him? Have you ever liked a girl? Have you ever been in a relationship? Before he could ask, the stairwell suddenly grew noisy. What's happening? Li Tingyi asked as he ran over to take a look. He had just reached the doorway when a suddenly appearing zombie scared him so badly that he let out a loud shout and fell to the ground. The zombie was about to pounce on this delicious meal delivered right to its door. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A blood hole suddenly appeared in the zombie's forehead, and it slowly collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Li Tingyi hurriedly scrambled to his feet. Because he had been frightened just now, his legs were still a bit weak, he could only brace himself and quickly inch backward, moving to stand behind Xiaobai and Lu Shijiu. At the same time, more zombies surged in through the doorway. What the hell? What the fuck is going on? Where did so many zombies on the 4th floor come from? Li Tingyi howled in grief, yet still picked up his spear and aimed it at the zombies moving closer. Xiaobai didn't know what was happening either, he just pressed his lips together and said nothing, sweeping the assault rifle across the zombies. Besides the sound of his gunfire could be heard not far away. It was obvious that everyone was facing the same crisis now. Before long, the 30 bullets in the magazine were all spent. Because not every bullet kills with a single shot, the remaining few zombies were still moving toward them. Xiaobai didn't have time to reload either, he pulled out the spear from his back and thrust it into the head of the nearest zombie. Lu Shijiu and Li Tingyi didn't idle either, the few of them efficiently finished off the remaining zombies. Only, they were safe now, but gunshots continued to come from next door. They exchanged glances, grabbed their weapons, and followed the sound. In the neighboring lab were 2 girls and 2 rescue team members. The girls were weak in combat and relied almost entirely on the 2 team members for offense. When Xiaobai and the others arrived, the zombies had already swarmed inside. They had no choice but to launch a surprise attack, blowing the zombies' brains out from behind. With inside and outside coordination, they finally managed to take care of the zombies smoothly. Except for the 2 girls, Lin Sen and Long Sanmiao were moving with Ying and another team member. They were in the records room closest to the stairs. And the most zombies were heading for the archive. Xiaobai and the others hurried over, diverting the zombies' attention. They lured the zombies into the corridor while frantically shooting them. After an unknown length of time, the farce finally came to an end. Fortunately, and fortunately again, although the raid came fiercely, none of them were injured. These zombies seemed to have come down from the 5th floor. In the archive room, everyone gathered here. Xiaobai voiced his speculation. There aren't that many zombies on the 4th floor, they couldn't have appeared out of nowhere, they must have come down from the upper floors. He Ying's expression hardened. After a brief silence, he stepped out first and headed for the stairs. We'll see when we go check. Everyone hurried after him and arrived at the 5th floor landing. Sure enough, the door on the 5th floor was wide open, and the lock had not been tampered with. The group exchanged glances, all feeling it was rather strange. Ying said in a low voice, "We can't rule out the possibility that the door was originally open. But judging from the other doors we've encountered, it was most likely closed. And if it wasn't closed, they wouldn't have taken this long to come after us, the zombies would have heard the noise earlier. So, here's the question, if the door was closed, then who opened it? And they didn't use any force to do it." The answer was obvious, hanging on everyone's lips. Xiaobai directly voiced everyone's guess, it can only be someone from the Biological Research Institute staff who can come and go through the coded door at will. Ying nodded, his expression heavy without the slightest relief. Yes, but a bigger problem has arisen. Chapter 41 Unless he's not human. But the bigger question is, if he's someone from inside the institute, how did he get through the zombie horde to open the door? If I'm not mistaken, the incident on the 3rd floor was done by the same person. How did he pull that off? Someone guessed in a low voice, unless he's not human. This speculation is terrifying the more you think about it. If zombies possessed human intelligence and behavior and still chose to be enemies of humanity, it would be a tremendous catastrophe for humans. Xiaobai had suspected this before, and was even more convinced of such an existence than everyone else. After all, Lu Shijiu was exactly that kind of zombie, he simply hadn't harmed any humans. But him not hurting humans doesn't mean his kind have retained any humanity or refrained from harming humans. Is it possible that there exists such a being that keeps a human appearance and intelligence, behaves similarly to humans, almost indistinguishable from humans, yet possesses no humanity at all, essentially no different from zombies, all wanting to infect humans? Xiaobai suddenly spoke, and Yu Guang kept glancing from time to time at Lu Shijiu's reaction. When he saw the slight dimming in Lu Shijiu's otherwise expressionless face, he added one more sentence. Of course, if such a being still retains some humanity and would not harm humans for the sake of appetite, then its essence is still human, and it is a friend of humanity. So, I think both possibilities could exist, we should treat them differently. Everyone fell into thought after hearing that. Li Tingyi couldn't help but complain, why do you say it like you've actually seen it, and that we should treat them differently? Xiaobai. Do friends really have to undermine like that? He cleared his throat and explained, no, I was only making a conjecture based on the current situation. It's obvious that the presence hiding behind this is an enemy of humanity. But if there really are zombies willing to keep helping humans, shouldn't we accept them amicably? Li Tingyi sneered and continued to undermine him, that's easy to say, but the nature of zombies is to eat people. How could there be zombies who can restrain their instincts? Xiaobai pursed his lips and smiled, telling himself to keep calm and not discuss the topic further. Otherwise, if he kept talking, it would start to look very strange. What if Lu Shijiu finds out he knows Lu is a zombie? Thinking this, Xiaobai glanced at Lu Shijiu a couple more times, only to find Lu Shijiu was looking back at him. There was a probing, contemplative look in his eyes, as if guessing the thoughts in his heart. Xiaobai smiled at him, quickly withdrew his gaze, and pretended to be unconcerned. In short, we need to be more careful. He nodded and turned his gaze toward the 5th floor corridor. The institute has only 5 floors in total. We came up from the 1st floor. If it didn't escape downstairs, then it must be on the 5th floor. Let's move together, don't split up. The whole institute has only the 5th floor left unchecked. Logically, the data we want should be somewhere on that floor. Everyone stay alert. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly grew alert. They then moved out information with the rescue team at the front and Xiaobai and the others following behind. The layout of the 5th floor was different from the previous floors, there was only one laboratory and one archives room, and the space was very spacious. Perhaps because all the zombies had gone up to the 4th floor and been killed, the 5th floor was very quiet, for the moment they didn't see a single zombie. The group entered the laboratory, closed the door, and only then began to carefully inspect every corner. This laboratory almost exclusively uses human corpses as research subjects, which is somewhat creepy. Xiaobai looked over the research data and was still completely clueless. Fortunately, there was one among them who had a little background in biology. Brother Jiu, take a look, can you tell what they're researching? Lu Shijiu didn't say much. He checked the data notes for several experimental subjects in succession, and the more he read, the more puzzled his expression became. Xiaobai asked, what's the matter? Is there something unusual? Nothing abnormal, just data on various cells and tissues in the human body. Lu Shijiu shook his head, then changed the subject. But it's a bit strange that these meaningless data and the unclear research direction exist. In such a highly secretive laboratory, they wouldn't study useless things. Unless. Xiaobai pressed, unless what? Lu Shijiu glanced around, then walked another lap around the laboratory. Xiaobai kept following behind him, feeling somewhat bewildered. They toured the entire lab and still found nothing unusual. Only then did Lu Shijiu stop and furrow his brow slightly. Unless this is providing baseline data for a more covert experiment. You mean, Xiaobai opened his mouth, surprised, there are other laboratories here. Based on inference, that should be the case. Xiaobai asked puzzledly, but this place is only this big. We already searched the previous floors and there weren't any labs like you described. Could it be in the archive room? Only the archive room on the 5th floor remained unsearched. Maybe that's also why the archive room on this floor was so large. They finished searching the laboratories quickly, apart from some strange but useless data, they found nothing. So they had no choice but to head together to the archive room across the way. The archive room was locked, Ying fired several shots before he could break the lock. Everyone be careful. That thing in the shadows could appear at any moment. The door swung wide open. Ying warned everyone as he carefully edged into the archive room with his gun in hand. Everyone remained highly vigilant, following behind him with weapons at the ready. The room was very tidy, besides the file racks there was also a small office area. In short, at a glance there were no living creatures to be seen. But they still didn't let their guard down, they carefully inspected the room once, and only after confirming there were no zombies or humans did they relax a little. Just in case, to prevent another sudden zombie attack, they closed the door and pushed an iron rack in front of it. After finishing all that, the final search began. In theory, all remaining data should be here, if there was no further gain, they would likely have to return empty-handed. The consequences of that would be severe. Without viral data and research leads, asking biologists to start working on an antidote with no clues would be extremely difficult and time-consuming. And the countless people who were suffering couldn't afford to wait that long. The situation was critical, this step they were taking was the most crucial one. Therefore, everyone searched carefully, refusing to overlook a single corner. Xiaobai wasn't idle either. He searched the office area. Most of the things on the desks and in the drawers were documents related to collaborations with certain companies. Tired from searching, he sat down for a moment, his gaze wandering everywhere. Suddenly his eyes fixed on a display case full of various certificates of honor. There, mixed in, was a photo that looked vaguely familiar. Chapter 42, That Thing About a Crush in Memories, Part 1. Just as Xiaobai was about to walk over for a closer look, a pair of hands picked up the photo frame first. The frame was cradled in long, elegant palms, a shapely thumb lightly brushed the scene in the photograph. Seeing Lu Shizhou's expression a little stunned, Xiaobai quickened his pace. What's wrong? It looks a bit like our school, doesn't it? Lu Shizhou came back to his senses and nodded. It really is our school, this was a biology lecture during senior year. Xiaobai thought for a moment, and only when he stepped closer and saw the scene in the photo clearly did he remember what had happened. Ah, right, they said an internationally famous biology professor came to give a lecture at our high school. What was that professor's name? Joseph Tepp. Lu Shizhou said it very fluently. His gaze searched the photo and easily found Xiaobai's seat. Because the camera was positioned in the upper left corner of the studio, the boy only showed half of his handsome profile. And he was seated to the boy's lower left. At the moment this photo was taken, he wasn't paying close attention to the lecture, instead, he had his head turned, watching the boy. Lu Shizhou recalled the scene at that time. That day left a deep impression on him. It was a rainy, overcast day. A world-renowned biology professor was going to give a lecture at Yangqing High School. The lecture's audience was all the third-year high school students. The purpose was to encourage and inspire students' interest in biology and in learning. It would also allow everyone to have a broader and deeper understanding of biology. 1:30 in the afternoon. After the lunch break ended, the loudspeaker in the classroom announced a notice, asking everyone to go to the auditorium on the 8th floor of the office building to attend a lecture. Lu Shizhou stayed seated without moving. It was only after he glimpsed that figure in the white shirt leave that he got up and followed. He trailed far behind the person, watching him joke and laugh with the girl beside him, quietly clenching his fist. But he said nothing and did nothing, he simply followed from a distance, never letting the other person notice. Not until they entered the office building did he make his move, getting into the same elevator as that person at the last moment. The other finally noticed him, stopped joking with the girl beside him, glanced up at him with a slight frown and a hint of hostile intent in his eyes. He knew, he had always known. Xiaobai hated him. But that gaze still made his heart sting. Yet he still hurried up, just to ride the same elevator as him, just to be a little closer, just to breathe the same air as him. Even if that air was bitter, acrid. Xiaobai merely glanced at him once, then went back to talking with the girl with his head lowered. Xiaobai, are you free this weekend? I'm free. Why, do you want to invite me to dinner? The girl smiled shyly and softly said, Lu Shizhou looked at the girl's sweet, shy face, his brows involuntarily furrowed, then he turned to Xiaobai, holding his breath to wait for his answer. Then sorry, I still have tutoring this weekend. Receiving the affirmative, Lu Shizhou sighed with relief. But then Xiaobai lifted his eyes and gave him a knowingly meaningful look. It's my senior year, I can't slack off. I have to make at least some progress compared to the last 2 years. Xiaobai had always been in second place before. A little improvement, doesn't that mean he's aiming for first place? So he really cares about him. Then to keep Xiaobai caring about him, he won't give up that first place. Lu Shizhou pressed his lips together, forcing himself to show no emotion, keeping a wooden face and pretending not to understand. It wasn't until the elevator doors opened that he followed Xiaobai out. After Xiaobai sat down, he chose a seat not too far and not too close, but close enough to clearly see his every move. At 2 in the afternoon, the lecture officially began. A biologist named Joseph Tepp mounted the lectern. He looked to be middle-aged, tall and slim, with blonde hair and graying temples. His eyes were sharp and intelligent, and his prominent aquiline nose gave him a somewhat overbearing, harsh air. Lu Shizhou hadn't been paying much attention to the lecture, his focus was entirely on Xiaobai. That remained the case until he heard a passage that was somewhat grating and displeasing. From ancient times to the present, ever since Emperor Qin Shi Huang sought the elixir of immortality, many emperors have been obsessed with eternal youth. For many years that was considered an impossible dream. And in an age of rapidly advancing technology, that all has become possible. Biological research shows, altering genes, gene evolution, can extend lifespan, and may even achieve immortality. And as far as we know, related research is already being conducted abroad. Hopefully the day humanity evolves will not be far off. When that time comes, humans will be true higher beings, transcending all other life. His tone was fervent and admiring, very much like a mad scientist lost in his research. Lu Shijiu disliked such comments, so before the biology professor could speak again, he raised an objection. Genetic evolution. Then is the modified organism still considered human? If it's considered human, then how many people could accomplish genetic evolution? If a small portion evolves while the majority remain the same, wouldn't that effectively create two separate species? Would ordinary people be abandoned by that small evolved group? Overall, in any case, this is unethical and immoral. Furthermore, stepping back for a moment, how many people will have to be sacrificed for this experiment? How many live-subject experiments will be required? Will all of this be carried out with any moral boundaries at all? So, this kind of experiment is also inhumane. I don't think genetic evolution is a good thing. It would thoroughly disrupt the order of human society and cause destructive, catastrophic consequences. And at its root, it's merely to satisfy the selfish desire of some people who want to become immortal. At these words, the whole hall erupted in astonishment. Originally most people only had a half understanding of the lecture and no firm opinions of their own. Listening to the professor, they found it novel and shocking. But after hearing Lu Shijiu's insights, on one hand they admired his daring to challenge the professor publicly, and on the other they realized just how great a crisis this truly contained. For a moment, the broadcast studio was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Professor Joseph Tepp looked at Lu Shijiu for a long while with a strange gaze. He didn't argue with the student, he just smiled politely and left behind an enigmatic remark. You have your own insights and a real talent for biology, that's quite good. But you're still too young, time will prove everything. Prove that I'm right, genetic evolution will change humanity, transcending all things. After saying these few lines, the speech did not continue. It wasn't the end time yet, but the professor left directly. And the school administrators also found Lu Shijiu, reprimanding him a few words and saying he pretended to know things he didn't. But considering he was top of the grade, there was no punishment. Of course, to Lu Shijiu these were only interludes and he didn't take them to heart. What made an even deeper impression on him was what happened after he left the studio. Chapter 43 An Extra Hidden Space. Jiuji, look quickly. Lu Shijiu didn't have time to continue reminiscing, he was brought back to consciousness by Xiaobai's call. He followed Xiaobai's pointing finger and looked, there were all kinds of honor certificates and trophies. All those certificates and trophies list Joseph Tepp as the recipient. That means this office belongs to him. Xiaobai set down the trophy in his hand and continued to speculate. To have a private office on the most secure top floor, Professor Joseph must have a very special relationship with Yangqing Biological Research Institute, at the very least he's one of the principal research leaders. If that's the case, could the viral agent also be related to him? Lu Shijiu said coolly, if it were him, it wouldn't be surprising. At the lecture he gave at our school, he promoted the theory of genetic evolution. Maybe he thinks becoming a zombie is a kind of evolution. Heh. After speaking, he let out a cold laugh. Xiaobai listened, feeling extremely incredulous. Evolution? Isn't that the apocalypse for humans? How many innocent lives has this disaster taken? The survivors are left with their families destroyed, how can this be called evolution? Lu Shijiu sneered, perhaps he thinks evolution is like an ice age, the species must be exterminated, then be reborn anew. Xiaobai felt a headache and wordlessly rubbed his brow. Madman, truly a madman. Lu Shijiu said nothing, neither confirming nor denying. The room fell into a period of silence. Xiaobai spent a long while processing it before finally pulling himself together. Doesn't matter. Whether it has anything to do with him or not, it's useless now. We should hurry and look for information. Okay. Lu Shijiu responded lightly and scanned the office area with his gaze. In the archives room, everyone was busy. After an unknown amount of time, they finally stopped what they were doing. Their expressions looked sour, and when they met each other's eyes they saw disappointment reflected back. I didn't find anything. Not in my area either. Ying walked into the office with a grave expression and looked at Xiaobai and the others. Well? Did you learn anything? Xiaobai shook his head and sighed. All I know is that the office belongs to a foreign biology professor, the rest. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Lu Shizhou. Don't you think, this office is a bit strange? Xiaobai had successfully drawn their attention and began to scrutinize the office carefully. After looking for a long time, he still couldn't find anything unusual. What's wrong? What's strange? Lu Shizhou didn't answer. He walked from the innermost part of the office to the outermost, then out of the office and to the door of the archives room. I walked 49 steps in total. Xiaobai felt puzzled and didn't understand the meaning, but saw Lu Shizhou open the door and leave the archives room. He hurried after him, watching Lu Shizhou enter the laboratory opposite and begin again to walk step by step from one end to the other, as if measuring the length of the lab. When he reached the innermost part of the laboratory, Lu Shizhou stopped and looked up at Xiaobai. 50 steps. Xiaobai was momentarily stunned and asked in confusion, why is the step count here one more than in the archive room? By now the others had also caught up, watching this inexplicable scene in front of them. Xiaobai thought for a moment, then a sudden flash of inspiration lit up his eyes. Could it be, are you saying that the archive is shorter than the laboratory by a certain length? Where did that length go? Was it hidden? Everyone still didn't quite understand what he meant, and they saw Xiaobai hurry past them again and return to the archives. They followed, and watched Xiaobai walk straight to the innermost part of the office. He curled the back of his hand and struck the wall hard. Knock, knock, knock. The sound wasn't solid, rather, it had a hollow quality. Sure enough, there's another space here. Xiaobai said excitedly. Although he didn't know what such a small space could be used for, it definitely hid the research institute's biggest secrets. He just didn't know where the trigger was. Xiaobai thought as he ran his hands over the wall inch by inch, finding nothing unusual, and had to turn his gaze to the other items in the office. Everyone only then suddenly realized and hurriedly began helping to search for the mechanism. Xiaobai's gaze fell on the display case he had looked at earlier. He walked over and picked up the trophies one by one. When he crouched down to pick up the trophy on the very bottom, he found he couldn't lift it. This trophy seems glued to the display stand, no matter how hard you try, you can't lift it. This is abnormal. So Xiaobai tried turning it left and right. Crack. After rotating 360 degrees, a crisp sound came from the trophy base. At the same time, the entire display stand began to turn. After rotating 90 degrees, an entrance was revealed. There really is a secret chamber. Xiaobai and the people behind him exchanged a glance, and he stepped in first. Behind this display stand was a narrow space. It was very empty, there was nothing at all, only a landscape painting hanging on the wall that reached down to the floor. The painting was too conspicuous in this space, with a somewhat conspicuously concealed feel. Xiaobai didn't hesitate. He walked over, grabbed the painting and rolled it up, revealing the secret behind it, a concealed elevator. Because the power had been cut, the elevator doors were open. Stepping inside led to an abyss. This is just an elevator. All that mystery and secrecy, so hidden, I thought there was something else. Standing at the back, Li Tingyi was very puzzled. Xiaobai stood beside the elevator shaft, looked inside, and said lightly. Unless, this is an elevator that goes to another place. Li Tingyi said reflexively, doesn't this whole building only have floors 1 to 5? Could there be a basement? Not possible. He swallowed the remaining 2 words back down. Because he realized this was very likely the truth. Ying also reacted quickly, walked to the elevator shaft and glanced inside, then waved to the team members behind him. There's a climbing ladder device, come on, let's go down and take a look. After saying that, he was the first to flip over and go down. Was just about to climb down, but seeing Xiaobai and the others hesitated again. The situation below is unclear, how about, you guys don't go down? Xiaobai pressed his lips into a smile, his eyes resolute. That won't do. We'll stay with you. After this short period of interaction, Ying had already seen that Xiaobai was someone with strong opinions who wouldn't give up easily. He stopped trying to persuade him, merely returning Xiaobai a smile before continuing to climb. Soon the water rose above his head. The rescue team followed closely behind. Next came Xiaobai and the others. Lu Shijiu went down first, with Xiaobai following him. The moment he climbed into the elevator shaft, Xiaobai's face went pale. And this situation worsened the deeper one crawled into the ever-darkening space. Chapter 44, That Thing About a Secret Crush in Memory, Part 2. Enclosed, darkness. The sound of his heartbeat raced uncontrollably faster and faster. Xiaobai's face was pale, his limbs felt weak as he moved, and he couldn't help trembling slightly. But he still kept insisting on climbing down. Suddenly, a pair of hands grabbed his ankle. "It's okay, I'm here. Take a deep breath, relax, don't focus on your surroundings, slowly climb down." A steady, resonant voice sounded, carrying a calming, reassuring power. Xiaobai inexplicably felt like he had heard it somewhere before, and his mind immediately steadied a bit. He followed what Lu Shijiu had said, and sure enough his condition improved considerably. Once he calmed down, he finally remembered where he had heard that voice. It was after that lecture, when everyone was crowding into the elevator getting ready to leave. Unfortunately, he was having trouble breathing and his head was spinning, and he only heard that person's voice soothing him. He forgot everything else. Including who that person was, what that person did. Lu Shijiu lifted his head and looked at the young man above him. After feeling the stiff calf muscle in his hand gradually relax, he finally let go. He had known beforehand that Xiaobai suffered from claustrophobia. He learned it when they were leaving the studio and took the elevator. As on the way in, when they were leaving, Lu Shijiu also happened to catch the same elevator as Xiaobai. The elevator was crowded, it was very packed inside. He was the last to enter, Xiaobai seemed not to have noticed him. That suited him perfectly, so he behaved all the more openly, staring at the young man through the crowd. The young man seemed somewhat absent-minded, his eyes downcast, never once looking up, it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. The elevator takes only about 40 seconds to go from the 8th floor down to the 1st. Lu Shijiu selfishly hoped the trip would take longer, so they could spend more time together. Perhaps a god heard his wish, the elevator suddenly jolted. The young man finally looked up, a flicker of panic passing through his eyes. But this interlude wasn't over yet. The elevator shook even more violently, even plunging downward for a stretch before abruptly stopping. At the same time, the lights inside the elevator suddenly went out. By the faint light, Lu Shijiu made out the young man standing in the corner. The boy's face was deathly pale, his lips slightly parted, their usual redness gone, tinged faintly white. He was leaning in the corner like that, his whole body looking very rigid, as if unbearably uneasy and restrained. At first Lu Shijiu thought he'd been startled, overly nervous. But later, he gradually realized something was wrong. The boy seemed to be having difficulty breathing, mouth open, constantly using his mouth to inhale the already scarce oxygen in the elevator. His stiff body also began to go soft, as if it could no longer support him, his legs gradually bent. Seeing this, Lu Shijiu hurriedly pushed through the crowd and squeezed up to his side. "What's wrong with you? Are you having trouble breathing?" The boy said nothing, only clasping his arms tightly around himself. Images of relevant symptoms flashed through Lu Shijiu's mind, things were starting to take shape. He asked again, "Do you have claustrophobia?" The boy was probably in a blank state and only nodded subconsciously. Lu Shijiu received a response and breathed a sigh of relief. He knew how to handle this situation. But seeing the youth's slightly parted lips, he hesitated. That was the person he had wanted to draw close to countless times in his dreams. Now the opportunity was right in front of him, he could openly, with a legitimate reason, kiss him. But wouldn't this be taking advantage of someone at their weakest? But there was no time to let him hesitate any longer. The boy's breathing grew more rapid, he frowned, his expression looking very pained. Lu Shijiu stopped hesitating and pressed his lips onto the long-desired mouth. It wasn't a kiss, it was actually just mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. He kept breathing air into Xiaobai's mouth until his breathing gradually steadied, then stopped. By this time Xiaobai was completely limp, slumped against his chest. Slightly tilting his head back, his expression dazed. His lips were still slightly parted, as if still waiting for him to give him breath. Lu Shijiu looked on, his heartbeat uncontrollably racing faster and faster. Fortunately Xiaobai was currently unconscious and couldn't hear the drumbeat of his heart. He remembered the sweet taste from a moment ago, and his head involuntarily bowed down again. This time, it wasn't mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. After a long while, only when the youth gave a rather uncomfortable moan did he come back to his senses and reluctantly leave. "I'm here, it'll be fine. Take a deep breath, relax, sleep it off, you'll be fine." With his voice, the frown on the boy's brow slowly eased. The incident was quickly discovered, and after they had been trapped for 10 minutes, the elevator doors were forced open. Everybody complained as they left. Only Lu Shijiu had one wish fulfilled. He held Xiaobai and went to the infirmary, staying by the bedside for a long time. Just watching Xiaobai's sleeping face, unable to get enough of it, imprinting that face bit by bit into his heart, memorizing it firmly. Then, before he woke up, he left this place without leaving any trace that he had been here. Asterisk. Inside the elevator shaft, Xiaobai climbed down step by step. He didn't know how long it took, but finally he saw a bit of light. The stone that had been weighing on his heart vanished at once. He suddenly felt much lighter and even grew curious, wanting to learn about things he hadn't known before. 9. After leaving the studio that time, could it be that you saved me in the elevator? The person beneath him was silent for a moment, then gave a single to indicate acknowledgement. Xiaobai was displeased. "Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Otherwise I would have thanked you long ago and become your friend." Before Lu Shijiu could answer, he continued muttering. "I was wondering who was so kind as to send me to the infirmary without leaving a name. I asked the duty doctor, she didn't know either, only that it was a tall, handsome young man. I thought, a tall, handsome guy. Who could be more handsome than me? After thinking it over, Jiug, you count as one. But we weren't on good terms then, so I thought it couldn't be you. In the end, after all the twists and turns, the mystery that bothered me for so long was finally solved. It really was you. You, why do good deeds without leaving your name? Otherwise I could have used being friends with you as an excuse to have you explain things I don't understand, maybe I'd have scored a few more points." After Xiaobai finished her muttering, Lu Shijiu finally couldn't help but let out a light laugh. The corners of his mouth curved up uncontrollably, in the dim light his eyes were bright and gentle. "Yeah, I should have told you earlier." The words fell. The shaft of the elevator grew ever brighter. Because they had reached their destination. In the city where power had gone out after the virus outbreak, this was the first time they saw light in the darkness. Far beyond what a flashlight could compare to. A dazzling light. Chapter 45 Revealing the Cause of the Apocalypse. In a research facility full of zombies, a brightly lit basement appeared. No matter how you looked at it, it was very eerie. "I'll go down and take a look first. Don't act rashly." He jumped down into the underground first. After looking up, his expression froze in an instant. At the same time, the basement echoed with the hissing roars of zombies from all directions. Everyone in the elevator shaft went pale. "Captain." The rescue team member closest to him hurriedly reached out to grab He, trying to pull him back onto the ladder. He, however, shrugged off his hand, was silent for a moment, and then spoke. "You can come down and take a look too." The others were puzzled, but because they trusted He, they still jumped down to the ground without any hesitation. Then, all showed the same expression as He. Xiaobai looked at everything before him, first shocked, then a chill slowly spread through his heart. It turned out that this so-called basement was actually a prison cell. The cage where the zombies were imprisoned. Xiaobai had been wondering where the many evolved zombies that Lu Shijiu sensed were, and why going upstairs made them feel farther away. It turned out that all the zombies infected by the viral serum were locked in the basement. No wonder, they hadn't noticed anything before. The basement was surrounded by cages on all sides, with only the central area clean and tidy. In this area there was a desk, 3 beds, and some strange instruments. All the instruments were connected to a high-tech giant computer. In the corner, a generator was running, keeping the basement functioning normally. You can imagine what those hospital beds were meant for. Maybe the zombie virus was developed through live experiments on these very beds. And everything locked in the cages were all test subjects. Xiaobai closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and forced himself to stay calm. The others, too, gradually came back to their senses from shock and speculation, and fell silent in unison. But now was not the time to be dazed. He quickly calmed himself and walked toward the giant computer. "Hurry and install the data." Remember, there's another enemy in the shadows, we have to move faster and not let it complicate things. Everyone concentrated, recalling those earlier inexplicable incidents. The rescue team quickly grabbed their special backpacks and walked to the desk, ready to pack up all the files. After all, judging from the scene, this place was inseparable from the virus research. To avoid leaving anything behind, it was best to take all the materials. Ying also took out a USB drive and plugged it into the computer, preparing to copy each disk completely onto the drive. This process was very long. So, during the lengthy wait, he first opened some files to take a look. Most of the materials recorded some data that he couldn't understand. Until he opened a video folder. Inside the folder, all videos are named in the format Experiment Day N. Xiaobai and the others realized that this might record the virus's cause, course, and outcome. For a moment, their nerves tightened, they unconsciously held their breath as the mouse clicked open the first video. Day 1 of the experiment. The video begins, the camera pointed directly at the sickbed. The bed is empty, only a voice that has been processed sounds. They demanded I stop the experiments, cut off my funding, and even drove me out of my homeland. When I was about to give up, they went back on their word and brought me here, providing funds to let me continue. The condition was to release all the unstable test subjects here. Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. Experiment Day 10. There were 3 men of normal build added to the sickbed. They don't believe my experiments and theories, instead they think my experiments will cause harm and want me to use them to plague their enemies. I have to say, what a foolish idea, I'll prove them wrong. Experiment, Day 50. The 3 men on the sickbed were a bit thinner than when they arrived. I injected them today with cells that can remain active forever. If it succeeds, this will be an experiment that changes the world. Experiment Day 100. The 3 men on the sickbed had wasted away beyond recognition, nothing left but a layer of skin clinging to their bones. Where exactly did it go wrong? These cells are completely incompatible with the human body. I tried countless methods and still couldn't make them integrate, instead, the body's own cells kept being consumed. It seems we need to develop cells that are easier to fuse with based on what we have. In the subsequent videos, the test subjects were replaced one batch after another, but there was never any success. And as for those subjects who disappeared, there was no need to wonder what had happened to them. Everyone was extremely grave, their expressions solemn. Ying's hand moving the mouse paused for a moment, then he clicked open the next video. Experiment Day 360. I finally researched the evolved cells. This time I will definitely succeed in fusion. The voice in the video couldn't contain its excitement. However. Experiment Day 365. The interval between the recordings this time was almost the same. The person on the hospital bed in the video was asleep and appeared normal. Only the speaker's voice sounded somewhat breathless and frantic. The body's cells are still continuously disappearing. Vital signs are dropping rapidly. Even faster than before. Why? Experiment Day 366. The video was silent for a long time. Only then did a somewhat weary voice speak. 5 hours. Last time when I failed, it lasted at least a month. Although the evolved cells are stronger, they also devour human cells faster. I failed the fusion again. After a few more minutes of silence in the video, an unexpected change occurred. The 3 people on the hospital bed, whose vital signs had been lost, suddenly began to convulse. Then they opened their eyes, uttered inhuman snarls, and began to struggle violently. Their eyes stared blood-red toward the camera, mouths wide open, drooling as if they wanted to swallow people whole. The person filming sounded excited. Fusion, it's fused. After the cells inside the body completely died, the cells finally merged with the body. This will be a whole new species. If it had happened a bit earlier, it could have retained more human traits. Although they turned out to be failures, this proves my direction wasn't wrong. Someone will surely be able to endure this process and successfully evolve. Evolution requires a price, it is like this. I will prove it myself. As he finished speaking, a hand swept across the camera, picking up a vial of serum and a syringe from the operating table. After a moment of eerie silence, the video abruptly ended. In the basement. Everyone fell into absolute silence. Xiaobai's face was emotionless. Only the gradually tightening knuckles revealed that he was not calm inside. It could even be said that the waves were surging. Chapter 46 Fight to the Death with Me. Escort Hope out. It turns out all this was N country's doing. Do they know that such actions require the whole of humanity to pay the price? When the world is at peace, they will surely receive the punishment they deserve. He was so furious that veins throbbed on his forehead, he clenched his fingers into a fist, forcing himself to suppress his emotions. Xiaobai's feelings were also complicated, but he had no choice but to speak up and soothe him. It will definitely happen later. How much of the copying progress is left? He suppressed the breath trapped in his chest and forced his attention elsewhere. Just 5% left, at most a few minutes. Saying that, he moved the mouse to go back to the previous folder. Just as he was about to exit this drive, he realized there was one last folder he hadn't looked at. He thought for a moment and slowly moved the mouse over. At that moment, a sudden anomaly occurred. The prison gates suddenly burst open, and the dozens of evolved zombies being held inside surged out. They rushed toward everyone like wolves and tigers. Fall back. Retreat into the elevator shaft. Xiaobai reacted quickly, grabbing Li Tingyi and Lu Shijiu and running backward. But the rescue team and the others still didn't move, they just stared at He, waiting for orders. He stared fixedly at the transfer progress on the computer in front of him. Then, without hesitation, he raised the submachine gun in his hands. Give the files to Xiaobai and the others. Then fight. Until the USB transfer is complete. The rescue team fell silent for a moment, then one after another they responded. They knew what the data on the USB drive meant, for that remaining 5%, they had to fight to the death. Backpacks filled with files were tossed to Xiaobai and the others. Xiaobai looked at the four resolute figures before him and at the sudden roar of gunfire, and without much hesitation distributed the backpacks to Li Tingyi, Long Sanyao, and had the two girls carry them. Then, resolutely, he drew the gun at his waist and stepped forward. Because he remembered the words He had once said to him. The mission of a gun is to preserve peace. And now, it was time to continue fulfilling that mission. Quick, take the files into the elevator shaft. Lu Shijiu and I will stay and help. Xiaobai didn't look back as he spoke, he kept his eyes forward, aimed his gun at the oncoming zombie, and pulled the trigger. Behind him, the others obediently left, only Li Tingyi still hesitated. Although Xiaobai couldn't see behind him, he guessed Li Tingyi would hesitate and couldn't help but curse loudly. Li Dazhuang. You useless idiot who only makes things worse. Leave when you're told. Don't hold us back here, we still have to worry about taking care of you. Go. Li Tingyi was driven away by the scolding. But he had no complaints or resentment. Instead he looked back every few steps, tears welling in his eyes as he left. He knew that Xiaobai's flaw of being selfless had struck again. He wanted to be selfless too, but he was powerless. In the spare moments, Xiaobai glanced back, saw that everyone had left, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, with no more worries behind him. Then he turned his head to look at Lu Shijiu, who was still fighting the zombies. Seeing that he could still handle it, Xiaobai withdrew his gaze and focused all his attention on dealing with the zombies. The evolved zombies differ from ordinary ones in that they move more swiftly and flexibly, their attacks are not as rigid and monotonous. And at this moment there are dozens of such creatures in the basement, even with guns, dealing with them is extremely difficult. Bullets don't guarantee a precise kill every time, hitting other parts can only slow the zombies' movements. A submachine gun holds 30 rounds, once emptied, it takes 2 seconds to swap in a spare magazine. During this time, the zombies would advance forward a bit more. But they did not back away, they still held their ground in front of the computer, waiting for the final 3% of progress. At last, the progress increased a little more, when it reached 2%, the zombies had already arrived right in front of them. Large groups of zombies fell down, and then other large groups of zombies stepped on their corpses and continued advancing. They kept coming, wave after wave, killing them without end. Lu Shijiu no longer cared about whether he was exposing himself, he charged straight to the front, sweeping the zombies aside to stop them from getting close. However, there were too many of them, and they completely ignored him, simply leaping past him to lunge crazily at the rescue team and others. Once they got very close, guns were no longer so effective. Because even if they shot the one at the front, the ones behind would immediately rush forward. There was no choice, the rescue team had to push them aside or kick them away, then shoot them in the head. During this process, it's inevitable to get injured. He go. Shenbai's eyes caught the blood streak on He Ying's hand, he couldn't help but shout. However, He Ying acted as if he hadn't heard, continuing to grapple with the zombie, letting more wounds appear on his arms. The other team members were the same. More or less, they all had some scratches. Finally, the transfer progress reached 100%. The transfer dialog on the computer screen disappeared automatically. He Ying fired one-handed while unplugging the USB drive with the other. Xiaobai. Catch it. I'm putting my hope in you. As the words fell, the USB drive was thrown backward. Xiaobai hurriedly caught him, and when he looked up again, he froze. He Ying had his arm bitten by a zombie, tearing off a chunk of flesh. He only gave a muffled groan, then roared, chasing light team members. Fight to the death with me. Escort Hope to safety and get her out. This is my last order. Do you copy? The chasing light team members, eyes red, replied, yes. Copy. Voice loud and resonant, ringing with strength. In an instant, Shenbai's defenses crumbled, tears bursting forth. He go. He Yong didn't even turn his head, shouting, you too. Go, now. The chase light team members shouted in unison, go. Lu Shijiu looked at the continuous new wounds appearing on their bodies and knew that things had reached a point of no return. He closed his eyes with a dim look. The next second, he put away his weapon, took Xiaobai, and retreated toward the elevator shaft. They're already infected, doing anything more is meaningless. If you want to honor their sacrifice, take hope and leave. Xiaobai didn't speak, he simply let Lu Shijiu lead him as they ran. He knew this was the only thing he could do for the rescue team right now. The moment he stepped into the elevator shaft, He Ying's shout came from behind. Xiaobai. My wife's name is Xia Lina, she lives in Sanshui Yisheng, Building 5, Unit 2, Apartment 1304. She's 8 months pregnant, if the world becomes peaceful, please pass a message to her for me, I miss her so much. And please look after my unborn child. If he grows up safely, tell him that his father loves him. A man who looked as if he were made of iron. At this moment his voice was actually a little choked. This was all the tenderness he left for his family. Even when death approached, he did not yield an inch. Xiaobai cried, his voice trembling as he replied. I will. I will definitely bring it. Chapter 47 Discovering an Antidote. The pained cries gradually faded until they disappeared. Only the zombies' emotionless howls remained in the basement. Xiaobai knew the rescue workers would soon become one of them as well. Tears streamed down his face, but he held back any sound of sorrow and briskly climbed the ladder with nimble movements. Inside the elevator shaft, the light gradually faded. Xiaobai, however, no longer had any mind to care about phobias. To him, no fear could compare to the feeling of someone you trust dying right in front of you. At the moment everyone was about to step into the darkness. There was suddenly a sound coming from beneath him. They lowered their heads and looked down, only to see the zombies pouring into the elevator shaft, standing at the bottom and looking up. Good thing zombies can't climb ladders. Li Tingyi muttered softly, still shaken by the memory. Then, it turned out he was a jinx. The next second, a zombie stepped onto the climbing ladder. Although clumsy with its limbs and soon fell off, the zombies that followed began to imitate it, starting awkwardly and gradually becoming more agile. These zombies have the ability to learn quickly. Damn! Seeing the zombies gradually closing in on them, Xiaobai cursed under his breath and reached out to grab Li Tingyi's ankle above him. Before Li Tingyi could feel puzzled, he shoved the USB drive in his hand into the sole of his shoe. The thing is safe. You go first. Li Tingyi felt something hard under his foot and knew Xiaobai was trying to show off again. He had originally wanted to persuade Xiaobai, but once he thought that the thing under his feet had been bought with 4 human lives, he felt he had no right to say anything. At this moment, it felt as if a Mount Tai rested on his shoulders, the weight of responsibility immense. Seeing that Li Tingyi had stopped babbling and obediently climbed up, Xiaobai felt a bit relieved, then took out his submachine gun and aimed at the zombies climbing below. Before he could fire, Lu Shijiu, who was beneath him, stopped him. Save your bullets. Lu Shijiu said that, then stopped moving and no longer climbed the ladder. Just stand in place, wait for the zombie to come close, then kick it away with 1 foot. Indeed, it's easier and more convenient. Knowing Lu Shijiu would be safe, Xiaobai didn't leave either, staying behind him. Because Lu Shijiu had never given up on him. He couldn't just run away by himself, could he? The scene became deadlocked. The zombies kept falling into the pit and then continually climbing back up. Lu Shijiu, expression unchanged, kept kicking the never-ending stream of zombies back down, again and again, as if tireless. Xiaobai's nervous worry had mostly dissipated, and he could occasionally look up to check what the others were doing. Only when Li Tingyi and the others had completely disappeared into the darkness and there was no sign of movement did he lower his gaze and speak to Lu Shijiu. "Why don't we go too? We can kick them when they crawl closer." Lu Shijiu thought it made sense, kicked a few more zombies, and then followed Xiaobai as they continued to climb. But after only a couple of steps, a strange noise suddenly rang out in the basement. Thump thump, thump thump. It was the sound of a heartbeat. And it was extremely loud, like someone had amplified it through a horn. When the zombies heard that sound, they all abandoned their fixation on Xiaobai and the other person, then ran out of the elevator shaft drooling. Next came the crisp clank of an iron door locking. The basement grew quieter. Long after that, there was no movement at all. This situation was very strange. Xiaobai didn't want any complications and was about to leave, when a human voice suddenly came from the basement. "Are you still there?" It was a man's voice, deep and slightly weathered. Xiaobai lowered his head and exchanged a glance with Lu Shijiu, making no rash move. The owner of the voice didn't wait for an answer and continued to speak. "I've already lured them into the cage and locked it up. It's fine now, you can come out." Xiaobai still didn't move. They were all so suspicious, time, place, and people, that it was impossible to let down one's guard. As for Lu Shijiu, he suddenly jumped down the elevator shaft. Xiaobai couldn't think much, hurriedly hurried down the ladder and followed. As they entered the basement, it was exactly as the man had said, all the zombies had indeed been locked up. A blond man with his back to them was also standing by the computer. Xiaobai was the first to ask, "Who are you, where were you before, and why didn't you come out?" The blond man was looking at the computer. He didn't turn his head when he spoke, only pointed with his hand to a metal door in the corner. "I'm an employee here. I'd been staying in the storage room. There were too many of you when you arrived, and I didn't know what was going on, so I didn't act rashly. Later I heard the zombies suddenly break through the cage, so I was even more afraid to come out. Only after they all gathered in the elevator shaft did I dare come out and press this device." Xiaobai asked in puzzlement, "What device?" "It's the sound you just heard. I set it up because I was afraid the zombies would leave the cage." All of this explanation was quite reasonable. But Xiaobai still felt very strange and didn't let his guard down. "Why have you been standing with your back to us? Turn around and let us see." He kept feeling that the blond man's front might be a hideous, terrifying zombie face. The result disappointed him. The blond man slowly turned, revealing a face with Western features. High cheekbones, deep-set eye sockets, and a pair of blue eyes that had grown somewhat dark and cloudy with age. Most striking were his somewhat overbearing, harsh aquiline nose and the pale, cold lips beneath it. Because his features were so memorable, Xiaobai immediately remembered who he was. Professor Joseph Tepp. A flicker of surprise crossed Joseph Tepp's face. "Oh, I didn't expect anyone to recognize me." Xiaobai smiled on the surface, but felt even more on guard inside. "Yes, I once attended your lecture at Yang City High School." Joseph Tepp suddenly realized, a warm smile appearing on his face, and turned to look at Lu Shijiu beside Xiaobai. "No wonder this young man looks so familiar to me, it turns out we once discussed academic matters at a lecture." He put it politely, calling that tension-filled exchange a discussion. Unfortunately, Lu Shijiu did not appreciate it. "As a professor, you're probably more than just a mere employee. Besides, Professor, your ideals and ambitions seem inextricably linked to the experiments here and the current situation in Yangqing." At the mention of this, Joseph Tepp reined in his smile, a flash of coldness passed across his face and was gone. He sighed deeply, "That's right, it does concern me, but I've already been trying to make amends. For a long time now I've been researching an antidote. I know I have no face to show the world, so, could I ask you to help me hand the antidote over to the state?" "An antidote?" Xiaobai's heart began to pound wildly. He forced himself to suppress his excitement and asked, "Where?" Joseph Tepp smiled and turned around to lead the way. "In the collection room, follow me." Chapter 48, Zombie Identity Exposed. Xiaobai still had doubts in his heart. But the antidote was like a clear pool in the desert, undoubtedly a huge surprise to a traveler on the verge of dying of thirst. This kind of surprise can easily go to one's head, making it impossible to tell whether it truly exists or is just a mirage. In short, no matter what, Xiaobai had to go and confirm it. He glanced at Lu Shijiu beside him, felt a bit more at ease, and his steps grew firmer. The two of them followed Joseph Tepe to the door of the collection room. Joseph Tepe unlocked the metal door with his fingerprint, walked in, and turned to look at the two of them. "Come in." His expression was very gentle, but Xiaobai inexplicably felt like it was a big grey wolf opening the door for a little white rabbit. Xiaobai felt more alert and said, "Go get it out for us, we'll wait here for you." Joseph Tepe smiled, said nothing more, and turned, disappearing through the doorway. About 2 minutes later, he returned carrying another box. He handed the box to Xiaobai. "So? Do you need to check it?" For something this important, of course it needed to be checked. Xiaobai didn't think much and reached out to take the box. The moment his hand touched the box, something unexpected happened. Joseph Tepe suddenly grabbed Xiaobai's wrist and pulled him into the storage room. Lu Shijiu reacted quickly, or rather was prepared in advance, and immediately attacked Joseph, striking him back. Xiaobai regained his freedom, took the box and tried to leave, but discovered the metal door had already closed automatically. And Joseph in front of him no longer pretended to be kind, he just stared at the two of them with a strange expression. "Don't leave, stay and be my test subject." Xiaobai wasn't particularly surprised by this. "So, is there an antidote or not?" Joseph Tepe wore a nonchalant expression. "That's something you need to find out for yourself." Xiaobai held his breath, his sharp eyes staring straight at Joseph. "The person in the video is you, right? You injected the viral serum, so your true identity now is a zombie with human consciousness?" Joseph Tepe's face twisted at the words. "Zombie? Why compare me to that lowly creature? I am an evolved, brand new human." He spoke passionately, with a strong sense of pride and self-satisfaction. However, Xiaobai wasn't convinced. He let out a short, low laugh, mocking, "What makes humans human is that we have humanity, morals, and feelings. And you? If you had humanity, morals, and feelings, you wouldn't use so many innocent people as test subjects, and you wouldn't put the world at the brink of catastrophic disaster. You don't deserve to be called human. No matter how much you evolve, you're not human. You're more like an animal." Because of this madman, Yangqing fell, countless people died, countless families were shattered. Because of this madman, the entire rescue team was sacrificed. Xiaobai remembered what Ying had said before he died, and his heart instantly clenched in pain. With all his pent-up anger and resentment finally having a target, he no longer held back and cursed aloud. Actually he wanted to hurl even dirtier insults and damn Joseph's ancestors for 18 generations. But then he thought Joseph probably wouldn't understand. Besides, someone as cold-blooded and heartless as him likely treated blood ties as nothing, so why would he care about kin or ancestors? The room was deathly silent. Suddenly a suppressed chuckle broke the atmosphere, and at the same time poured gasoline on Joseph's head, so to speak. Joseph Tepe wore a sullen expression, his gaze sweeping over the two of them. After a long moment, he suddenly cracked a smile. "Not bad, your tongue is quick. I just don't know whether you'll be this talkative after becoming a test subject. Do you know why I brought you here?" Xiaobai tugged at the corner of his mouth. "You don't want to know, and you don't need to know. All you need to know is that no matter what you do, in my eyes you are a piece of rat shit." Joseph Tepe. "Good, very good." His face was ashen, he didn't say anything more to Xiaobai and walked straight to the innermost part of the collection room. Judging by what he had said earlier, it was obvious he wasn't planning anything good. Although neither Xiaobai nor Lu Shijiu was afraid, Xiaobai still called out once. "Brother Jiu, I'm leaving him to you." As the words fell, a figure flashed past. Lu Shijiu shot forward with astonishing speed, intercepted Joseph, and began fighting him. Joseph wasn't skilled in combat, but his evolved physical constitution was still strong, ordinary people were nowhere near a match for him. What made him secretly alarmed was that the tall youth before him not only had superb fighting skills, but also extremely strong physical fitness. With immense strength, each punch landed like a gale. He could actually match his evolved self, even vaguely holding the upper hand. Amazing. Unbelievable. Xiaobai still felt fairly confident in Lu Shizhou's abilities. Hadn't paid much attention to them, focusing solely on figuring out how to open the metal door. Had tried battering the door and shooting it. The final conclusion was that Joseph's fingerprint was required. So then. We have to be a bit cruel. Brother Joe. Leave his right thumb. As Xiaobai spoke, he took the dagger tied to the steel pipe and threw it. Lu Shizhou was slightly distracted and caught the dagger. In the blink of an eye, Joseph found a moment to press a switch tucked in the corner. Then he was forced to wrestle with Lu Shizhou again. It must be said, he couldn't beat Lu Shizhou unarmed, so with a weapon it would be even harder, right? Luckily, once they lost consciousness he could tie them up and use them as test subjects. Joseph grinned, his gaze sweeping upward. Xiaobai followed his line of sight and saw white mist gradually seeping from the ceiling. The mist spread quickly, and before long it filled the entire room. Xiaobai guessed the mist's purpose and kept his hands tightly clamped over his mouth and nose. He couldn't do anything now, he could only hope Lu Shizhou would get the fingerprints soon and open the metal door. Joseph Tepp, who was fighting Lu Shizhou, froze the triumphant smile on his face. The young man before him wasn't unconscious in the mist, on the contrary, he struck even more fiercely. Can humans hold their breath this well? Joseph sensed danger and no longer thought about keeping the body alive for the experiment. He let his sharp nails rake across the youth's arm. Time passed second by second. By normal logic, within 5 minutes a human would inevitably be successfully infected. But, the person in front of him was not. Or rather, he wasn't human at all. An incredibly strong physique, mist that has no effect, a body that cannot be infected. What all this indicates is self-evident. You evolved successfully. Joseph's voice rang out in surprise. Lu Shizhou's eyes flashed, and his gaze instinctively searched for that person's figure. Soon, he saw Xiaobai in the hazy mist. The young man was leaning against the door, head bowed, his expression unreadable. Lu Shizhou clenched his fist and turned his head. His pupils were blood-red, and the way he looked at Joseph was fierce and dark. You should die. Chapter 49. What exactly does Lu Shizhou want to do? Lu Shizhou was completely enraged. After losing his reason his combat strength rose by another large margin. Joseph, who had never been a match for him, was driven back even further. The surprise on Joseph Tepp's face faded, replaced by a puzzled, incomprehensible expression. You've evolved, undergone a qualitative change, you're not on the same level as ordinary humans anymore. I am your kind. Why are you siding with ordinary people? Lu Shizhou said coldly, who are you of the same kind as? His eyes were bloodshot, his expression full of loathing. Included in that was loathing of himself. He despised his own identity, unable to calmly embrace the person he liked, afraid of being rejected by them. But she was also grateful for her uniqueness, she hadn't become a mindless corpse, in this apocalypse she could still protect those she wanted to protect. In short, you can't have the best of both worlds. Just like that classic line from the movies. If I pick up the knife I can't hold you. If I put the knife down I can't protect you. But. As long as none of this is discovered, he can still interact with Xiaobai normally. It's all ruined by the person in front of him. He wants to kill him. Lu Shizhou grew even more frenzied, brandishing the dagger and carving wounds of varying depths across Joseph's body. But zombies don't feel pain. Joseph dodged while still trying to persuade. You are the first successfully evolved human I've seen. Do you know how powerful our post-evolution bodies are? We can live forever, as long as we take in energy we can keep living. As members of the same kind, we should sympathize with one another and join forces to build an empire that belongs to us. This era is ours. Earth, alien worlds, even the universe, we have unlimited time to explore and conquer. The ambition was grand, the speech stirring. Too bad, Lu Shizhou was now almost deranged, nothing could get through to him, his mind filled only with bloodthirsty thoughts. Joseph and Lu Shizhou, who had already lost his mind, were completely unable to communicate. If this continued, he very well might actually die here. He was indeed immortal, but the premise was that he could not suffer fatal injuries. And Lu Shizhou was now determined to kill him, each slash aimed straight at his face. Joseph pondered for a long time, and when the blade nearly nicked his skull again, he finally made his decision. Since you insist on being my enemy, I will no longer try to persuade you. Wanting to live among ordinary humans is the most foolish idea. Once your identity is exposed, no matter what you've done, human suspicion and selfishness will make you regret it. I'll welcome you to join anytime. With that, he turned and dashed toward the door. The moment his thumb pressed the fingerprint lock, the door slowly opened. At the same time, Lu Shijiu, who had been hard on his heels, cut off his thumb. Zombies don't feel pain. But for the rational Joseph, this was a tremendous humiliation. He glowered and quickly fled the storage room. Lu Shijiu rushed after him but was momentarily distracted by an extremely enticing aroma. When he came to, Joseph was nowhere to be seen. He stood outside the storage room, slightly dazed, following the scent as he turned his head and saw the youth collapsed on the floor by the door. The fragrance was emanating from the youth. It smelled so good that saliva unconsciously began to form in his mouth. He walked over step by step and took a clear look at the youth's face. It was Xiaobai. Xiaobai had his eyes tightly shut, as if he had fainted. Lu Shijiu subconsciously let out a breath and his wits recovered a little. But instinctual desire still drove him to keep moving closer. He stopped only when his lips pressed against that slender neck. Beneath his lips, veins pulsed continuously, from the nasal cavity came the irresistible scent emanating from those vessels. It made him so hungry. He wanted to eat so badly. Lu Shijiu's eyes were dark, unable to resist his instinctual desire, he gently licked, quenching his thirst. But once he tasted the marrow, he wanted more. The licking grew gradually more forceful, and the speed increased. In the end, the surface taste could no longer satisfy. Lu Shijiu abruptly stopped, opened his mouth, his fangs pressing against the tender skin. By now, the boy's neck had been licked until it was a patch of red, the bluish veins exposed even more clearly. As long as Lu Shijiu wanted, he could press gently and forcefully, pierce the youth's blood vessel, and drink the blood he had dreamed of. But the consequences of doing that would be something he could not bear. No. Absolutely not. Lu Shijiu's instincts and reason kept clashing, neither willing to give ground. Finally, the two sides compromised and reached a moderate solution. Lu Shijiu had two instincts. One came from being a zombie, the other came from being human. At this moment, the human instinct held the upper hand. Even his reason was willing to fade, he wanted to indulge once. Lu Shijiu's eyes were bloodshot. Looking at the young man's crimson lips, he leaned down and covered them. When Xiaobai woke up, he was somewhat dazed. For a while he thought he had been captured and experimented on. But if they had been used for experiments, they should have already entered the cycle long ago, there's no way they'd still be in the basement. Besides, Lu Shijiu was still sitting next to him, eyes closed, looking as if he had been knocked out just like him. Therefore, he could only attribute this to aftereffects of the mist. He hadn't expected, though, that the mist would affect the zombies as well. This medicine has a pretty strong aftereffect. Xiaobai said as he pushed himself up to stand. Then, without waking Lu Shijiu, he shuffled over to the computer. Joseph was ambiguous when talking about the antidote. If there really was an antidote, Xiaobai instinctively thought he might find some answers on the computer. When he had checked the computer before, the incident happened suddenly, and there was one folder he hadn't finished looking through. Maybe the answer is hidden in there. With that thought, Xiaobai opened the only video in that folder. The video was still filmed here, the frame showed only a pair of hands and a clear vial. Every experiment has to have two sides, just as everyone who develops a poison must also develop an antidote. So I set about developing an antidote. Unfortunately, they all failed, leaving only this half-finished product. I will send all the medicines, including this antidote, to every corner of the country to fulfill my promise to them. As for which lucky person will get this antidote, and whether it will work, I'm looking forward to that too. By the way, and them, since they don't believe in my experiments, I certainly won't show favoritism. I will secretly send the medicine abroad, so that evolution spreads throughout the world. Xiaobai. This exchange left behind information that was somewhat complicated and terrifying. First, Xiaobai reasonably suspected that the antidote had been used by him. Furthermore, this antidote truly is a half-finished product, it didn't grant immunity, instead it inexplicably entered his bloodstream. Although it did neutralize the poison, the process was so wildly beyond normal that it bordered on absurd. Finally, according to Joseph, this potion has already been spread throughout the entire world. Wouldn't that mean the whole world is in chaos? This is the true end of the world. Xiaobai had a bit of a headache. But now was not the time to worry about others. He only wanted the country to return to peace as soon as possible. They'd gotten all the materials now, but there was no rescue team. How were they supposed to leave by helicopter? They didn't have anyone who could fly a helicopter. Besides, he had his own selfish wish. He wanted the rescue team to become living, breathing people again. He had managed it last time, so he was certain he could do it again. Resolving himself, Xiaobai turned his gaze toward the cage where the zombies were being held. There were a few familiar faces there. Before, he had never had the heart to look. But now, he had no choice but to face them, even to get up close. Xiaobai took a deep breath and walked over. As he drew closer, the zombies in the cage grew frantic, continually reaching out their hands trying to grab him. He Ying was no exception. Xiaobai looked at He Ying's face, now distorted, bitterness in his heart, but a faint smile on his face. He Gu, you died for us. Then I'll die once for you too. Saying that, he reached out his hand toward He Ying. No. A shout from Lu Shijiu suddenly came from behind. But everything was too slow. He Ying grabbed his arm and sank his teeth hard into it. As he fell, Xiaobai saw Lu Shijiu rushing over and gradually slipped into darkness. Woke up again. There was a strange scent at the tip of the nose. Xiaobai wanted to open his eyes, but found he couldn't. Not only that, speaking and moving were impossible as well. It was as if his consciousness was perfectly clear while his body slept. So, had the loop reached the time when he was drugged in the storage room? That meant he had missed the time window to save the rescue team. The rescue team would be buried forever, forever in the river of time. Xiaobai felt very upset upon realizing this, but had no way to express it. His body slept, but his soul was crying. Suddenly, a cool fragrance approached him. The familiar scent, it was Lu Shijiu. Judging from how he woke up before, Lu Shijiu should have been unconscious as well. But now that breath was coming straight toward him. After licking his neck for a long time, it seemed about to bite him. But he clearly woke up before, there was no reset. When Xiaobai was puzzled, that presence moved away. After a long while, it slowly descended again, landing on his lips. Xiaobai. What exactly does Lu Shijiu want to do? Chapter 50, Lu Shijiu's Confession. Xiaobai was numb. He never, ever imagined that his day would come. Before, he had forcibly kissed Lu Shijiu several times in an attempt to take the initiative in their cycle. Unexpectedly, this time it was his turn. The problem is, Lu Shijiu was the one taking the initiative. What, exactly does he mean? Could it be, that he likes him? Or is he simply controlled by the zombie instinct, having lost his reason and being in a confused state of mind? But whatever the case, being gay is still wrong. Xiaobai's mind was a tangle of knots, but he couldn't put up any resistance. All he could do was keep imagining. The more he imagined, the more terrifying it became. And events were unfolding exactly in the direction of his imaginings. Xiaobai. Help, help, help. He wanted to open his mouth and shout, but it was of no use. If Xiaobai's soul had a physical body, it would now be taking a deep breath. Then, turning furious and ashamed, he would curse, "Zombies must not eat people." After that, it would change to, "Zombies must not be gay." Finally, his tone shifted to something like a compromise, "Being gay is fine. I must be the top. I will never be the bottom." Fortunately, Lu Shijiu seemed to hear what he was thinking. This made Xiaobai's spirit body breathe a long sigh of relief, hiding in the corner and feeling deeply grateful. If Lu Shijiu did anything more, he wouldn't even want to be human anymore. To be subjected to it, for a macho man, this is the greatest humiliation. Even if Lu Shijiu is not fully conscious, he will never forgive it. Luckily, Lu Shijiu repented in time. Xiaobai Gang thought this and felt his hand being held. "Sorry, I just couldn't control myself. Just like I can't control how my emotions swing wildly whenever you appear. I know if I don't say some things, you might never find out. For example, the fact that I like you." Lu Shijiu said, then suddenly gave a light, short laugh. Then his voice grew fleeting. "Of course, you don't know it now, and you probably won't know in the future either." After that, there was no more sound. The breathing became steady and long. He must have fallen asleep. Xiaobai's mood now could be described as extremely complicated. On one hand, he had to face the sorrow of being unable to recycle or save the rescue team. On one hand, he had to face the series of heady things that had just happened. Now, he also had to face this sudden confession that Lu Shijiu thought he wouldn't know about. He was having such a hard time. Xiaobai didn't even know what to think about his confession to Lu Shijiu. But at last he understood why Lu Shijiu had been acting so weird since the end of the world broke out. Because he liked him, and had bitten him to death so many times. Xiaobai couldn't agree with that. But considering that Lu Shijiu had saved him so many times later on, they'll call it even. From now on, he'll take strict precautions against this gay guy who tried to make a move on him. He's still an upright one. An unbendable, steel-straight man. Finally, the drug's effect wore off. Xiaobai pushed himself up. He also understood why he felt so exhausted during the last loop. He leaned against the doorframe and glanced down at Lu Shijiu once. So Lu Shijiu had fallen asleep from exhaustion. Or was he having a sage moment and wanting to rest for a bit? Complicated feelings. But there was no choice, I still had to wake him. Wake up. Get up. Xiaobai shouted, then prodded Lu Shijiu's arm with his foot. The action was rough, utterly brutal. Lu Shijiu slowly came to and looked up at him. Xiaobai didn't dare meet his gaze, quickly looked away, and turned to leave. Go join Li Tingyi and the others. Don't cause any more trouble. He didn't even dare look into Lu Shijiu's eyes now. It looks like it would give you away at a glance. Because you can't hide the look in your eyes when you want to stab someone. But if this were exposed, he'd be the one embarrassed. All I can do is pretend I don't know. Although that's what he intended, Xiaobai couldn't help making small expressions and little movements from time to time as certain images kept popping into his mind. Lu Shijiu looked at that restless figure ahead, bowed his head and pressed his lips together. When Xiaobai stopped and turned around, this was the scene he saw, and for some reason he felt Lu Shijiu looked like a forlorn big dog. He actually felt sorry for him. No. I absolutely cannot pity him. Xiaobai steeled himself, averted his gaze, and swept his eyes over the dozens of zombies in the cage. Before leaving, some things, some hatreds, must be settled. Chapter 51 A New Hope. In the basement, a row of gasoline cans was placed in the direction of the generator. They were probably being kept as a reserve to fuel the generator. At that moment, Xiaobai had a different idea when he looked at the row of gasoline cans. He walked over, grabbed 2 cans of gasoline with both hands, and poured them over the zombies through the bars of the cage. Lu Shijiu guessed his intention and stepped forward to help. Xiaobai didn't refuse, he just said lightly, "Don't pour it all out, leave 1 can to take away." 7 or 8 cans of gasoline were poured out completely, leaving only 1 can. After finishing everything, Xiaobai stood in front of the cage, looking at the 4 familiar faces inside, and began to speak with a choked voice. "Go, I know you definitely don't want to become like this, and you absolutely don't want to hurt humans, much less be used by Joseph. So, I'll set you free. This place where the sin originated should be destroyed," Xiaobai said, taking a lighter he had brought from the supermarket out of his backpack. He had originally thought it might come in handy, but he never expected it would be used like this. He clicked the lighter and, through the weak flame, looked at the zombies in the cage. Then, he let go and threw the lighter into the cage. With a hissing sound, the blaze erupted into roaring flames. He watched Ying and the other 3 instantly engulfed by flames, drew a deep breath, turned away, stopped the tears welling in his eyes, and walked step by step toward the corner. "Can you carry the generator?" Xiaobai didn't look back and spoke to Lu Shijiu, who was following him closely. "All right." After receiving an affirmative answer, Xiaobai picked up the only remaining can of gasoline and headed for the elevator shaft. The 2 of them climbed up to the 5th floor in silence. Finding no sign of Li Tingyi and the others, they hurried back down and prepared to leave the institute. The instant the research institute's door opened, dazzling sunlight rushed in, making Xiaobai instinctively close his eyes. The sun was very gentle, its warmth spilling over him. This long-missed feeling of seeing the sky again calmed his heart considerably. Although he'd only been inside the institute for less than a day, it felt as if he'd been there for a very, very long time. "Xiaobai. Woo 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 Xiaobai." Li Tingyi's voice came from afar to near, still sounding tearful. Xiaobai slightly opened his eyes and found that it had gotten darker in front of him, the light was being blocked. The next second, the big guy Li Tingyi pounced, knocking him back 2 stumbling steps. Xiaobai. I thought you couldn't get out. Wah. Li Tingyi said as he excitedly pounded on Xiaobai's back. Xiaobai felt like his whole body was about to be beaten to pieces and hurriedly pushed him away. He snapped, "Are you cursing me or what? Who couldn't get out? Can you try hoping for something good for once?" Li Tingyi sniffed, wiped his tears with his sleeve, and turned his crying into a smile. "I was just scaring myself because you didn't come out for so long, really had me worried to death." Feeling Li Tingyi's concern, Xiaobai's heart warmed, and some of his physical and mental exhaustion was dispelled. Yes, no matter what, he still had friends by his side. So, even in the current predicament, one should not be quick to give up. "Aren't we back now?" Xiaobai smiled, his gaze passing over Li Tingyi to look at the others. Gu Shitting, Lin Sen, Ding Lingling, and Long Sanya were all watching them from the truck. Their eyes showed relief, surprise, and even emotion. After enduring those hardships together, even if some of them hadn't been close before, they now felt a mutual appreciation. Xiaobai nodded at them, then said to the 2 people beside him. "Get in the car first, I'll go get something." After saying that, he went straight to the helicopter, took out the walkie-talkie from inside, then came back and climbed into the rear cabin. Then, to everyone's expectant gaze, he pressed the call button. Beep, beep, beep. As in the last loop, it still couldn't be reached. Everyone's looks changed from hopeful to disappointed. Then, what do we do now? Without a rescue team, even if there's a helicopter, we can't get to the capital. This question had been weighing on everyone's mind since the rescue team died, only now being brought up. At first Xiaobai was also bewildered, but now he had come to understand one truth. That is, as long as they could stay alive and protect these documents, there would eventually be a day when the clouds part and the sun shines through. So staying alive is the top priority. Besides, they still have other important things to do. Then let's not go to the capital. Why not stay in Yangqing? We have relatives and friends in Yangqing, it's the place we know best. And besides, given the situation outside, it might not be any better than Yangqing. This is a very grim topic, but it's also the truth. Everyone's faces grew dark, their spirits were extremely low. The girls even began to cry. "I don't even know how my parents are, I don't know if they're at home." "Me neither, I don't know what's going on at home right now." Whenever the topic turned to their family, everyone became very fragile. Xiaobai sighed and comforted them, "That's why, by staying, we can still search for any sign of them." Hearing this, everyone looked toward Xiaobai, hope reigniting in their eyes. Really? Can we really find them?" Xiaobai lowered his eyes and smiled slightly, "Whether we can find them or not, we won't know until we try, right? It's better to have tried than to give up outright." Everyone was moved and began to say where they lived. Xiaobai smiled and interrupted them, "For now, let's find a place to stay first. Searching for people should wait until we sit down and plan it before setting out. As for where to stay, you can temporarily stay at my place. Li Tingyi and Lu Shijiu live in my same residential complex, so it's convenient." No one objected. The truck set off for Heping Garden, gradually driving away from Yangqing Biological Research Institute. Xiaobai sat on the carriage, looking back toward the direction of the institute. There, smoke was gradually spreading. Maybe it wouldn't be long before the entire building was burned down into a ruin. Li Tingyi followed his gaze and saw the scene as well. He thought of the few members of the rescue team buried inside, his heart a tangle of emotions. Everything is over now, it will get better. Xiaobai sighed deeply and echoed, "Yes, it will get better." He would never let the rescue team's sacrifice be in vain. They will carefully guard the data until the day it realizes its true value. Xiaobai withdrew his gaze and couldn't help glancing at Lu Shijiu. After leaving the institute, Lu Shijiu hadn't spoken a single word. He didn't know whether it was because he was repenting for what he had done. If that's the case, all the better. Taking advantage of someone who's unconscious, he really should repent. Xiaobai fumed. Suddenly, a faint cry for help came from the street they were passing. Chapter 52, A Belated Parting of Ways. "Help. Please. Save me." It was the somewhat immature voice of a little boy. The voice was a bit weak. Xiaobai looked toward the roadside for a long time before spotting a small figure inside a compact car. He didn't hesitate, he patted the hood and shouted, "Lin Sen. Stop the car." The car slowed to a stop. Xiaobai was about to get out when a pair of hands held him back. "Xiaobai, didn't you see all those zombies surrounding his car? Who knows if he's injured? Let's not interfere, okay?" Long Sanmiao stopped him, trying to reason. Xiaobai was a little baffled. How is that meddling? That's still a child, he's so helpless right now. Long Sanmiao continued to persuade, but we can barely look after ourselves now, where would we find the energy and resources to take care of another child? Our food is almost gone, we can't spare any to give someone else. Xiaobai interrupted, food and supplies can be found again, but a life is only lived once. Since I've decided to save him, I'll take care of him, so you don't need to worry. Having said that, he couldn't be bothered to argue further with Long Sanmiao and simply jumped out of the car. Lu Shijiu, who had been silent the whole time, followed down as well, stepped past him to the front, pushed aside the zombies surrounding the car, and killed one with a single stab of his dagger. Only one zombie was odd, its hand was tied to the car door with a rope. Judging by the scene, it probably wasn't done by the little boy. Then the only possibility is that it tied itself up before it mutated. Xiaobai thought of a scenario and called out to Lu Shijiu just as he was about to swing his knife. "Lu Shijiu, wait." Lu Shijiu suddenly stopped moving, the corner of his mouth tightening. He called him, by his full name. Before, he had always been called Jiuji. Xiaobai didn't notice Lu Shijiu's little change in mood, he simply walked over, opened the car door from the other side, and leaned his head in. On the back seat, a little boy of about 7 or 8 was curled up under the seat. He looked extremely weak, utterly listless. Only when he looked at Xiaobai did his eyes flare with a fierce light born of the will to survive. "Bro, big brother, save me. I'm so hungry. There are so many monsters around me, I don't dare to go. There's also Dad. Dad too." The little boy mentioned his father, and his voice suddenly choked off, unable to continue, the rims of his eyes instantly went red. Xiaobai guessed what had happened, smiled faintly, and tried to show the gentlest expression he could. It's okay now. Brother has food here, I'll take you away, I won't let the monsters catch you," he said as he reached his hand inward. The little boy looked at him and choked out a nod. Then he struggled out of the seat, placing his hands on Xiaobai's shoulders. Xiaobai exerted force and lifted the boy out of the car. "What is your name?" "Gu Zifeng. My parents and classmates all call me Little Feng." Xiaobai nodded, carrying him to the other car door. "Do you know this person?" The zombie tied to the door, upon seeing living people, bared its teeth and claws and tried to lunge toward the two. But because its movement was restricted, it could only struggle on the spot, looking somewhat ridiculous. However, when Gu Zifeng saw this scene, he couldn't help but break down and cry. "Brother, this is my dad." Although Xiaobai had expected it, hearing the little boy actually say it made his feelings complicated. He restrained his emotions and continued speaking gently. "Xiao Feng, your father must love you very much, so he tied himself to the door to avoid hurting you. So, you must keep trying to live, you can't let your father's hopes down, understand?" Gu Zifeng nodded somewhat bewilderedly, Xiao Feng won't disappoint Dad." "Alright, then let's say goodbye to Dad." "Goodbye, Dad." The little boy listened to Xiaobai obediently, which made Xiaobai feel very distressed. Such a small child, seeing his dearest father turn into a monster and being locked in a car without food or drink for days, no one knew how he had survived those days. The boy was extremely light. After Xiaobai carried him back to the car cradling him sideways, he immediately took the few remaining snacks from his bag and fed him. He had originally thought that the child, being so famished, would surely gobble the food down ravenously. What surprised her was that Gu Zifeng ate in tiny bites, and after every little mouthful he would look up at Xiaobai. His cautious, wary manner made Xiaobai feel both heartache and amusement. "Go ahead and eat, it's okay to finish it all. Brother is very good at finding lots of food." Hearing that, Gu Zifeng finally started eating heartily. But he didn't eat much, just one piece of bread and half a bottle of water, then put the remaining food back into Xiaobai's backpack. The two of them smiled at each other, a scene that was painfully conspicuous to the people opposite. Long Sanmiao stared for a long time, but couldn't help speaking. "Xiaobai, I know you mean well. But in the apocalypse, that kind of goodwill is the thing most likely to drag people down. You're saving a child now, and after that? You'll save their family too, and after that? Are you going to save every survivor you meet? People can't all be saved, and resources can't be divided enough. Xiaobai instinctively frowned, and then a faint voice suddenly spoke up. Brother, did I eat too much and make the brother over there angry? I eat very little, I'm easy to take care of. I'll eat less next time, okay? Xiaobai's heart melted entirely at the child's words. He frowned and looked at Long Sanyao. Why did you have to say those things in front of the kid? If I had ill intent, could you have left the school with us? When Long Sanyao abandoned his teammates and caused the team's annihilation, he wanted to chase him away, but he couldn't bring himself to kill a living person. So, the person least qualified to call him kind was Long Sanyao. If it weren't for his so-called kindness, Long Sanyao would have died at the school long ago. Even though their relationship has eased a lot now, that doesn't mean he's let down his guard against him. Those words stabbed Long Sanyao's heart mercilessly. If it were anyone else, he certainly wouldn't mind it, and might even make that person look good. But the one saying this was Xiaobai, who was a somewhat special presence. He believed he was saying it for Xiaobai's sake, yet he hadn't expected that Xiaobai viewed him this way. Yes, I was the one who relied on you at first. So am I allowed to leave now? I did say I'd leave once there was a suitable opportunity after leaving school. It seems the time has come. Long Sanyao said this and jumped out of the car. After cutting the rope that bound Gu Zifeng's father, he climbed into the car, revved the engine and drove off quickly, giving everyone no time to react. Xiaobai had originally thought that someone who could shirk responsibility so much at the start would keep shirking forever. But he hadn't expected. Fine, people with different principles can't work together. Chapter 53 The first group photo of the apocalypse. Brother. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Gu Zifeng choked back tears softly, holding on to the hem of Xiaobai's clothes, as if begging him not to abandon him. Xiaobai drew back his gaze and sighed. Then he patted Gu Zifeng's fluffy head. It's okay, I will treat you like family. Gu Zifeng nodded, moved, and hurriedly added. I'll try not to be a burden. I'll do housework, take care of everyone, and I'll learn to fight the monsters too, to protect you, brother. As long as you don't abandon me. The boy's innocent words lifted Xiaobai's spirits a little. He smiled helplessly, then spoke very seriously, yes, I believe Xiao Feng can definitely do it. Gu Zifeng finally grinned, looking like a boy of his age. Long Sanyao's departure was nothing more than an interlude for everyone. After everyone stayed heavy for a moment, they calmly accepted it. In the apocalypse, partings between the living and the dead are played out everywhere. They, too, had to learn to accept it. The truck kept moving, all the way. Gu Zifeng sat tightly beside Xiaobai. At the fifth sensitive moment he noticed Lu Shizhou's not very friendly gaze. Gu Zifeng finally mustered the courage to speak. Brother Lu, thank you for saving me before. He had thought Lu Shizhou kept glancing at him because he hadn't thanked him. It wasn't that he didn't want to say thanks, it was that Lu Shizhou always wore a stern expression, giving off a don't approach vibe that kept him from daring to speak. For the little boy's thanks, Lu Shizhou only gave a faint nod, then his gaze passed over Gu Zifeng and landed on Xiaobai sitting beside him. The atmosphere was awkward for 2 seconds. When Gu Zifeng seemed a bit at a loss, Lu Shizhou finally spoke the first words. Switch seats with me. Gu Zifeng was stunned for a moment, then obediently did as told. That left Lu Shizhou sitting right next to Xiaobai. Xiaobai felt an arm pressed against him, quietly scooted away a bit, then turned his head to the side, looking like he didn't want to be bothered. But soon, Lu Shizhou pressed in again. Did I do something to upset you? I really shouldn't have brought that up. The mention of it made Xiaobai angry again. He wanted to say, do you not know what you did? How can you have the nerve to ask me? But then he thought about it, saying that would be like walking into a trap, admitting that he knew everything. So he just snorted irritably, no, you haven't made me upset. I'm just a little annoyed myself. So, for now you'd better not provoke me. He originally thought that saying this would make Lu Shizhou retreat and keep his distance. But Lu Shizhou not only didn't step away, instead he reached out and pulled him in, leaning him against his shoulder. If you're going to be annoyed at me. You didn't do anything wrong, there's no need to be hard on yourself. Xiaobai was stunned for a moment, hearing Lu Shizhou say that made him even angrier. Annoy you? Then what did you do wrong? He said with a sarcastic, suggestive tone. Unexpectedly, Lu Shijiu lowered his eyes, looked at him, and seriously said directly admitting it. Now it was Xiaobai's turn to panic. He averted his gaze and pretended not to understand, afraid Lu Shijiu would continue to say something terrifying. In short, he would never admit he knew about that matter. Fortunately, at that moment the truck slowly came to a stop. We've reached Peace Garden. Ahem, we're here. I'll go open the retractable gate. Xiaobai quickly changed the subject and jumped out of the car. The others helped deal with the zombies that had heard the noise and gathered around. The entire city was without power, and Peaceful Home was no exception. With the sliding gate powerless, Xiaobai had to forcefully pull it open to let the truck into the complex. After dispatching the few zombies that had followed with a spear, he climbed back into the vehicle. The truck drove toward Building 3. The residential complex was very quiet, and the hallways were also very clean. There were no bloodstains, nor any signs of zombies prowling about. Just like the day the zombie outbreak began, the scene Xiaobai saw while staying at home. Normally the complex was lively, housing many students and their families, as well as some people who worked nearby. It was just that on that day, the neighborhood was unusually quiet. Although he didn't know the reason, that was probably why Heping Homeland had remained a pocket of untouched land until now. All the way, Xiaobai deliberately kept an eye on the apartment buildings on both sides. He could make out some scenes through the windows and the curtains that fluttered slightly when he looked over. All of this indicated that there should still be some survivors in the neighborhood. Xiaobai quietly memorized the locations of those rooms and said nothing. Peace Homeland has 7 units in total, each a separate building. Xiaobai's family lives in Unit 3, Apartment 602. They parked the truck under Unit 3, took out the keys, and carried the generator up to Xiaobai's home. The house wasn't big, 3 bedrooms and a living room, only just over 90 square meters. It was cramped but manageable, everyone could make do. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, and before long it would be dark. So none of them planned to go out, they all sat on the sofa and discussed their next move. First they counted home addresses, then planned routes to achieve the most efficient possible search and rescue. Finally, after making the plan, Xiaobai also gave everyone a heads up in advance. This plan was agreed on and approved by everyone, which shows that everyone is very eager to rescue their family members, no matter what state your relatives are in now. However, if they are not found, or if there are other accidents. At this, Xiaobai paused for a moment. Everyone understood his meaning. After a short silence, they each began to speak. We all know. I've already mentally prepared. No matter what condition they're in now, I still have to do my best to hold on to that faint hope. The 2 girls looked fragile, but mentally they were fairly strong. As for Lin Sen, he said nothing, his face full of worry, unsure what he was thinking. The atmosphere was a bit gloomy. Xiaobai sighed, stood up, and went into the bedroom. Soon, he came back with a Polaroid in hand. All right, everyone, don't be so gloomy. We barely survived, remember? So let's take a photo together as a memento. Encouraged by Xiaobai, everyone perked up a little. They gathered together on the sofa, set the camera to a timer, and all shouted, "Cheese," in unison. The photo was printed out and pasted on the wall. Everyone in the photo had smiles on their faces. As if there were no apocalypse, no farewells, no heavy things at all. Just that simple, ordinary smile. In addition, they had taken some other photos and stuck them on the blank walls. Anyone passing by would be reminded at any time. They were a team that had endured hardships together. Chapter 54, Assigning Rooms. Before evening fell, Xiaobai went out with Li Tingyi and Lu Shijiu. They all lived in Peace Homeland. Lu Shijiu lived alone. Li Tingyi, however, lived with his parents. So, this trip was to go to Li Tingyi's home to see if his parents were there. My parents had gone on a business trip to the capital. It just so happened that the day the zombie virus broke out was the day their trip ended. They told me they'd booked an afternoon flight, so I don't know if they've come back. But if they know something happened in Yangqing, they'll definitely come back to find me. Sigh. I really hope they didn't come back. All the way, Li Tingyi kept muttering to himself. Instead, it was only when we reached the doorstep that he finally shut up, his expression turning uneasy. He both wanted our parents to be home and wanted them not to be. Xiaobai wasn't as slow as him, he reached into his pocket, took out the keys, and opened the door. The door opened, and the room was very quiet. They went in and looked around but didn't find Li Tingyi's parents. The house was still the same as it was the morning I left for school, they probably haven't come back. Li Tingyi had just breathed a sigh of relief when something else occurred to him. But what if after they got off the plane something happened on the way and they couldn't make it back? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed, until Li Tingyi was completely unnerved. Xiaobai hurriedly cut off his fantasizing. All right, don't think about things that aren't true. Uncle and aunt definitely haven't returned. After an incident like this, flights notified won't take off. Although it was possible a plane could arrive in Yangcheng and then have trouble, Xiaobai omitted that point to avoid making Li Tingyi worry too much. Li Tingyi felt comforted and much better. Yes, it's safest that they stayed in the capital. He wasn't afraid of something happening to himself, only that his relatives and friends might suffer misfortune. To him that would be more painful than his own death. Xiaobai didn't want to continue the topic and simply looked at Lu Shijiu, who for the first time in so long had taken the initiative to speak to him. Do you want to go back to your place and check? By the way, which block do you live in? Lu Shijiu's eyes flickered, he shook his head and said, Unit 6. No need to go back, there's nothing to take. Unit 6, that happened to be the building directly opposite Unit 3. Xiaobai didn't think much of it, he just felt it was a coincidence. Alright, it's getting dark, let's head back. When the three of them returned home, the two girls were busy preparing instant noodles. There is still gas at home, so they can cook. Since the zombie outbreak began a few days ago, they haven't had a single hot meal. If they could eat a bite of chewy instant noodles now and sip some warm soup, it would probably be the happiest thing. The others weren't idle either. Lin Sen was working on the generator, and Gu Zifeng was mopping the floor. A little boy not even 4 feet tall ran back and forth around the house, bustling about, looking both obedient and amusing. Seeing them return, he hurried forward to greet them. Brother Xiaobai. From now on, leave all the housework to me. I can do everything. Xiaobai smiled and patted his head. Good, Xiaofeng is very capable. He didn't refuse because children also have pride, they want to prove they're useful to seek a bit of security that will let them stay. Compared to Xiaofeng, that guy Long Sanmiao was the ungrateful one. Thinking of Long Sanmiao, Xiaobai felt a little annoyed again. If something happened to him, then he would be partly to blame. It makes no sense, nobody asked him to help raise the child, what's with the tantrum? If he lost his life because of this, that would be a bad trade. The instant noodles were set on the table. Xiaobai was too lazy to think about what Long Sanmiao would do and simply sat down at the table with everyone to eat the first proper dinner since the apocalypse. Although this dinner would be called junk food on an ordinary day, for the people now it was the most delicious and happiest meal. Dusk. The generator was powered on. The whole room brightened. They pulled the curtains tight, blocking any light from leaking out. Then they began to allocate the rooms for the future. Needless to say, the two girls shared a room. The remaining 4 boys and 1 child stared at each other wide-eyed. Xiaobai, afraid of being assigned to share a bed with Lu Shijiu, spoke up first. Li Tingyi, I'll share a room with you. Li Tingyi didn't care and was about to agree casually, but then he felt a gaze like something tangible stabbing at him. He remembered Lu Shijiu's unusualness and hurriedly changed his mind. No, I want a room with Lin Sr. According to Xiaobai's original plan, if he shared a room with Li Tingyi, then the remaining person would have to room with Lu Shijiu. Lin Sen quickly caught on and immediately responded. I'll sleep with Li Tingyi. Anyone would feel awkward being alone in a room with Lu Shijiu's expressionless face. Just thinking about it made him feel very embarrassed. So, Li Tingyi and Lin Sen were mutually pursuing each other. As for Xiaobai, he had no choice. Xiaobai glared angrily at Li Tingyi, as if scolding him for betraying a friend. Then his gaze shifted to Lu Shijiu, becoming somewhat hesitant. How about, you share a room with Xiaofeng, I'll sleep in the living room. I think that's great. Lu Shijiu said nothing, only giving Gu Zifeng a sidelong glance. Gu Zifeng gave a start, and good fortune flooded his heart in an instant. Big brother Xiaobai, I won't take up space. I'll sleep in the corner. How could I let you sleep in the living room? You should still sleep with me and brother Lu. Xiaobai. Don't think he didn't notice, Lu Shijiu had quietly threatened Gu Zifeng and Li Tingyi. Placed in the past, he wouldn't have thought much of it. Looking at it now, Lu Shijiu is practically a wolf with wild ambitions. He let him in the door, that was inviting a wolf into the house. But Xiaobai couldn't really say anything, everyone had already decided, and he could only go along with their wishes. He sighed softly, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes as he glanced at Lu Shijiu. Heh, fine, then okay, we'll sleep together. Rooms have been assigned. Everyone prepared to line up to use the only bathroom to shower. With the electricity restored, everything became more convenient. At the very least, the most basic daily routines had improved. This time Xiaobai was determined not to shower together with Lu Shijiu. It was his turn, he only took Gu Zifeng into the bathroom. This made Gu Zifeng feel as if his back were prickling with needles whenever he entered the bathroom. After everyone finished bathing, to conserve some gasoline they shut off the generator, then each of them relaxed and lay down on their beds to rest. Only the atmosphere in Xiaobai's bedroom was a little different. In the darkness, Xiaobai lay rigidly on the bed, feeling the warmth coming from beside him, and thinking about what had happened in the research institute basement, unable to relax no matter what. He slept in the middle. Gu Zifeng, as before, slept pressed against the corner of the wall. Lu Shijiu lay on the outermost side. The bed wasn't big, and Lu Shijiu was pressed very close to him. Xiaobai couldn't help it and asked to swap places with Gu Zifeng. Gu Zifeng obediently agreed. Lu Shijiu didn't make a sound, and Xiaobai finally relaxed and closed his eyes to rest. As a result, not long after falling asleep, he was awakened by a rustling sound. Chapter 55. A family of 3 meals a day. Xiaobai opened his eyes and, by moonlight, looked toward the bed. Gu Zifeng was sleeping soundly, and the space beside him was empty. Lu Shijiu had already disappeared without a trace. So late, where did Lu Shijiu go instead of sleeping? Xiaobai was somewhat puzzled when he saw a shadow reflected at the doorway. He hurriedly closed his eyes, pretending to still be fast asleep. Lu Shijiu's footsteps were very light, as if a cat's soft paw pads were treading on the floor. If he hadn't spotted the shadow in advance, he probably would have been exposed by now. After a short while, the bed sank a little. Then, for a long time, there was no sound at all. Xiaobai couldn't help himself and peeled open his eyelids to look. He saw Lu Shijiu sitting on the edge of the bed with his back to him, seemingly holding something in his hands and watching it intently. What was he doing? It was creepy at night. Xiaobai was extremely curious but didn't dare to stare openly. He could only hope that Lu Shijiu would voluntarily reveal whatever was in his hands. It was as if he had heard what was in his heart. Lu Shijiu changed his posture, raised the thing in his hand high, tilted his head back, and examined it carefully in the moonlight. And this was exactly convenient for Xiaobai. He narrowed his eyes slightly and focused to look. Good heavens! Isn't this a photo taken this afternoon? What does Lu Shijiu want to do? Xiaobai instantly became alert and glanced to see where Lu Shijiu's right hand was placed. At that sight, his face suddenly flushed with heat. Lu Shijiu's right hand was resting in front of him. After a moment of stillness, it suddenly started fidgeting. What is he doing? A scream went up in Xiaobai's heart, and her facial expression gradually twisted. But... Then Lu Shijiu pulled a pair of scissors out of his trouser pocket. Xiaobai. A little glad, a little regretful, and a little embarrassed from being self-indulgently sentimental, what's going on? As expected, he had overestimated his own charm, and had also imagined Lu Shijiu to be too perverted. Daydreaming is a sickness, it needs treatment. But, no. Why is Lu Shijiu holding scissors? Xiaobai pushed away the wild thoughts in his mind and fixed his gaze on Lu Shijiu's every move. Under the hazy moonlight, Lu Shijiu's handsome hands gently rubbed the person in the photo. Because Xiaobai refused to take a picture with Lu Shijiu, there are 3 people in that photo. Xiaobai, Lu Shijiu, Gu Shitting. At the time Xiaobai didn't think much of it, but now that she thought about it carefully, what a fucking melodramatic love triangle. She loved him, he didn't love either of them. So, the scissors are for. As if to verify what was in his mind. Lu Shijiu raised the scissors and, very carefully, cut Gu Shitting out. He cut it neatly, with no sense of discord. As if, this had always been a photo of just the 2 of them. Xiaobai, what the hell? That works too. Xiaobai's brain was rattled. Lu Shijiu suddenly turned his head, scaring him into quickly closing his eyes and unconsciously holding his breath. Soon, he felt a presence slowly drawing near, hovering above him. Only when he was almost about to suffocate did it abruptly move away. After that, another rustling sound came from beside him, and then finally everything fell silent. Even so, Xiaobai didn't dare open his eyes. He was afraid that if he opened them, he would see those hair-raising pitch-black eyes staring straight at him. He had originally planned to wait until Lu Shijiu fell asleep before opening his eyes to see what was going on. But waiting like that put him to sleep first. When Xiaobai woke up in the early morning, something was a little off. He was clearly lying on his back when he went to sleep last night. Now, I was lying on my side, being held against someone's chest. And the one who should have been sleeping next to him, the petite Gu Zifeng, had become the tall Lu Shijiu. Heh, hee. Xiaobai suddenly sat up from Lu Shijiu's arms, his eyes scanning the person beneath him with a sinister glint. He schemed in his mind how to make murdering him appear more reasonable. He hadn't finished thinking when the person beneath him opened his eyes, a pair of unruffled pupils looked over, which frightened him into quickly withdrawing his gaze. He pretended he'd just woken up, yawned, and then feigned surprise as he looked at Lu Shijiu. "Why are you sleeping here? Where's Xiaofeng?" Saying that, he let his gaze pass over Lu Shijiu and looked toward Gu Zifeng. A thin, small boy was lying on his side at the very edge, almost about to fall off the bed. It really looks pathetic. And the one to blame for all of this is the man standing in front of us. Xiaobai smiled faintly and glanced back at Lu Shijiu. "Brother Jiu, this isn't good, right? If we say it, others will think we're abusing the child." Lu Shijiu's eyes flickered, just as he was about to speak, that the victim jumped in to speak. "Ah. Brother Xiaobai, I'm fine. I just felt a bit hot sleeping in the middle, so I turned to the outer side in the middle of the night." Gu Zifeng rolled over and sat up, explaining anxiously. As if afraid of stirring Shenbaiqian's anger toward Lu Shijiu. Xiaobai frowned suspiciously, his gaze shifting between the two of them as he considered the possibility that they were working together. After a long moment, he withdrew his gaze and admitted he had misjudged. "Oh, I see. Well, okay. But you and Lu Shijiu haven't known each other long, why do you keep defending him? He was so gentle with him and had comforted him so many times." Instead, Lu Shijiu kept a stern face and hardly spoke to him. Why is this kid so especially different toward Lu Shijiu? Gu Zifeng was startled for a moment, instinctively glanced at Lu Shijiu, and stammered as he spoke. "No. I think Brother Lu is really nice." He wouldn't admit it, he had keenly sensed that Lu Shijiu was not someone to mess with, and subconsciously feared making him angry, which is why he acted that way. Children also have a natural instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. He wanted to get close to Xiaobai, but Lu Shijiu's presence made him instinctively dare not. Which resulted in the current situation of being stuck in the middle acting as the peacemaker. Xiaobai thought it was a bit absurd when he heard that, and his gaze swept up and down Lu Shijiu. "Pretty good. It's pretty good. It would be even better if you didn't spend all your time thinking about how to sleep with your own brother." He really couldn't understand it. Lu Shijiu passed up delicate, gentle girls and instead liked him, a big, tough man. If Lu Shijiu could hear his inner monologue at this moment, he would surely object. "You're not hard at all, you're soft all over." After a morning of fussing around, the three of them finally got up. The others hadn't woken up yet, so Xiaobai and Lu Shijiu went to wash up first. The two of them brushed their teeth in front of the mirror. Xiaobai was amused by Lu Shijiu's mouth full of foam and couldn't stop laughing for quite a while. "Don't choke," Lu Shijiu said helplessly. Looking down, her expression as she looked at Xiaobai was exceptionally gentle. These were, in his imagination of the two living together, the most ordinary, commonplace, and also the most warmly affectionate, of days. After they finished washing up, they went to the living room, where Gu Zifeng had already prepared breakfast. He smiled at the two of them, a bit shy, and said, "I saw there was some noodles at home, so I cooked a bit." Lu Shijiu thought that this day, inexplicably, had merged with everything he had imagined. A family of three meals a day, 4 seasons a year. Chapter 56 Never leave him under any circumstances. Everyone got up one after another and expressed their approval of the new little member's cooking skills. Then after eating the noodles, they got ready to set off. Perhaps because of the upcoming action, everyone was unusually spirited today. Before leaving, Xiaobai carefully urged Gu Zifeng with some reminders. "Xiaofeng, stay at home and don't run around. And don't open the door for anyone, wait until we get back, understand?" Gu Zifeng nodded seriously, I understand. Be careful on the road, brothers and sisters. I think there are still some ingredients in the fridge, when you come back, I'll make dinner for you. Xiaobai smiled, you're really diligent. Can you cook? Of course. My dad is a chef and taught me a lot. It's just. I used to not like learning, and my dad got mad at me a lot. When Gu Zifeng mentioned his father, his tone grew a little lower. Xiaobai hadn't expected that he had picked up a treasure on the way back. He ruffled the boy's hair and comforted him, it's okay. From now on, even if you don't like studying, you'll still have to. Gu Zifeng. Sure enough, that was comforting. The newly formed atmosphere of grief was immediately relieved. Under Gu Zifeng's watchful gaze, the group left the house. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, Xiaobai glanced up to check the houses that might still be inhabited, and just then caught a fleeting pair of eyes hiding behind a curtain. With the apocalypse upon them, people had become unusually wary. Xiaobai withdrew his gaze, didn't think much, and told everyone about today's plan. Ding Lingling and Gu Shiting's homes are closer to us, we'll check their places first. In the afternoon we'll go to Lin Sen's house, try to get back before dark. And there's another very important thing, everyone's food supplies should be running low, right? If we come across any small supermarkets on the way, we can stop and scavenge. The truck is big, it can hold a lot of food. Everyone of course raised both hands in agreement about that. The truck engine started, and under both overt and covert gazes, it drove away from Peace Homeland. Today Lin Sen was still driving, and Gu Shiting sat in the front passenger seat. In the cabin, Li Tingyi and Ding Lingling were engrossed in conversation. Only Xiaobai and Lu Shijie were keeping watch on the sides of the street. Xiaobai didn't want to say anything more about Li Tingyi. After all, Li Tingyi had rare moments of romance, so let him find some bittersweet joy in the apocalypse. There were a few small convenience stores near the neighborhood. Xiaobai only glanced at them, said nothing, and let the car keep going. Searching for supplies, nearby resources could be saved for emergencies later. Since they were going on a long trip, they decided to search the more distant small supermarkets first. As for the big supermarket, when the virus broke out there were at least a few hundred people inside. If they all got infected, the number of zombies would be terrifying. Therefore, it's not being considered for now. Watching the truck gradually drive out of the neighborhood's vicinity, Xiaobai finally stood up, walked to the front and knocked on the hood. The truck slowed to a stop, and Lin Sen stuck his head out of the window. Xiaobai glanced at the zombies slowly moving down the street and pointed at a chain convenience store on the sidewalk. Lin Sen, park the vehicle in the aisle, block the convenience store entrance to prevent the zombies from sealing the door. Otherwise we won't be able to get out and get on later. Lin Sen gave an okay sign. I have to say, Lin Sen's driving skills are pretty good. The people in the car didn't really feel anything, only a tilt, the rear of the car had moved onto the sidewalk. There was no bumping or any crashing into a wall or anything like that. The rear of the car was almost against the doorway, leaving only a small gap. Xiaobai squatted on the tailgate and was able to push open the convenience store's glass door. A zombie heard the noise and moved to the doorway, so Xiaobai took the chance to stab it in the head. There were 6 zombies in the convenience store in total, 2 wearing employee uniforms and 4 in casual clothes, who had probably come to buy something. The others stayed crouched on the vehicle, numbly finishing their stabbings, only then did they swing down, get out of the car, and go into the convenience store. Lin Sen and Gu Shiting didn't come in because it was inconvenient to sit at the front of the car. The convenience store wasn't large, roughly around 80 square meters. For convenience, Xiaobai simply flipped out the keys from the clerk and went to the storeroom. The moment the door opened, a figure lunged over at high speed. The person beside him kicked that figure over, then with quick reflexes drove a knife in. Everything happened too fast, Xiaobai didn't even have time to react. When he came to, the zombie on the ground already had a blood hole in its forehead, dead for sure. Judging by the clothes, she should be a passerby, how could she have been locked in the storeroom? Xiaobai guessed that perhaps she was the one who caused the convenience store infection. The others, though bitten, didn't take it seriously and simply locked the one who bit them in the storeroom. But what they didn't know was that they, too, would soon become monsters like her. Thinking about it, such situations were probably everywhere on the day the virus broke out. Especially the pedestrians on the road, the shops along the street, and those inside office buildings. Everything happened too quickly to overturn their everyday understanding. By the time they realized what was happening, they had already been infected. Those with keener senses might become aware of the danger and manage to live a few more days. Those who stayed at home, provided they weren't bitten by someone who'd been infected and still conscious when returning home, mostly survived, and from the view outside their windows and reports online they learned a slightly clearer picture of the situation. These people could live a few more days, aware of the danger the zombies posed, avoiding contact with them and just barricading themselves at home. But even this could not avoid death forever, though safe for a time, they would slowly die in despair once ammunition and food ran out. I could only hope that the families of Lin Sun and the others would belong to that last group. Then they could still be rescued before starving or dying of thirst. If they weren't at home, then in that vast sea of corpses, no matter how much one searched, it would be in vain. All that could be said was that it left everyone with a vague, uncertain hope. Xiaobai's emotions were complicated. In a flash of thought he imagined many possibilities. He quietly moved the corpse aside so it wouldn't block the path. Then he looked up at Lu Shijiu and thanked him. "Thank you. If it hadn't been for you just now, I probably would have been bitten, right?" Lu Shijiu neither agreed nor disagreed. "With me here, that kind of thing won't happen." "Gotta admit, it sounds pretty convincing." But Xiaobai, for some reason, felt a bit annoyed. What was that about? Words like that are usually meant for girls, aren't they? Is Lu Shijiu treating him as a girl? Or, in professional terms, the uke? Thinking this, Xiaobai glanced at Lu Shijiu and went straight into the storeroom to move boxes. Lu Shijiu keenly noticed Xiaobai's sudden little mood and, somewhat puzzled, followed along step by step. Xiaobai had been acting strange ever since he came up from the basement. He thought. Xiaobai probably found out something. In any case, whether he was throwing a tantrum or resented him, he must never, ever leave him. Chapter 57. This thank you is enough. Moving them one by one is more convenient than packing those scattered foods, and it's also much faster. By the time Xiaobai and Lu Shijiu emptied out the stockroom, Li Tingyi and Ding Lingling had scavenged about half of the supplies from the shelves. "Alright, that's it. The van can't hold any more, this will easily last us several months." A few of them climbed back into the truck. The cargo was piled at the very back of the trailer, occupying the vast majority of the space. What was left for Xiaobai and the others was less than 2 square meters at the tail of the truck, which, for 3 thin men and 1 fat man, was not cramped. By now zombies had already gathered around both sides of the truck. They had been blocked by the vehicle before and couldn't get into the convenience store. Now that they saw Xiaobai and the others get into the car, they were even more helpless. They could only stick their hands through the gaps in the fence and scratch. They scratched in vain, not managing to touch any human skin at all, before being knocked aside by the car's rear bumper and flung out. A few unlucky ones were even directly crushed under the wheels. It must be said, even in the apocalypse, a big truck's killing power is still enormous. But this also tests the driver's skill. They must ensure the vehicle doesn't tip over, otherwise doing this could easily lead to both sides getting hurt. The vehicle shook, moved off the sidewalk, and continued driving on the road. This time, it did not stop again. Instead, it drove straight to this trip's destination, Paris Sunshine. Paris Sunshine is a rather well-known upscale residential complex in Yangcheng, with many buildings, a wide area, and at least 10,000 residents. Gu Shiding's family lives here. Ding Lingling's home is not far away either, it's in the neighboring residential complex. That is also why Xiaobai planned to come to this area first. There were many zombies inside the residential complex. By the time the truck reached the main gate, dozens of zombies were already gathered inside. Lu Shijiu felt he should get out to push open the retractable gate, then quickly climbed back onto the vehicle. During the whole process, he did not have any contact with the zombies that had followed out. Everyone thought Lu Shijiu was just quick-handed, and the zombies hadn't reacted in time. Only Xiaobai knew the zombies weren't interested in Lu Shijiu as one of their own. If it had been anyone else, they'd probably have pounced already. The truck drove into the neighborhood. Along the way, many survivors opened their windows and looked in their direction. Even worse, they cried out for help at the top of their lungs. Xiaobai glanced at their positions, then silently withdrew his gaze. Beside him, Li Tingyi sighed. "I can feel their despair, but there are too many zombies. Before a few of us even reach that first floor, we'll probably be treated as appetizers by the zombies." Indeed, who knew how many zombies were in a single building? Even if they wanted to, they didn't have the ability. Therefore, Xiaobai simply kept his head down, automatically filtering out those cries for help. Their only purpose on this trip was one thing, to help their teammates find their families. It's okay, you've already done well. You're not turning a blind eye to someone dying, you just can't do anything. Perhaps he noticed his gloom, because Lu Shijiu suddenly spoke a sentence. Xiaobai's conscience was somewhat comforted, he tugged at the corner of his mouth and smiled, yeah, nobody wants that. If no one cried out, he could still pretend not to know how many people were in trouble. But when those people begged for help, and he could only pretend not to hear, his conscience inevitably felt guilty. It's not indifference, but that it would be futile. Gu Shiding lived on the 8th floor. Fortunately, for a building of 30 floors in total, it wasn't high. Xiaobai and the others repeated their old trick, using the truck's rear to block the neighborhood gate, preventing zombies from outside from getting in and also making their departure quicker. Lin San and Gu Shiding could only climb out through the car window, helped by people on the cargo bed who grabbed them and pulled them onto the back of the truck. Everyone went all out and entered the building. Xiaobai also took out the gun he hadn't used since leaving the research institute, standing ready. Unfortunately, the other few guns from the rescue team had been damaged and could no longer be used. Xiaobai thought that maybe later they could check places like the police station for suitable equipment to arm everyone and strengthen the team's combat effectiveness. But to achieve the final effect, you still have to practice a lot. In short, there's no need to rush this matter. Once everyone is settled, it won't be too late to make plans. There are infected zombies in the building, but not many. Xiaobai and the others lightened their steps. After ascending each floor, they closed the corridor doors on that floor. They wouldn't use firearms until it was absolutely necessary, to avoid attracting more zombies. Fortunately, they were lucky enough to fight their way up to the 8th floor. When they reached the 8th floor, they entered the corridor, closed the stairwell door, killed a few zombies lingering in the hall, and arrived at Gu Shiding's front door. Before setting out, Gu Shiding had been very excited. But now, on the contrary, I felt a bit hesitant. She stood at the door, hesitating to move. Suddenly a series of knock 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 sounds came from the neighboring room, startling everyone. Listening to the inhuman snarls coming from inside the room, Gu Shiding's expression was hard to describe. Uncle Wang next door is infected too. He used to visit our home often, he was always so good to me. Gu Shiding said this, then turned to look at Xiaobai. Xiaobai, tell me, do you think my family might also? Ultimately, this was the reason she didn't dare open the door. Xiaobai hadn't had a private conversation with Gu Shiding in a long time, and Gu Shiding hadn't sought him out either. So when Gu Shiding called his name, he froze for a moment and instinctively stole a glance at Lu Shijiu. Then he was annoyed at his own involuntary gesture. Why does he still have to look to Lu Shijiu for approval before doing anything? Lu Shijiu can't be that petty, he wouldn't be upset even if the guy just said a word to a girl, would he? No, Lu Shijiu being unhappy has nothing to do with him. Thinking this, Xiaobai forced himself not to glance sideways at the person beside him, and instead took a step closer to Gu Shiding. I'll help you open the door. You can't let fear of facing reality make you miss the chance to save your family. That was indeed true. If you failed to save the most important person because you ran away, that would be something you'd regret for life. Gu Shiding made up her mind, fished a key out of her backpack, and slowly handed it to Xiaobai. Xiaobai, thank you. Xiaobai smiled faintly, that's enough coming from you. From the beginning, he only wanted to help Li Tingyi, who was closer to him. But faced with Gu Shiding and the others, who weren't as close, he couldn't just stand by and watch them die. But he wasn't without expectations of reward. At the very least, a sincere thank you would make him feel that everything he did was worthwhile. Instead of being misunderstood, being questioned. Xiaobai took the keys, exhaled, easing the tension in his chest. Then he walked to the door, inserted the key, turned it, and opened the door. Chapter 58, Ways to Handle/Lay a Trap for Lu Shijiu, note, is a proper name and kept as Lu Shijiu. A draft of wind swept through, ruffling everyone's hair. Xiaobai was the first to bear the brunt and instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, Gu Shiding had already jumped over him and run into the house. The room was utterly silent, not a sound at all. Everyone hurriedly followed in, went around once with Gu Shiding, and found no trace. There was no one in the house. The room is just like the day I went out with them, they probably didn't make it back. Gu Shiding said helplessly. She didn't know whether to feel fortunate, regretful, or desperate. Fortunate that at least she hadn't seen her parents get infected. Regretful that she couldn't see her parents at home. Despair. Perhaps his parents had already been infected at their crowded company, or on the way home from work. Li Tingyi could especially understand that feeling. After all, he had experienced the same situation. He spoke up to comfort her, "It's okay. When I got home my parents weren't there either. No news might just be the best news." Gu Shiding had actually prepared for the worst from the start, but she couldn't bear it at the moment and was somewhat distraught. Hearing Li Tingyi's consolation, she lifted her eyes but looked toward Xiaobai. Only when she saw Xiaobai also give an encouraging look did she finally nod, go to the bedroom to pack some of her clothes and the essentials for a girl, put them in a suitcase and bring it out. She took a deep breath and forced a faint smile as she looked at everyone. "Alright, let's go to Lingling's house." Ding Lingling had tears welling up in her eyes. She stepped forward and gave her a hug. We must all be strong." As the only pair of girls in the team, they felt a special camaraderie. Xiaobai was seeing Gu Shiding's strong side beneath her fragile appearance for the first time and couldn't help but sigh, glancing a second time. He only withdrew his gaze when a sudden chill came over him and glanced at Lu Shijiu beside him. Lu Shijiu wore a scowling face, seeming even more expressionless than usual. No way, no way. What era is this? Are there really people who get jealous over something like this? Even if they're boyfriend and girlfriend, it's not their business if someone glances at a girl a few extra times, right? Thinking this, Xiaobai's rebellious streak was triggered, and he openly looked at Gu Shiding a few more times. The two of them were walking at the front. They had just reached the stairwell landing. Xiaobai, pleased at having provoked Lu Shijiu, was suddenly grabbed by the wrist and pulled down. "Let's go downstairs to check the situation first." He left only one sentence, and the two of them disappeared around the corner. Li Tingyi quickened his pace, rounded the corner to look, but there was no sign of the two of them. "What are you making such a fuss about? Let's hurry up too, so the zombies upstairs won't hear and come down." After speaking, he shouldered Gu Shiding's suitcase and quickened his pace. On the other side, pulled down a flight of stairs all the way, Xiaobai finally could catch his breath and speak. "Lu Shijiu. What are you doing?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than the person's presence descended over him like a suffocating tide. This was the two of them, their first somewhat normal kiss. Acting normally made Xiaobai even more embarrassed. He used all his strength before finally pushing Lu Shijiu away. Then he covered his mouth, his eyes wet, and looked at Lu Shijiu with an accusing expression. Xiaobai had originally wanted to get angry, but when he saw the faint redness in Lu Shijiu's eyes, he immediately backed down. "Why are you suddenly like this?" Even his tone softened considerably, carrying a hint of coquettishness. Lu Shijiu closed his eyes and let out a deep breath. When he opened them again, he had returned to normal. With his reason restored, facing the situation he was at a loss and could only remain silent. After a long while, only when he heard the faint footfalls of others coming downstairs did he finally speak. "Sorry." Xiaobai thought Lu Shijiu would probably be quite arrogant and wouldn't dare speak harshly. The result was unexpected. After waiting so long, what arrived was Lu Shijiu's apology. Is Lu Shijiu really that easy to talk to? He knows he's in the wrong, huh? Xiaobai's mind shifted, and he quickly thought of a way to punish Lu Shijiu. If apologies worked, then why have the police? "You wash my clothes for a week." He said it with a tough face, but in truth he waited somewhat nervously for Lu Shijiu's answer. As expected, Lu Shijiu agreed. Unexpectedly, Lu Shijiu agreed very readily, with almost no hesitation at all. Xiaobai felt like he had gotten an even better handle on Lu Shijiu. First make Lu Shijiu feel guilty, then have him show weakness. After he admits his mistake, I'll propose the punishment. If I follow this logic, wouldn't that mean whatever I want Lu Shijiu to do, he'll have to do? This made Xiaobai, who felt superior to Lu Shijiu, very pleased. Being able to command a former rival to serve me, it felt pretty good. Xiaobai, immersed in his own happiness, completely forgot what the condition was that would trigger Lu Shijiu's grievance. Lu Shijiu also hadn't expected that after kissing Xiaobai wouldn't get angry and would be so easy to soothe. Just wash the clothes for a week. Xiaobai's clothes included, even the underwear. Thinking of this, Lu Shijiu's ears quietly reddened a little. In short, the two who weren't on the channel were both happy at this moment. After that, everyone took a car to Ding Lingling's house not far away. Ding Lingling's home was fine, she lived on the first floor. Everyone used the same method as before and parked the truck at the entrance of the apartment building. The zombies in the ground floor hallway heard the noise and either staggered or tumbled down to the first floor. They all stood on the truck bed and took turns stabbing to death the zombies that came in response to the noise. Only after they were certain no more zombies would come down in the short term did they jump off the truck bed and take some discarded planks from the hallway to block the stairwell. Having taken care of everything, everyone stood at Ding Lingling's door. Like when Gu Shitting returned home before, Ding Lingling now also felt conflicted. Now it was Gu Shitting's turn to comfort her. Didn't you just tell me? We have to be strong. Do you want me to open it for you? Gu Shitting's voice was very gentle. She had always spoken to Xiaobai in this tone before. Not to mention, Xiaobai actually quite liked it. However, even such a small detail as the slight twitch of his ear did not escape Lu Shizhou's eyes. The next second, Xiaobai's ear was covered by a hand. Xiaobai inexplicably turned his head to look and saw Lu Shizhou with a wooden face, staring ahead and not glancing at him once. Was that guy punished too lightly just now? Why does he keep pushing his luck? While the two of them were up to their little schemes, Ding Lingling shook her head, took out her keys, and resolutely took that step. Just like at Gu Shitting's house, the room was deathly quiet. If there were people, they'd hear the noise and come out to see. But her family wasn't there. Everyone's spirits immediately sank. Gu Shitting was about to speak to comfort Ding Lingling when a faint groan sounded from inside the room. Chapter 59 Xiaobai will definitely be out of singlehood within a month. Ding Lingling was overjoyed and was about to dash into the bedroom. Be careful, it's dangerous. Li Tingyi quickly stopped her, pulled her behind him, and they walked toward the bedroom together. Those few short steps were an extremely torturous process for Ding Lingling. Fortunately, when she saw the curled-up figure on the bedroom bed, all that torment turned into overwhelming joy. Grandma! Before anyone could react, Ding Lingling leapt onto the bed and hugged the elderly woman. Xiaobai hurried over, and seeing the old man nearly fainting, quickly took a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and handed it over. Your grandmother hasn't eaten or drunk anything for too long. If she doesn't take in food soon, there could be a risk to her life. Drink more water first. Once you're feeling better we'll give you something to eat. Ding Lingling nodded gratefully, took the bottle, and carefully fed the old man water. After the old man drank the water, he did seem a bit better. He opened his eyes slightly, stared at Ding Lingling for a long while, then broke into a kindly, satisfied smile. It's Lingling, Grandma is so happy, so glad to see you at a time like this. Grandma has no other wishes now, all I want is to see you healthy and well. Before he finished speaking, the old man, looking a bit tired, closed his eyes. This sent Ding Lingling into a panic. She grabbed the old woman and began to cry outright. Grandma, Grandma, wake up. Xiaobai also felt awkward interrupting the sentimental moment. He waited until Ding Lingling had cried enough, then said to Li Tingyi, the old woman has a bit of low blood sugar. She'll recover after some rest. Give us a hand and we'll carry her out together. Ding Lingling opened her tear-blurred eyes and looked at her steady-breathing grandmother. Li Tingyi thought this was exactly his chance to prove himself, so he declined Xiaobai's offer and insisted on carrying grandma out by himself. Seeing him so eager, Xiaobai agreed. When the group went out, there were already zombies coming down the stairwell. Fortunately they had the foresight to block the stairwell, otherwise having one charge the door as they opened it would have been pretty terrifying. Everyone got into the truck and sat Grandma Ding Lingling down to rest against the cargo. The truck started, and Xiaobai noticed that there were also some survivors in this housing complex. These survivors not only have to face the zombies outside the gate, but also have to deal with issues of food and water. Xiaobai could of course leave some supplies in the neighborhood to relieve their immediate crisis. But if he did that, it might actually be a death sentence for them. At least staying at home is temporarily safe. If they go outside, then it's hard to say. In short, for now we can only look the other way. The next stop is Lin Sen's home. You could feel that Lin Sen was driving with a little more urgency. Especially after seeing that Ding Lingling had found her relatives, his hopes grew even greater. All the way, Ding Lingling kept telling stories about her and her grandmother. Since I was little my parents have been very busy with work, often working overtime or traveling for business. I was raised by my grandmother. Don't be fooled by her fully white hair, she's actually only in her 60s, not yet 70. Normally she's very sturdy and healthy, this is the first time I've seen her so fragile. It really scared me to death. I even thought. Thinking of how she had just believed her grandmother was gone, Ding Lingling laughed through her tears. In this apocalypse, having family by her side felt like the greatest happiness. Her teammates didn't mind bringing her grandmother along, and there was even a boy who liked her and steadfastly protected her. She was immensely grateful to have met them, and him, in the end of the world. Thinking that, Ding Lingling bashfully glanced up at the boy sitting next to her. Li Tingyi was so flustered under her gaze that his ears turned bright red, and he even began to stumble over his words. Ahem. Lingling, don't worry, I'll take good care of our grandma. No, your grandma. That sounded a bit like an insult, so Li Tingyi hastily corrected himself. No, I mean, we'll help take good care of your grandmother. Ding Lingling was amused by his nervousness and laughed out loud, then nodded gently with a tender look. I understand. Li Tingyi breathed a sigh of relief and also started grinning foolishly. Your smile is so beautiful, smile more. Xiaobai, who had been force-fed a mouthful of dog food beside them. He rather regretted having done a fortune-telling reading for Li Tingyi back then. How could he be so accurate? It's only been a few days since leaving school, and the two of them have already advanced so quickly in their relationship, they'll probably confirm they're a couple within a month. No way, he has to start dating faster than Li Tingyi at the very least. Good friends, you have to compete at everything. Thinking this, Xiaobai imitated the last time he had read Li Tingyi's fortune, putting on an act, he pretended to count off the fortunes on his fingers for himself. Then he muttered, Xiaobai, you'll definitely be off the market within a month. Alright, Xiaobai received. If Li Tingyi's power was effective, then his had to be too. Xiaobai grinned, then suddenly thought of a question, who would he be paired up with? You want to stop being single? A voice suddenly sounded beside him. Xiaobai snapped his head to the side and looked at Lu Shijiu, who was sitting next to him. At a time like this, answering yes would probably not be a good idea. Xiaobai felt a surge of alarm and shook his head cautiously. Lu Shijiu curled his lips, speaking casually, a month, wouldn't that be too soon? As he spoke, he focused intently on Xiaobai, wearing a look that suggested he meant something. Now Xiaobai didn't dare mention wanting to get out of being single, he hurriedly shook his head. I was just rambling, you're actually buying that. What if Lu Shijiu really does make a move against him within this month? Wouldn't he be asking for trouble? Xiaobai spoke earnestly, hoping Lu Shijiu would take it to heart. But Lu Shijiu only smiled, said nothing, and withdrew his gaze. Xiaobai felt anxious, not knowing exactly what Lu Shijiu meant. Fortunately, his worry didn't last long. They had arrived at the residential complex where Lin Sen's family lived. With the experience of the previous 2 times, everyone was even more adept this time. It must be said, the big truck really is an incredibly convenient thing. Whether it was searching for supplies or rescuing people, it was both very safe and convenient. Xiaobai thought that if there were more people in the future, he could go get a few more big trucks. If he could find 2 people who could drive trucks and also repair them, that would be even better. Technical specialists are still in demand, even in the apocalypse. But all of this will have to wait until everyone is settled. For example, take care of the matters concerning the teammates first. Then go and fulfill the promise with He Ying. He had never forgotten his promise to He Ying for a single moment. Xiaobai sighed softly and pulled himself together. Chapter 68. A person's life cannot afford to wait. The community gate was open, and the truck drove straight into the villa complex. The guardroom was splattered with blood, and alongside the well-kept roads a zombie in a security guard uniform was wandering. As a result, many zombies from outside had infiltrated the high-end neighborhood with strict security. But luckily, as long as people stay inside their homes, nothing will happen. Lin Sen thought the same, hurriedly driving the car to a stop in front of his family yard. The courtyard fence wasn't high, people could stand on the car and climb straight into the yard. Ding Lingling didn't follow, she stayed in the car to look after her grandmother. The others accompanied Lin Sen into the villa. Lin Sen's house is a small detached villa, covering about 100 square meters, with 3 floors in total. The first floor has the living room, dining room, and kitchen. The second floor has a sitting room plus Lin Sen's bedroom. Neither of the 2 floors had seen Lin Sen's family. Everyone proceeded straight up to the 3rd floor. There were 2 bedrooms on the 3rd floor. Lin Sen walked in front and opened one of them. No one. Only the last bedroom remained. He slowed his steps, no longer as urgent as before. He wouldn't even reach out to turn the doorknob, fearing the room inside might be empty. Actually, he already had a premonition. They had made so much noise inside the room, if there were people or zombies, they would have come out or made some sound by now. But what he never expected was that the outcome could be even worse than he had imagined. Lin Sen slowly turned the doorknob and opened the door. Then he was stunned by the scene before him. For a moment, he seemed frozen in place, unable to speak or move. Besides him, Xiaobai and the others were also startled. Words of comfort reached their lips, but they simply couldn't bring themselves to speak. Because at this moment, any consolation felt pale and powerless. This was something each person would have to accept and process on their own. Of course, no matter who it was changed to, for a long time there was no way to come to terms with it. Xiaobai was the same. If it had been him, he absolutely could not have accepted it. Before him was a bedroom decorated in a European style. On the exquisitely beautiful chandelier hung 2 strips of white silk embroidered with patterns. Judging by the missing half of the bedsheet, this must have been cut from it. Beneath the white silk were 2 unfamiliar faces. They resembled Lin Sen somewhat, especially his mother. Lin Sen looked as if he had been carved from the same mold as her. Lin Sen's parents committed suicide. Did not die from zombies, did not die from starvation. But chose to commit suicide at the moment when, if they had held on a little longer, rescue would have arrived. Xiaobai had never imagined it would end like this. Everyone stood heavily at the door, and no one stepped into the room. After a long while, Lin Sen finally moved, but he collapsed to the ground. Xiaobai, standing behind him, hurriedly steadied him and spoke with a mixture of emotions. Since things have come to this, let's take uncle and aunt back to bury them, so they can rest in peace. He's dead, I can't just hang around here forever. Lin Sen was trembling all over. He looked up and glanced at Xiaobai. That look was filled with despair, with no sign of life. He opened his mouth trembling. Help me over there, I want to see them, to escort them on their final journey. Xiaobai nodded, and together with Li Tingyi the two helped Lin Sen into the room. Then he stepped onto a stool, took Lin Sen's parents down from the noose, and laid them flat on the bed. Lin Sen knelt beside the bed, staring at his parents without blinking, tears streaming straight down. There were no cries, no sobs, only silent tears. Xiaobai couldn't bear to look at the scene any longer. He let his gaze sweep elsewhere, and suddenly noticed a sheet of stationery on the dressing table. He walked over, picked it up, and whispered it aloud. It's been 5 days since the virus outbreak, baby, and you still haven't come back. We kept holding on to the fantasy that we'd hear you say you're home, but as time passed, we all knew that was impossible. Yangqing University was the origin of the virus outbreak. We can't fool ourselves anymore. If this drags on any longer, you should be gone by now, right? You must be all alone, aren't you? Don't be afraid, Mom and Dad will come find you soon. To my dear baby, Lin Sr. It has now been exactly 1 week since the virus outbreak. In other words, Lin Sen's parents committed suicide the day before yesterday. They thought they would never see their son again. So, with no danger and food still remaining, they chose to commit suicide, wanting to be with Lin Sen forever and refusing to live a half-hearted life. Although it's extreme, it's understandable. Parents' love is heavy. Having lost hope, they'd rather die. They are not afraid of death. What they fear more is that their possibly already dead child will go alone, with no one to accompany them. But the truth is not like that. If they had waited a little longer. Too bad, there are no ifs. A person's life can't wait. If you miss the chance, you can't save them. So don't make excuses and wait until everything is completely stable before going to save the important people. Stable. When will it ever be stable? Once you're stable, are the people you want to save still alive? Xiaobai wanted to save Gu Zifeng, too. Someone you could easily save. Are you really going to stand by and watch them fend for themselves, then regret later that you didn't help? Xiaobai couldn't do it. Beside him, Lin Sen, who had been silently shedding tears, finally couldn't hold back and burst into wailing sobs when he heard those words. Everyone stood quietly by his side, not disturbing him. No one knew how long the crying in the room went on. As the sky gradually darkened, it slowly began to subside. Lin Sen swayed as he stood up, reaching out to hug his mother across. But because his body was so weak, he nearly lost his balance and fell. Li Tingyi hurried forward to help. "Let me carry him." Xiaobai exhaled a raspy breath, folded the note and put it away, intending to help carry Lin Sen's father. No sooner had he taken 2 steps forward than Lu Shijiu reached the body before him and lifted it. Everyone went downstairs and returned to the car. Ding Lingling had intended to ask how they were doing, but when she saw the corpse in their hands, she immediately fell silent. Even the joy in their hearts at finding a relative had dimmed considerably. She had found her family. But others had also lost theirs. She said nothing and helped lift the bodies onto the car, asking no questions. Xiaobai saw Lin Sen was in very poor condition, so he suggested, "Let Lu Shijiu drive. You should rest and spend more time with them. When we get back, we'll arrange the burial." Lin Sen nodded silently, climbed onto the back of the truck, and stood quietly beside the corpse. The truck started moving, heading toward the peace homeland. When they left, there were 6 of them. When I returned, there were 3 more people. An old man and 2 corpses.